Emperor goes down.
So that's time for combo.
Sari is working on Emperor as well. Fortunately, gonna have to reset there.
Now it's time for Tonberry. So we get a little bit of time as Talbrick's making his way through the Jade Passage if next commentary team wants to introduce themselves.
Yeah, we're here for Final Fantasy Tactics Advance, and I am Vallnoir, joined by...
I'm FGKeiji.
And we are... Go ahead.
We're going to introduce the runners. So we have BrainBugged, who is for Team Chocobo.
Also known as New Kid.
Known as New Kid. We have Chyrad, who is on Team Tonberry.
Also known as Ramza this run, apparently. And then we've got moonblazewolf on Team Mog. Eventually, when they get there. But we'll let you guys wrap up FF2 real quick.
So Talbrick unfortunately getting into a green dragon encounter. That is one of the unrunnable encounters that can come up. And almost into Castle Pandemonium. We'll still have the 10 floors of it to go through. But overall, still a fairly solid run from Talbrick, all things considered, with how RNG ended up playing.
All right, we're on to the Pandemonium runs.
So, I mean, granted, this is where the worst of everything can come into play. Pandemonium, in and of itself, I mean, we saw two very tame Pandemoniums from Forsyth and Sari, excluding Emperor 2, but the question is, will we see another tame Pandemonium here for Talbrick? Oh, there's the sleep touch coming in from the Lamias. And unfortunately, an ambush from a Mithril Golem. Don't like to see that at all. So yeah, losing time due to the preemptive strike text showing up, as we mentioned earlier, where it is nice to have the preemptives. Unfortunately, it doesn't work as a guaranteed run entirely. You still have the chance of failing the run and in turn having to wait till turn 2.
Yeah, it's very interesting how the flea system, they decided to progress it. There's a few things you can really tell throughout the Final Fantasies where they change things up. So, for instance, flea in 1 is not as good as flea in 2, but flea in 2 you can still fail these fleas, of course. Same thing with potions, so deciding whether a regular potion heals 50 HP or 100 HP, and then same for high potions, 100 HP, 150 HP, or 500 HP. It varies quite a lot, so it's really nice to see as you just change Final Fantasies, the differences they just kind of played around with.
Yeah, it does lead to it being fairly interesting.
So Talbot just got probably one of my favorite fights is the fire gigas with the bombs. That's probably one of your safest fights you can get here in Pandemonium.
Yeah, as the Devil Wolves show up and they can cast Fire 12, which will do a significant amount of damage. But so far, Talbot actually having a pretty good run through Castle Pandemonium. Unfortunately has a bit of an error in movement there, and it leads to an ambush, but...
Love that dispel.
Not just one dispel, but we have to double dispel.
Just gotta make sure they definitely don't have Protect or anything on.
So, a question in chat, is this just bad RNG or is the encounter rate ridiculously high? The encounter rate in Pandemonium is very, very high.
Yeah, so for the Picture Masters, there's no, if anyone's running, no step route. It's all based about how many steps you take, and that determines. So right now we're in an encounter. The game has already decided how many steps until the next encounter, but it hasn't decided which encounter that is. So if we saved after this, it's always going to be the same amount of steps, but that encounter can change. I think it's a refreshing change from like a step route, because it gives us a nice variety. So no run will be like any other.
Yeah, you don't have to memorize how many steps you have between each encounter in order to do a quick save and quick load with the PSP version, or even use an item in the Famicom version. Instead, it is just get into encounter, run. But Talbot on floor 8 of 10, now approaching 9 of 10. Soon to see the end of Castle Pandemonium. Hopefully, I'm going to see some misses with self-destruct. Fire 16 going out from the Fire Gigas is a little painful, but not the end of the world.
Yep, as we are now on to our last screen, headed up into Emperor.
And there you are, 3 Fire Gigas in 1 encounter. That's a thing.
So we're specking out Leon for this last battle with Emperor 2 for Team Mog.
Putting him in the front row. And it is time to fight Emperor 2. And a preemptive. That's really nice to see. So we could see the one attempt and done here.
And that's
there
time
it
for
is.
Team Mog.
Alright, well, then we transfer over to FFTA here. Luckily, 2 of our runners are already most of the way through the intro sequence. We're coming up on a tutorial fight here on Brain's screen on Team Choco. So basically, we've been dumped into this new world. We don't know how to fight. Moonblazewolf is actually going to learn a little bit on how to throw snowballs, but it's not hugely useful because you can't actually win that fight. But yeah, we got a little guest character here. We got Mont Blanc and Marsh, and we have to defeat 2 Bangas. And Mont Blanc is a guest character, so he's gonna kind of just do whatever he wants. And if we're lucky, he'll actually do what his job is designed for and cast spells, but we'll see what happens here.
And what's interesting about the snowball fight is that there's actually a difference between the Japanese and other versions of the game, where the Japanese version doesn't include this little sequence where we go back and forth with the teacher and Ritz about how to move and how to throw. Whereas all other versions do go through this, and so there's a little bit of speed up there if you run the Japanese version.
Yeah, overall, the Japanese and the Western versions play pretty much the same. That's probably one of the more significant changes. Laws being another one, but we'll get into those a little bit later. Brain's getting some good RNG here with Mont Blanc casting magic. He actually killed the enemy White Monk, which is really good.
And we're getting introduced to the mechanic of judge points. And what ended up happening is that, we can see Blaze going through this right now, is that we turn off a lot of animations, which include those judge points and experience gains, just to speed up every single time we take an action or KO a unit. But what Brain went through was seeing that we get judge points every time we KO a unit, and those can be used for some of the strongest abilities in the game.
Looks like Chyrad is also getting the same RNG here, except missed both enemy units. So this fight can do what we like to call judgeless, where you see the big guy in armor riding a chocobo. He's the judge of the battlefield who kind of just makes sure you're upholding whatever arbitrary laws they've set for that day. And every 2.5, 3 rounds of turns, he'll take his own turn and then try to organize the battlefield so bodies are laid out nice and evenly. You can actually finish this battle before he gets a turn, so we like to call it judgeless, and it's basically you get the best RNG possible. You get Mont Blanc casting magic, you crit the warrior, everyone dies right on time. Pretty rare though, most people just never see it. But BrainBugged finishing his first battle.
And oftentimes this fight will go many different ways, and that's a theme that's really constant throughout this run. As much as we can, the different fights are laid out in a way where we want to avoid as much bad RNG as possible, because enemy turns are going to take a lot longer. But if you miss attacks, or if the enemies move in a certain pattern, it starts to slow things down. So Lizardmen, this first encounter, definitely one of those encounters that you can lose some time to even right out the start.
Yeah, and the more you run the game, you kind of get used to a general flow for each battle. But like Keiji said, if you do miss an attack and the enemy lives longer than it should, that's going to kind of offset the general flow that you're used to. So a lot of the speed run is kind of just adapting to, RNG going different ways, enemies doing things you aren't used to. Very few fights in this run are scripted, maybe 5 or so are relatively scripted, but even those, some of them have a chance, you might miss a 75% shot. But yeah, Blaze is just going through the intro sequence. We kind of saw it while FF2 was going on earlier, where you're just sitting through about, 5 or 6 minutes of cutscenes before you actually get to the real gameplay. It's kind of an unfortunate part of the speedrun, but there's much worse parts, I think some people would argue, than the intro cinematics.
Absolutely, and Brain is now at the point when we get to name the clan. So we will get Team Chocobo officially in FFTA now. And with that, we also get to see the overworld map, which this game will kind of go back and forth between the two, where we go to an overworld map, we move around, go to the next mission, go into the mission, do the fight, and so it's kind of a back and forth between navigating the overworld and doing those missions. And each time we have to go back to the overworld map to start the next story mission, and between each of those story missions there may be some shopping, some menuing, or even a little bit of cycling that we have to do before we can go into the next story mission.
Yeah, an interesting thing you might have noticed about the world map is it's actually pretty blank right now. And that's one of the main gameplay mechanics of this game, is that since this is kind of a fantasy world just made up out of nowhere, it doesn't really have pre-existing locations yet. So as you go through the story, the players are going to be building the world as they go. And you might think, okay, well, Brain put that town up north and then Chyrad just put it to the left. Why are they in different locations? And there's no real one solution to an optimal map for this run. In fact, you can build it pretty much an infinite number of ways. But there are some things that we do require from it. So when you put tiles next to each other in certain formations, you can trigger treasure hunts, which are basically used to get, extra items and stuff. So there's a few of those that we do hard require for the run, and those are otherwise the only requirements for the map. Anything else you can kind of place where you want, but we've tried to route out the icons as well as we could so that they wouldn't, you wouldn't have to travel as much, or they'd be in a nice spot for the next mission or something. But Brain's starting the first mission herb picking here.
And meanwhile, Blaze is finally entering Evilise.
Evilise official.
Mm-hmm.
So herb picking, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I was gonna say it's actually a really interesting map because more or less every enemy except for the fairy is going to die in 2 hits. So optimally, there's like a minimum number of turns that you can clear it in, because they start far away, you work your way towards them, and it's just kind of how fast and how lucky you can get with your hits. So it's a good test of like, okay, can you adapt to the battles well enough and fast enough? But we're going to do something interesting in this battle in a little bit.
Yeah, this is the very first mission where we actually have access to our full party. As you saw, there was some menuing to swap around Marsh's job to an archer and re-equip some items onto our team. The 2 missions prior, even though they do count toward our encounter count, there's not much you can do. Marsh is the only member of your party who can actually gain experience, and so now the game starts to really open up, and we definitely take advantage of that within this fight. So as we start to get toward the end of this fight, we can call out some of the strategies that are happening.
Yeah, it looks like the fairy's causing Chyrad a little bit of trouble. That's probably the most annoying enemy to miss, just because it has high evasion and pretty good move speed.
And in this game, it's a tactics game, so similar to what we saw with Final Fantasy Crisis Core earlier, back attacks and side attacks do impact the combat. But in this game, instead of doing more damage, side attacks and back attacks will actually increase your accuracy against different units. So attacking a unit from the front will give an evasion boost to the defender, which means your attacks are less likely to hit. So when possible, we always try to go for back attacks for that increased accuracy, but sometimes we'll be in a situation where we have to go for a side attack, and we really hope that there's no situations where we have to go for a front attack.
Yeah, there are a couple workarounds to that. Marsh actually has access to one of them called Combo, and Like Blaze is going to see here during this tutorial fight, and like Keiji was saying, when you defeat an enemy unit, you get a judge point, and you can actually spend those judge points on combos, which they will do your normal amount of damage with 100% accuracy, no strings attached. You bypass almost every reaction ability, except for the cursed damage to MP. But right now we're not really strong enough to defeat any units with it, so it doesn't do us much good other than making sure we hit whatever we're attacking. So Brain is actually doing the first step of a very multiple step process. He's going to blind one of these goblins. And immediately step 2 right afterwards, he's going to speed break this goblin. So speed break is like the typical Final Fantasy slow, except it never wears off. Except for, I think, if you get KO'd and then revived, I think it should wear off. But that goblin is now permanently slowed for the rest of the fight. So those are the first 2 steps. He's going to have to do a little bit of cleanup here with the rest of the enemy units, but we're setting up for something.
And the red cap took out Mont Blanc, our friend Monty, but that is partly working toward another step where we're actually okay in this fight with our party going down. We're going to be setting up to make sure that it's just us as our hero, Marsh, versus the goblin who is blinded. And I believe blind, in addition to the front attack, side attack, and back attack evasion, blind is one of those ones where that also reduces your chance to hit. So if you get a front attack while you're blinded, that's going to be a very, very low chance to hit your target.
Looks like Blaze also got a spell casting Monty today. So fortunately we saw only good Monties in Lizardmen. Sometimes he has a chance to just try to use melee attacks, which is really, really frustrating because it does next to no damage, and you know he's half of your team at that point in the game. We also saw Blaze use a combo, so guaranteed accuracy. He's not going to miss that one. He basically just wanted to ensure he defeated the enemy unit without missing.
Marsh is going to be the only unit that gets combo throughout the entire run, but because we changed Marsh's job a couple of times throughout the run, we're actually going to get to see different combo animations, which is tied to the weapon type that the character has equipped. There are some really cool ones if you play the game casually. My personal favorite is the Morpher. It's very cool. So keep an eye out for the different combo animations that we see throughout the run. And it looks like Brain has 1 unit left to KO. Chyrad is 2 enemy units, or I guess 1 enemy unit. Oh yeah, 2 enemy units and 3 allied units to clear out first.
Pretty good setup for a spell cast and hitting 4 people at once, if he's lucky. Looks like Brain is good to go.
So what's going to happen now is that we are needing to get to a much higher level in order to complete the game. One of the benefits of doing a level up at the beginning of the very first mission is that once that's done, we can pretty much go through the entirety of the rest of the game. So we're always looking for ways to try to do this as quickly as possible. And it just so happens that the boost ability, because of all of the animations, tied to abilities, boost is the one that runs the fastest and gives us the most XP. It gives us 10 experience every time we use it. And 10 is going to be essentially the benchmark for what we could possibly hit in kind of a sustainable way. But what is happening is that the goblin is going to try to figure out what they're going to do on their turn. And eventually they just kind of give up and they're like, I can't attack Marsh, I can't do anything, and they just kind of start waiting there and doing nothing. And so that ends up speeding up things a little bit because the battle doesn't end. We can continue to gain experience doing that aim and waiting, and then we can get to the level that we need to clear the rest of the game. Looks like Chyrad is almost there. And Blaze is going in for shopping, getting ready to start into her picking.
Yeah, so like that Charbow is necessary for the blackout ability on Archer, which we see used on this Goblin here, and then the Silver Sword also gives us speed break. So we're really lucky that the shop right at the start has access to the 2 weapons we need the most.
And over time, that shop is going to get better equipment as we progress and do more missions. So there's a couple different ways that the world progresses throughout the game. One of those is tied to number of encounters. This can be done by going into a map and running or completing the map. So there'll be some situations later where we're going to run from fights that are optional, but every single story encounter that we have also counts toward that encounter number. So that's why those 2 fights in the beginning, Lizardmen and the Snowball fight, both help out in that regard. And then once we hit 10 and then 20 encounters, the shop will upgrade and then give us the next tier of weapons. Going through story missions, we'll start to change the laws. So we'll start with, we only have 1 law that's banned right now, or in place right now. Then we'll go to 2, they shuffle around a little bit. Then we go to 3, and then 3 laws means that at any given time, there are 3 things that you cannot do. Otherwise, you start getting penalties for taking those kinds of actions.
So to go into a little bit more about the aim boost weighting, so KG mentioned that 10 experience is the best we can do right now, and unlike most other RPGs, the way experience is handled in this game is a little bit different. So every action we take is going to give us 10 experience plus or minus 2 for each level difference that the target is from our level. So if you hit something or someone of the same level as you, you will get 10 experience. If they're 1 level lower, you'll get 8. If they're 1 level higher, you'll get 12. So ideally, if you wanted to level up really fast, you'd find a level 50 punch-in bag and you just smack it around a bunch, but we don't have access to that. So instead, we're forced to just target ourselves with this self-targeting ability over and over and get 10 experience each time.
If you play the game casually, you may have also gotten 2 jugglers and just done smile back and forth to try to get level 50 units to get your turns consecutively back and forth.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to cheese the experience system, but in terms of going fast and getting as many levels as quickly as possible, it turns out just leveling 1 unit is actually the most optimal scenario here, because the way your clan levels work is that when you complete side missions and stuff, they have a chance to spawn a random recruit afterwards that'll join your clan, and that unit's level is going to be based on the average level of your overall clan. So, you know, right now our average level is like 3 or 4 at the start, because everyone's basically at the start of the game the base levels, and that's not very good. But if we level 1 unit up pretty high and then dismiss everyone we can, that's going to boost the average level significantly. So it ends up being faster to level this 1 unit, kick everyone out, recruit new units, than it is to level up a whole clan simultaneously. Because again, they're all just going to be getting, 10 experience per action, but it's going to take, 3 hits to start killing enemies, 4 hits to kill an enemy, and that enemy is going to take turns, and you're only going to level up like once a mission if you're lucky. So if we just front load everything on 1 unit, then we can just skip that. But most other RPGs would have, a gradual experience curve where, killing a rat at the start of the game gives you 5 experience, but killing, some mid-game enemy, a wolf or something, will give you 200. Well, why would you grind to 99 on the rats when you could just wait a little bit longer and get a higher payout later? This doesn't have that because it's all based on the average or the level of the targets.
What's also different in this game is that the experience comes during the match. So all of the experience you gain, you get that level up immediately. You get all the stat bonuses. Nothing happens at the end. So that also allows us to just stay within one mission and get all the levels that we need, and we don't have to max out the experience bar, finish the mission, grab the level, and repeat that until we reach the desired level.
Yeah, it's actually really similar to the first Tactics in that regard, because that one handled it the same way, where you got experience and then job points during the battle, but you couldn't spend the job points during the battle. So this one, you also get experience, and then at the end of the battle, you'll get awarded ability points that go towards mastering and learning abilities, which will come into play a little bit more later on, because we will have to actually master some stuff and shift our jobs around.
I also appreciate how Brain and Chyrad are both in a very intense staring contest with each of their goblins. We'll see who comes out on top.
Yeah, this was actually...
Put my money on Marsh.
I hope so. It was actually an accidental discovery by Keiji that this worked. So we'll see. You can't really see it on Blaze's screen. Oh wait, no, still too far away. Maybe when the camera pans to the judge on Brain's feed, there's a rock on the far right of the map. No, it's still just slightly off. But next to the rock is one tile that you can stand on. And what we initially did when we rerouted this game last year is we would put Marsh in that little hole, and then we'd kill one of our units right in front of him, and the judge won't move that unit, so now no enemy could hit us. Well, the goblin that we leave alive kind of just wanders around doing whatever, and then Keiji at one point decided, well, what if we just blinded him and then saw what happened there and didn't use the rock? And for some reason, it just breaks the AI in this fight. The goblin just gives up the will to fight and will just look at you. Well, try to look at you. You can't see anything with those sunglasses on. And there's no real explanation for it. I don't know if it's a fail-safe by the developers or just some mechanical oversight.
We definitely take advantage of it. This game, fortunately, unfortunately, there's not a lot of exploits that we can take advantage of. So anything that we do find, strategies or just the way the base mechanics work, we definitely try to use it to go as quickly as we can.
Yeah, in terms of manipulating enemies, there's basically nothing that can be done in this game aside from one boss fight halfway through the game. I think would be the closest thing we have to an actual enemy manipulation where we can guarantee his first turn. But other than that, this is the closest we have to an actual glitch, I guess.
And that's something to be said about running this game, is that because there isn't a lot of exploits and there's no manipulation that we can do for the enemies, some of it comes up to the decision making of the runner to be able to recognize, okay, what has played out so far, what is likely to happen, and how do I pick the option that will reward me as much as possible. And sometimes you go for one option and it's the wrong option, then you have to make a decision based on that. And so you can lose a lot of time just to thinking. I think Vallnoir and I both have times in our runs where we just sit there, we're like, okay, what do I do? But as we can see from our runners, they are very well versed in this route. They know what decisions they're making, and we get to see that translated into how quickly they get to go through.
Yeah, it's actually a really that's kind of why I love running this game and games like this, is there's enough downtime between your turns, and I know Keiji does this as well, where even when an enemy is taking a turn, you're already planning out your next move for whichever unit is up next, and you generally kind of know, just based on repetition, the order of units. But even if you didn't, you'd have a plan for each of your characters. Okay, you know, my white monk goes next, I'm going to have him do this. If Marsh goes next, I'll have him do that. And I appreciate that the slower paced nature of this game allows for that, because even though it's so slow, it's still hard to do consistently and quickly. And sometimes, you know, that turn will come up and you'll be like, wait, maybe that's not the best idea. Maybe I should do this one instead. And Keiji's right. You'll see during our runs where you'll hesitate on a tile and be like, no, I'm not going to move there. I'm going to go here instead.
Yep, and that can also apply to the overworld too. So we'll see that a little bit later. There's times where we have to move around, and even that's a decision. So there's a lot of decisions to be made throughout this run, and you know, surprisingly, this is one of the times where you get to think, but you're also doing all this quick menuing, right? You're trying to get through the grind as quickly as possible. It's roughly about 8 seconds to do all the menuing, do the animation, wait for your turn. And so if you take an extra 2 seconds because you missed a menu or you went down to the status by accident, that can start adding up time. So even in this part where it looks like there's not much going on, you know, the runners are all really focused in making sure their inputs are clean. So it looks like all of our runners are now at the point when they're grinding for experience. And as mentioned, I think we're going to level 34 on Marsh, and we get a couple levels on Mont Blanc as well. We're going to pick him up with a Phoenix down. And what's fortunate is that Mont Blanc can get a number of levels more quickly than Marsh, because Marsh is going to be a much higher level when we resurrect him, and is going to be getting around 50 to 30, so it's about 2 to 3 attacks on Marsh to get a full level.
I think up until the last level or two, he actually only takes 2 hits. He starts at like 60 experience or something per hit. But yeah, that comes into play with the experience curve I was talking about, where the higher level your target, the more experience you get. You could effectively level up almost, I guess you could level up a full level if you were level 2 hitting level 50, because you get 10 plus another 96. But yeah, so like Keiji said, we're going to go to 34, and it's not just a randomly chosen level. It's the minimum, it's actually not the minimum requirement we need. 33 is technically what you can get away with. The way the level that you go to is determined is based on one specific boss fight later, where you need just enough strength to one-shot him first turn. And that's more or less what determines what level you grind to. And previously, before we rerouted the game last year, the grind was done on Soldier. And Soldier obviously is going to be stronger than Archers, so it gets a higher attack stat gain per level up. And Soldier can actually get away with going to level 29. But because we're Archer and we're a little bit weaker, we have to go to 33. But we actually chose 34 kind of as a more consistent option for levels, because it's not only for just that one boss, but also every fight from like 2.5 hours into the run to the end of the game, that all of our units are now going to be level 34. And just that one extra level up makes things just a little bit more consistent. So we opted to lose an extra like 2 minutes of time leveling up to save so much headache from, you know, lower damage rolls, slightly not killing enemies. And it just makes it overall easier.
And a lot of this was trial and error. A lot of time spent going through this grind, trying out different strategies. So for anyone interested in running this game, you know, we are still talking about different ideas and theories and how to work through different setups just to save as much time as possible.
Yeah, unfortunately, the grind is a necessary part of any percent. It'd be pretty much impossible to work around it unless you could humanly somehow do frame perfect inputs for, you know, 3.5 hours straight, which actually it'd probably be closer to 3 hours, but that's not possible. So we have to settle for grinding levels. However, there is an alternative category called Famfrit. And Famfrit, if you played Final Fantasy 12 or 14, you recognize the name. It's probably present in a lot of Final Fantasies, actually. He's the first official boss of the game, and that category is basically from starting a new game to defeating him, and that's it. But because it's only about 6 story missions in, you don't need to grind at all. The current route has a little bit of clan recruiting and stuff, but otherwise you're running at basically the minimum level, and it's roughly an hour long, hour 10 for some. But it's a good intro category, teaches you how to do the battles, and you don't have to sit through the grind or anything.
That one does have a little bit of RNG manipulation. So how that works in this game is it's based on when the game loads up. And so you can put the game into a state where you can influence RNG by timing the inputs so that you get a specific number. That is also one of the reasons why when you start a new game, all of your units have the same stats. So there's no benefit to just like re-rolling a new game every single time, because it just so happens that the random number generator works out that you will always get the same stats for your starting party no matter what. So we take advantage of that in the Fanfrit category, or you can at least, to get some pretty powerful weapons early on that allow you to speed through the rest of that fight and beat the first boss. But after that first boss, the game starts to scale up pretty quickly. Enemies start having a lot more health, a lot more damage, which is one of the reasons why for any percent we do that grind up front, so that way we don't have to deal with any of that.
I think I actually tested back when Fanfrit was pretty new, and we're like, what other categories can we make? I think I tested an Adromelech run with no grinding. It's doable. It gets rough. It gets really rough by the time you get him, and then I think I barely scraped by that fight.
There's a total of 5 totema in this game, so each of those totema will unlock a new powerful ability for each of the races, the 5 races within the FFTA universe, and then after that there's one final boss that we have to complete. So we're going to be using each of those as milestones to show progression throughout this run. And Fanfrit is the first one, and I think Adremelech is the third one.
Yeah. They are also the turning point where the laws become progressively more strict and change up a little bit, but we're quite a ways out from that still. And I think... So we have 2 different map setups going on here. So when we rerouted this game, Keiji and I both ended up making our own maps, but they are effectively the same thing. Like, it's the same route at its core. You're going to be doing the same things at the same points in time. It's just where we place the tile icons. But I think our runners enter this battle on different days. I think yours is on the 12th and mine is the 8th.
Something like that.
Yeah, so for one of these battles, fire is going to be banned. The other one, ice, will be banned. And the way laws work in the Western version is if something is banned, it also has a bonus law, basically the polar opposite of it, that said, the judge says, do this and I'll give you free JP. So if fire is banned, you cast ice. If ice is banned, you cast fire, and you can farm JP that way. When we pick up Monty in a long while from now, we'll actually utilize that to get him to 10 JP for later. And that's also one of the version differences between the Japanese and the Western versions of the game. On top of having very different law sets, the Japanese version also does not have bonus laws. So even if we were to try to translate this route to the Japanese version of the game, because of utilizing those bonus laws so much, we effectively wouldn't be able to use the same route anymore, because at multiple points in the game we use those bonus laws to farm up to 10 JP on some units. And then
I'm also not trying to deal with the strict laws of the Japanese version. Something like, don't do more than this amount of damage.
Yeah, they've got like damage limits, no healing under this amount. There's some... If you ever played this game as a kid and you thought the laws were nonsense and you hated them, The Japanese version is 10 times worse. Just trust me on that one. I think I tried running 80% on it once, and I broke the law for doing too much damage or something, and I had no idea.
You got a crit? That's too bad. That's against the law. Sorry.
No critical hits. Actually, A2 took the law system and applied a lot of that stuff to it as well. But those ones are actually consistent per battle. You'll never have to worry about what you're running into.
And but talking about that, there are some great resources on game FAQs for how these mechanics in the game work, and I think Vallnoir and I and all the runners have definitely referenced that a lot. T. Ferguson has that guide and goes over all the battle mechanics and the laws and the abilities, and we've gone through to see like, well, how does unit recruitment work? How many AP points can we get from these different missions, or what mission items can we bring along to increase our damage? There's just a wealth of systems in this game that we pretty much make use of all of them at this point in the run to get through as quickly as possible.
And the game doesn't explicitly tell you all of these things either, which is interesting. Like mission items, you can take up to 2 mission items on a mission. We don't have any at this point in the game because we obviously haven't done anything. But they can give you bonuses, and if you read the description of a mission item in game, it'll actually tell you some of the bonuses, where it'll list out, attack, defense, magic defense. But it'll show you random symbols like circles, squares, double circle, and I mean that means nothing as a player. But luckily, T. Ferguson basically data mined and dumped all of the information on the game on GameFAQs, and yeah, we've referenced that so much and try to utilize it as much as we can, and it's explained so much about this game that made it more runnable than ever before.
Some of the mission items also change enemy resistances to the elemental magics. So one of the unfortunate things I think in this game is that elemental magic generally is not as strong as just doing a regular attack. So maybe it's some of those mission items they were designed to say, hey, you can make all enemies weak to ice magic and just bring this mission item along. So maybe they had to tune down magic for that. But as a result, we don't get those in the speed run. We're really just going through and attacking and doing as much physical damage as possible. So as a result, the 2 stats in this game that we really care about, with all tactics games of any kind, speed is probably the most important stat, and then attack is the next most important. And we are getting to a level where pretty much most of our units are going to one-shot enemies throughout the run, up until maybe the last number of fights. But even then, that's one of those questions where all the runners will talk about and say, well, what about level 36? What about level 38? And you start to say, well, is that going to change something from a 1-hit to a 2-hit? How much time am I actually saving? Because each of these levels here takes about, we use it roughly about 2 minutes 30 seconds in this version of the grind. So you have to make that trade-off of saying, is an additional 2 minutes 30 seconds going to be saved later down the road just because I can one-shot an enemy?
Their menus pop up so fast I can't tell. Okay, so Brain's on 15. I've been trying to catch their levels.
Slow down.
Yeah. Can you guys go a bit slower? So Chyrad's 1 level behind Brain. So they're about halfway through. Really, the setup takes up a decent amount of time. Yeah, Keiji mentioned that this version of the grind, we try to average the level around 215 to 230 per level. There is another version of the grind that we used to do called Frosty Mage, and it's on a side mission, a couple fights from this one, where we're actually able to kill all of the enemies and all of our allies and leave only Marsh alive and grind on that map. The way it works is there's some obstacles that are actually the objective of the mission to destroy, but they don't take turns. So if you just leave one of the 2 alive, or both of them, you can effectively just grind there without interference. And you can get down to 150 per level, but there's also more missions you have to do to get up to that point, and you have to do them while being on level. So the trade-off becomes, well, can you clear these missions fast enough to make up for the time of starting the grind later, or is doing the grind earlier more beneficial than starting it later? And we found herb picking is definitely the most consistent option for basically everyone, but theoretically you could go a little bit faster by grinding on Frosty Mage still.
Unfortunately for us, maybe fortunately, this is a good song, but the song is exactly the same on both. So when we were rerouting this, we were like, oh, okay, maybe we'll change it up and get some different ambience, but no, it's the same. That's all right. This song is it's grown on me.
You'll forever have that 30-second loop ingrained in your head.
So Vallnoir, are there any casual strategies that you personally like that didn't make the cut into any percent that you want to give a shout out to?
Yeah, specifically for, what is it, Dromelech, I think Mind Break Double Sword is a really good strategy.
Oh yeah?
yeah, I've heard from some reputable sources that's a good one. No, I think, so in terms of the speedrun, and even casually, Magic is pretty underwhelming, but the Sage is still probably one of my favorite jobs in this game. Honestly, I'm gonna probably just go ahead and say it's probably because it has 4 movement spaces versus the usual caster 3, and that probably won me over as a kid. But it's got some cool status elements and stuff like bio and whatnot that I really enjoyed. I think it can also equip a shield, so it's not your traditional spellcaster.
And maybe that's an interesting point about shield. So I believe this is the same studio that made the Tactics Ogre series, correct?
They made the Knight of Lotus before that.
Okay.
So Knight of Lotus is technically FFTA's older brother, if you want to think of it like that. It came out 2 years prior to this one. It was kind of their test run for developing on the GBA.
And the reason I bring that up, though, is because I believe shields in that game, there's an actual block percentage that you can get for using a shield. In this game, you don't get block, but shields give evasion. So they kind of do the same thing. So instead of having a different animation, they kind of consolidate it to say, hey, if you have a shield, you're evading the attack by blocking it. So there are definitely ways to increase your evasion through equipping a shield. And so some of those classes that get access to them end up just dodging damage, including magic attacks as well.
Yeah, there's also so evasion is one of those stats, and then there's the typical magics or attacks and defenses, and sometimes gear can actually give you a tiny little amount of stats, and we'll actually be using the shop upgrades later on to load ourselves up with basically any item we can find that gives us more attack, because again, that's going to help us defeat enemies as easily as possible. So we want to just equip everyone with as much of those as possible. But there are also different pieces of equipment that can give you speed and stuff, but we don't really need that too much at the end.
And I almost forgot that the most important stat is actually movement. There are boots that a lot of boots in the game change the way that you move around the map, but there's these boots called dash boots that give +1 movement, and being able to reach units quicker or outrange them is really, really important in this game. A unit with 3 movement can't walk behind an enemy. There's just not enough space to do it, but a unit with 4 movement can. And that's just one small example of how movement really impacts the flow of battle. And so there's another type of shoes that give +2 movement, Ninja Tabi, but we don't have readily access to more pairs than one. So we just settle for dash boots. But I would probably say movement is the most important stat in this game. And as Vallnoir mentioned, it's not equal across the board. Some jobs have 3 movement, some have 4. and that's it. And then you can only increase it from there through equipping different items and mainly boots.
Yeah, there are a couple other items that give increased movement. I think you can get up to, what, like 7 tiles total? So there's some bonus items you get for winning tourneys later on that you'll never see in the any percent speedrun. And they all give you increased movement, and then you can also level up the overall stats of them by repeating those missions. But if you switch to a job that can equip all of them, you can basically move around half the map in one go. And just being able to traverse the battlefield quickly is huge. And we'll see a major shift halfway through the run when we do finally get access to that shop upgrade and can get dash boots. The difference even between 4 and 5 tiles is basically, you know, we can always reach the enemy's first turn no matter what.
And a lot of these maps, there's different styles. They're not all the same. So some will have lava tiles, some will have water tiles. If you're in a water tile, you can't attack or take an action, and you also can't use reaction abilities. There's also maps with like really high elevation, so that can make firing arrows very challenging, and just movement, right? So then there's different boots that you can teleport, or just you have infinite jump. And so it's nice because each of these fights, you know, you really go into and you can practice each fight and say, what tools do I have? How do I practice this to get through it in the most efficient way possible? And then just repeat it multiple times. And then the fun part comes because you just never know what you're going to get. You never know if an attack's going to hit or miss, or where enemies might go. You have a general idea. So when you're practicing this game, a good way to go about it is to go into a map and just repeat it multiple times so you just get familiar with the terrain and everything. But it's not just all like one flat map that you just, you know, do the same thing over and over again. You really have to approach the terrain and the enemy placement.
Yeah, this map is probably almost as simple as they can make it, which, I mean, it's a great introduction to map. You know, you got a couple bushes for obstacles, but otherwise nice open area. No one will be unable to jump up or down a ledge because they don't have enough jump stat. But every map or every location on the map has variations to it. So like this one has kind of a nighttime forest area. The mountain we'll be going to next also has like 4 or 5 probably different variations to it I can think of off the top of my head. So it's pretty cool. There's actually a mission later on that we sadly don't do normally anymore, but you could encounter it on any tile in the game, and I actually really enjoyed doing that one traditionally, and you know, fighting the enemies on it, because it was different each time and you got to adapt and try to figure out really quickly based on, you know, the zoom in, like, okay, who do I deploy where? But otherwise, most of the speedrun is just going to be, you'll be seeing the same things each run. But we hope. Yeah, for anyone that's come in like the last 10 to 20 minutes, we are indeed power leveling and boosting our level. We're going to 34 on Marsh and 14 or 15 on Mont Blanc. Runner's preference there. I think most will opt for 14.
Yeah, and if we talk about leads, it looks like Team Choco is still in the lead by about 1 level. Imagine that, measuring in levels. Chyrad and Tonberry are in second, about, like I said, 1 level behind. And Blaze is, I need to check that again. They're going too fast. About
4 levels.
Yeah.
3 levels.
3
behind Chyrad.
3 from,
Yeah, we're redoing the relay timings this year. I think Keiji's right. Everything's going to be measured in levels now.
We'll just have 30 different splits for every single level. You get the in-depth. It's like, oh, there's overtaking this team right now. But I think they're all within about 10 minutes of each other. it's a little bit deceptive, but this is definitely an area where, again, if you have a little bit slower menuing or you just hit the
Not
status,
focused as much.
yeah, it's really crazy. I think it's one of those things where until you're like in it and you like realize like how much focus it takes to hit all these menus, you can lose some time. We've done not relays, but races before, and some people will enter herb picking ahead, and then all of a sudden they're a little bit behind just because of the menuing. There's also another thing that can happen. So the way leveling up in this game works and getting stats is that every single job, and this is not like this is the unique instance of that job. So it's not like archers from humans are the same as archers from Vera. They're all different, but each unit will have stat growths where you'll get a flat amount of stats. So let's say that's 1 to 5 of a stat. And then there's a decimal point at the end of that, which isn't carried over. It's just a random chance out of 10 of how much you could get a bonus stat. So I think for the archer, I don't remember the exact number, but it's for sure 1 point something, which means that there is a % chance that you get a bonus speed stat.
Archer is 1.4.
1.4. So there's a 4 out of 10 chance to get an extra speed stat every level. And in this particular sequence, if Marsh happens to get a lot of speed levels early, you can start to get 3 turns to the 1 turn of the judge, and the goblin is kind of how we use it. And that can really start to speed things up because now Marsh is getting more turns, not having to wait for all these animations of like going to the judge, watching them move, going to the goblin, letting them wait. And so if one of the runners was able to, just through RNG, get a little bit more speed gain, that can also help them catch up over time. So in addition to the menuing, there's a little bit of RNG there, but I don't think that's as impactful as making sure that you're really on spot with all the menuing.
Yeah, it might save a total of a couple turns over the course of the whole grind, but it's still satisfying to see because the more turns you get in a row, that means the longer the break is between then and your next turn. Like, generally speaking, you want the goblin and the judge to take their turns in tandem together. That way, you get all of yours together. So when you're grinding, and I mean, if you're streaming the game, you're probably just talking to Twitch chat the whole time, so it's not too bad. But like, when you're really just focusing on the grind, you start to keep track of your turns, and you're like, okay, I only got 1 turn, now I'm alternating with the goblin. How do I get this back to just my turns together? You don't really have an option, but you focus on those throughout the grind, and there's little things to think about, keep you occupied.
Definitely when you're running it goes by quickly. It's always fun to have people to chat with, talk to, so it helps keep you sane a little bit too. And really, this is once we get through the grind, there is not really a point where it slows down. Unfortunately, there's no cutscene skip, so we do have to go through some of those cutscenes. But other than that, it's a lot of, okay, what's the next step? How do I, minimize the number of turns that I'm taking? And you're like kind of always thinking about the next turn, and anticipating what the enemies are going to do and adjusting your plans on the fly. So your brain really stays engaged the entirety of the way through, especially as you get into the rest of the run.
Have we shouted out the randomizer yet?
I don't think so. But there is a randomizer for the game. Vallnoir, I don't know if you want to say anything else about it. Feels weird for me to talk about it.
Yeah, so even if you don't want to, speedrun this game, but doing the battles and stuff does look fun and interesting to you, and maybe you have played it casually before and you want a slightly different experience. We do have the fanfic category for an entry, kind of speedrun category, but we also have a randomizer where, you can randomize tons of different things for the game. You can change which jobs are available to races and stuff. You can change what people can equip. You can even change the elemental resistances. And it's actually a lot of fun. We tend, if we ever did races, to do like 6 missions or whatever and see who could complete them the fastest. And you don't know which missions you're gonna get. We typically run like a couple jobs pre-mastered, like 3 jobs, and then you'd have to figure out what loadout for each character you want to use, and what combination was best for them. And it's really interesting because it also tests your overall knowledge of the game and abilities. And just even more like what I love about 80%, the adapting to battles, you know, going wrong. As weird as that is to say, I enjoy battles not going according to plan. It does make it more interesting to me. That's at its core what the randomizer is full improv the entire time. Yeah, tons of fun though. If you did like this game casually, definitely give that a look. Everyone loves randomizers these days, right?
Yep, definitely.
The randomizer name, you should be able to just search on Google for FFTA randomizer. I think it's on GitHub under Toji. Yeah.
And other things about the randomizer is even if you didn't want to, randomize the jobs and all the different things, you can just play the game and say, hey, I want a different starting party. What would it be like if I started with, all Moogles or
all Gadgeteers? What could go wrong?
Yeah, all Gadgeteers. What would I do? So for challenge runs, it's a lot of fun. But what's cool is that even if you didn't use a randomizer, there's actually ways in this game to start with a random party. We'll be taking advantage of that a little bit later, so you can see how that goes. But yeah, definitely using the randomizer is a way to speed that up quite a bit. I think
Brain's almost at 24.
24, okay.
So 10 levels to finish, so we're getting pretty close there.
About 20 minutes away.
But yeah, another thing with the randomizer is it really helps showcase how underpowered magic is in this game. I think that kind of ties into one of the earlier topics we brought up. Yeah, we just had to kind of, whenever we ran it, blacklist all of the basic magic because it is so underpowered. You're not going to be defeating anything with it anytime soon, which is really unfortunate because like some of the spell animations in this game are absolutely amazing, especially for a Game Boy Advance game. Like illusion magic, that's pretty cool. And
it would be a disservice to the whole modding community if we didn't give them a shout out. There's a couple of modders. Leonarth is one of them who has done a lot of work on breaking down the game, and there's a lot of cool mods out there as well that just like revamp some of those things that make magic stronger or make MP gains different. So they're really, the modding community is pretty cool. A lot of great ideas coming out of there as well.
So we didn't really point it out because it didn't happen to anyone, thankfully. The goblin can walk around here, and sometimes it's inconsistent on what causes it. So when the judge takes his turn and there's corpses on the ground, or sleeping units, I don't think they're actually dead. He has some rules for how he likes to arrange them, as weird as that is. So on most of these screens, you can see them 3 tiles apart, kind of in like the knight's movement from chess, 1 over, 2 away. If not that, then at least 2 spaces apart with a gap in between. So he likes to move them in a way that basically you can't just surround yourself with them fully and then be safe, which is kind of why we used the little corner by the rock initially, because there's no rule against units on the end of a map against the wall, and that spot just happens to be safe for that. But sometimes I think it's where Brain is standing right now, 2 away from the bush. If there's a body there, then the goblin likes to move on his turns. And it doesn't use up too much time, but you do, over the course of the grind, maybe lose like 30 to 45 seconds total to the goblin walking around. There's really nothing you can do about it. Like, you could try to position your kills just perfectly so no unit is going to get moved to that spot, but really it just comes down to luck, and I think all of our runners got pretty lucky there.
Yeah, definitely. I think so far, to recap on all of the RNG we've seen, Lizardmen, I think no one got judgeless, which is skipping that judge turn.
I think they all had pretty bad ones. Monty
yeah,
missed.
or at least there was a couple of extra turns that they didn't want to see. So that was all about even. And that can make about a difference of a minute. Right now, Choco is still in the lead by about a minute. That's Brain. Chyrad is a minute behind, and then Blaze is
or a level behind.
A level behind, yeah. Sorry. So one level, about 2 minutes, and then Blaze is more than that. But they're all pretty close so far, and there's still a lot left in this run where things could shift at any given moment.
Yeah, there's a lot of RNG in this run. You don't run this game unless you're okay with RNG. This isn't, like Fire Emblem 7 where you have the perfect, cursor movement route where everything's more or less scripted. Every attack can miss in this one. Clans can get in your way. Units could not show up when you need them. There's a lot of things that can equalize the times in this race.
However, we definitely worked on this route quite a bit, to the point where a lot of our decision making around routing comes from that perspective of, okay, do we favor risk or do we favor reward? How much risk do we want? Do we want high risk, high reward, or do we want maybe lower reward but lower risk on that side? And so as we mentioned, there's a different route where you go through a couple more missions before you start the grind, and it comes about the same, but in theory, if you can do those fights without the extra levels quicker, that can end up being faster. But then if something goes wrong, then you're losing time. And so
or you're resetting, 30 minutes in.
Exactly. And so those are also strategies to think about if you're running this game of, how much do I want to reset? Is that something I want to do, or do I want something that's more consistent and then go with this herb picking route, which is definitely much more consistent in terms of beginning RNG, so you can get into the rest of the run without having to optimize those first couple of extra fights that we would do normally.
Yeah,
and even then, the decision making within some of the individual fights, I know different runners we've talked about, and we're like, yeah, I like taking these starting moves because it opens up these different lines that I can take, and I'm going to take the side attack versus waiting a turn to go for a back attack, and it all just kind of depends on runner's preference, is what we throw around quite a bit.
Yeah, sometimes, especially when we were routing, we'd come up with this new idea. Like, for instance, the one we're going to use today is we level up Mont Blanc to 14. And this is actually going to help boost our clan average even more. It'll end up leaving us at 24, I think, for units we'll get later. And there's an alternative where you don't level him up or use him at all. And then that, in turn, drops the average level down to 17. Well, that's 100% runnable and potentially could be about 30 seconds faster overall, but you are more susceptible, to damage rolls, having to recruit absolutely amazing units. Like, every time we would come up with a new idea and we'd see the trade-off was, 15 to 30 seconds total, we'd just joke and be like, well, it's just runner's choice. Why would you choose this option? I mean, you could if you want, but you're probably going to lose the run because of it. So when we did come up with this route, we tried to make it as consistent as possible. And I think it really shows because we did this back in October through early December last year, this is the basically result of months of playing this game nonstop. And before then, new runners would struggle to get like below 4.5 hours time. And Brain and Blaze actually picked up this game brand new, specifically to run it in the relay. And within their first couple attempts, they were already below, 4 hours and 20 minutes, which that's not something we would have ever seen with the old route before, because it was so volatile with, even extra RNG that we've taken out since then. And yeah, just seeing new runners be able to progress their time so quickly and how much easier it is now than before, it really makes it feel satisfying knowing that we did a good job at making it as entry level as possible if you're willing to sit through the grind. But it hasn't always been like that. The speedrun has changed a ton over like the last 10 years or so. I can't remember what year exactly it got its first speedrun, but it's kind of evolved gradually with speedrunning, I'd say. There's a thread on Speed Demo's archive for the game, actually, dating probably back to, 2009 or 2010, when that was still active. And, initially people were trying to figure out how do we beat this game fast? How do we beat it quickly? And no one was abusing the grind strats at this point in time. So, okay, well, how do we make our starting party beat the game was basically the main goal of them. And speedrunning back then, if you're not familiar with kind of speedrunning in general, it was a lot of segmented runs, which means like, you would start the game and you would play through like the first few missions and then you'd save the game again. Or you'd reset and do it again until you got a time you were satisfied for that split. And then you would do that again, continuing from there to your next split or save point. And you'd basically just do it in chunks and then stitch them all together. And then that was your speedrun. That's kind of like the early days of speedrunning longer games. And, that kind of works. You can run your entry-level clan through the whole game like that. I think someone did it in like 6 or 7 hours total through all their segments. And it was like, I think they might have had an illusionist in there. But they mentioned basically just having to brute force the final missions until they were able to clear them. Which, I mean, it's not really an option RTA anymore to do that, because you're going to lose it if you ever miss an attack or something. But that's kind of how the game started with the speedrun, is like, well, it's possible, you can get lucky enough with your attacks, and most people were okay seeing it done and being like, well, time to move on. But then, I want to say a user by the name Galleon Logic, he put up a run, I think it was 6 hours long or something. It's still on YouTube. The first, as far as I'm aware, recorded and displayed run that had grinding in it. And he used the Frosty Mage map, and I think might have used the Soldier's First Aid ability, which is actually slower than Boost, which is why we switched to Archer.
Much slower. Do you remember how long that animation is? Like, what's the comparison?
On Frosty Mage, it's 2 minutes for Boost per level on average, if we're being on the slower side, and 3 minutes per level with First Aid. So, yeah, it adds up fast. So even just going, 4 levels higher on Archer is way more beneficial than doing Soldier. But yeah, he posted the first video of like, you can do it faster, single segment. You just have to grind a large amount of time. And I think probably went to level 50 or close to the max level, and then just run and gunned everything. And then gradually over time, we've like lowered the levels, like, okay, how low can we go? But we didn't really have like a set strategy at all. It was still just grab whatever could kill units quickly and go. So it was pretty rough. I think I came into it, and the route at that time was just, Marsh and like 2 or 3 white monks, and that was it. which is ironic because we're almost back there, but it's more refined and optimized, I promise. It's not just go to 50 and power through everything. There's actual thinking involved now.
You certainly could do that. Go to max level and just run through the game and not deal with any RNG, but as mentioned,
it works for a lot of RPGs, in fact.
There's definitely time to be saved there.
But I remember streaming one day, and another Final Fantasy community member, Skate for a Living, he used to run Final Fantasy XII at the time. He comes into my stream, and he's like, "Hey, have you seen this run on Nico Video, or Nico, whatever it goes by, of FFTA?" I'm like, "No, what are you talking about?" And he sends me this link to a Japanese run that was, I think it's 4 hours 16 minutes, and it was completely different. It was nothing like the run we were doing. You know, they still did the grind. It's mandatory. You can't get around it. But they weren't using Banga. They were using Viera Assassins, which, okay, that's new. They were grabbing a secret character by the name Lenny. I don't even think we were using mission items at all, even for like power boosts back then. So we translated that route and we started running that. And if you've ever seen this game before like basically this year, you're probably familiar with that one more than anything else. And it was really full of RNG. Like, Lenny himself has 25% chance of recruit, and it's about a minute per attempt to get him. So that alone can kill a run 2.5 hours in. And that's kind of where it sat for a long time. There were little optimizations made here and there, but overall, it stayed more or less the same. And then last year in October, I just got really bored, and I think Keiji asked at some point, like, what if we grinded in herb picking? And I think that's come up before for multiple people. Like, it was known you could grind on this map by standing by the rock, but no one had timed it. So I got bored. I'm just like, all right, I'll do it. Whatever. I give it. I gave. So I sat there one day, and apparently when I'm really bored, I just do the grind. So if you're ever wondering what I'm doing in my spare time, I'm just grinding Marsh's level, reloading the save file, doing it again.
This is actually Vallnoir's hobby, is just doing this part and then ending the run. That's it.
Yep. But no, I found that the time wasn't significantly slower in any way. In fact, it might be on par or faster with the old route. So then I messaged Keiji, I'm like, guess what? And then the next 2 months straight, we just rerouted the whole game to what you'll see today. And it was so many hours put into this route.
Yeah, definitely. And updates on the grinds, we now have Brain res our friend Monty. So the next part, what's happening is Monty's casting Blizzard on Marsh to get some extra JP. So we're actually going to get Monty to 10 JP. That'll be for one of the special abilities that comes up later. And then we're going to finish getting Monty up to level 15 or so, regular attacks after that. And then we'll be done with this mission. So we're really at the final part of this grind for Brain. And I did want to point out that Blaze is, I believe, caught up just a little bit. I think the gap between Mog and Tonberry has been closed. But I've been really impressed by Brain still maintaining about 1 level and 20 experience ahead of Chyrad on Tonberry. It just shows the consistency of these teams and menuing and everything. So looks like Chyrad is now rezzing Monty.
I was confused for a minute because I saw his goblin move, and then I remembered that's where he was standing. So again, the goblin really loves that spot. It's like his go-to location.
And one of the things that happens when you res Monty at this part is that the goblin actually will start to try to attack Monty. and you kind of have to wait for the goblin to give up. So it'll do maybe like 1 or 2 attacks on Monty. You really hope that those miss. They generally do, but if it does hit, that can be a little bit scary. And then, yeah, other than that, we just kind of get Monty some levels. The goblin goes back to doing nothing, and then we close it out. We do have more healing items and res items that we can use on Monty, so it's like not like a game over situation, but just kind of time loss more than anything. But it looks like Chyrad is actually going to use that rock and maybe kite the goblin around a little bit, potentially.
Yeah, so the goblin still won't attack Marsh. He'll only focus on Mont Blanc. Chyrad's got a good setup there. He can easily, like if the goblin does try to get around the rock, he can face Monty towards the goblin's attack to ensure a miss more consistently. That's one of the minor optimizations you can get. There's also, well, we'll see if it happens. I don't want to jinx it. Because we're casting spells to get to 10 JP, and that has an animation to it, a kind of long one. So after we get to 10, we'll switch to melee attacks, like KG said. Melee attacks have a chance to crit, and when you crit, you push the unit away. Both of them have a chance to basically knock Marsh away from Mont Blanc. So then one of the 2 units is going to have to move back to the other one in order to resume the smacking with his rod.
And the reason why that's significant is because the way that speed works in this game is every time you move that, so think of it like a bar. You have your speed bar, it fills up, and you have maximum speed. You can do whatever you want. If you move, that will remove some of your bar, and if you attack, that will remove some of your bar. If you do both of them together, it'll remove both, but if you do one or the other, that will only do the partial amount. And so if you have to move and attack or take an action in a turn, that will then delay the next turn that you have coming up. So it's much faster if we don't have to move, or if we can stand in place, or that's one of the reasons why we try to get the goblin to just wait their turn, so they like don't take an action, and or we try to remove all the units from the map so we can just get our turns back and forth as quickly as possible.
Yeah, that's one of those mechanics that T. Ferguson went really in depth with on his FAQ, which was really handy. So to elaborate further, it's you take your speed value, and every tick you add it to itself, or whatever your total speed pool is at that time. And you do this until someone hits 1000 speed pool, and then that unit gets their turn. And then, depending on what they do, they either go back down to 600 or 0. So 600 would be you only moved or you only took an action. 0 would be you did both in one turn. So basically, by only doing one of the 2, you get to retain 60% of your pooled speed. So you're already over halfway to your next turn because of that, which that's why it's so huge to minimize, extra movement when you don't have to, or moving and attacking, and you just want to do one or the other.
And this game came out in 2003, and so this was before games started to put like turn orders, or even the advancement of, hey, if you take this action, here's how it's going to affect the turn order. So it really comes from playing the game a lot, where you get to feel for like, okay, if I wait for this unit, I'm probably going to get another turn, and it's a lot of guesswork, because there's a menu where you can go see the turn order of like when your next unit's going to come. Also in the little bottom, there's that little WT, if you see it as they're navigating through, that will show you the unit's turn, and you can hover over different units to see when they're going to pop up, but there's not really an easy way to get that information. So in other tactics games, you might have that information just on the screen. In this one, it's all by feel, but you kind of have to know those things, and you get familiar with fights enough where you're like, okay, generally this is how a turn order should go, and I want to wait on this turn and not do anything, or okay, I do want to move, or I only want to attack, or something like that.
So Brain is on his final Marsh level.
Ooh,
We are almost out of the grind. And then
how unfortunate.
I don't know what to tell you guys.
It was lovely chatting with all of you. This was definitely the best part.
there's not really much else to see after this, to be honest. I know we might have hyped it up a little bit, but as far as I'm aware, anytime this run has been shown, people only care about the grind. So
Yep. I think we're going to get close to Blaze rezzing Monty very soon. Let's see, so Chyrad is level 9 Monty, and I didn't see Marsh. But it does look like Chyrad's going for the using the rock to kite the goblin around.
now going back and forth.
Yeah, so this goblin's just going wherever.
Yeah.
See, that
But
was
when the
32
goblin
Marsh.
moves and attacks, his next turn is like even more delayed because we used speed break on him earlier. So that alone's given him way less turns than he would normally get. Yeah, Blaze has a couple more turns
33.
before his res.
And it should be said too that once we res Monty, so we were mentioning that it starts about 230 per level, then it goes down to about 2 on this map for Marsh leveling. Once we res Monty, it increases by about a minute. So even though Monty's turns do take shorter because we have to do all these animations and go back and forth with Monty, it does take a little bit longer for Marsh's level. So all these measurements are in Marsh's level. In order to go from one level of Marsh to the next level of Marsh, adds about a minute to get Monty those extra levels. So that's
I
a
think
little bit
overall, leveling up Monty to 14 adds 4. Is it 4 minutes to the grind?
Yeah, something like that. It really is not that much in the grand scheme of things, but it can make a difference if you're starting to talk about going for a world record, of like making that decision of how high of a level do I want Monty to be.
So yeah, the reason I point that out is we are going to use him later, and he's going to allow us to skip a mission. Ooh, Brain with the crit, but because the goblin was blocking the spot, did not push Marsh away. But I was pretty lucky.
Very good placement on the units there.
But yeah, we get to skip a mission later with Monty, and if you choose not to grind him and do the mission normally, it takes roughly 3.5 or 4 minutes, so it's more or less the same amount of time doing the mission normally that it takes to level Monty and skip it. So again, runner's choice, which version do you want to do? This one ends up being more consistent level-wise for the whole party.
Brain is now wrapping up this fight.
All right, that is one grind done.
All right, I think we got all the herbs. I hope we don't have to come back to this map and find some more.
Is that why we were here?
I think so. Let's see. Monty, what are we looking for again?
Muskmalloy.
Okay.
I used to pick
Apparently
that as a kid.
it grows everywhere on this map, so we probably
We could have
finished
grabbed it
quite
at the start.
Oh well. Maybe next run. So Brain will be now going back to the world map and placing the next icon. Again, this overworld map is really free form, so we can place them anywhere, and there are some items that will pop up based on where we make those placements. But now what's happening is that Brain is going to be starting to dismiss the party. We're going to take advantage of the fact that Marsh is a much higher level, Monty's level 15, so any new recruits that we get at this point are going to be the average of the two of them, which, forget, it's like 24 or something like that.
Yeah, 24 if you level Monty up, 17 if you don't. Chyrad
So we'll
just
go
got
back.
his last level on Marsh, so he's also finishing this, risking the 70.
Ooh, a miss.
Even though the goblin's blind, he knew.
Yep, that's one of those unfortunate things that can happen, is like you make a decision like that, I'm going to save some time, save the frames, and you just get a miss. And,
So
that can happen and cause you different times of time loss.
Yeah, I'll point out one specific really big time loss you can get later that I've made multiple times when I shouldn't.
I wonder which one it's going to be.
Oh, it
Doesn't look like
happened
came
on
up
my
in my
PB.
Oh man.
Okay,
And,
so Brain right now is doing a side mission. So the way you master abilities in this game is you have to clear a mission. So we don't really need anything else from this one other than to master or to get ability points to master boost, because we do need to learn some archer abilities still. Luckily, the fight is pretty much scripted. The enemies will more or less come to you, and you can just combo them from your starting position. Super handy.
Chyrad is now dismissing the party, going back to the pub. Also out of the grind. We're definitely gonna miss that song though, I think.
The goblin is attacking Marsh on blazes. That's interesting. I guess Monty's not good enough. So we'll see. Yep, okay. So Brain is in a really good position here.
That's right. It's been a while since I've run this one. Do you want to explain why that's a good thing?
Yeah, so in order to do dispatch missions, dispatches are missions that you send a unit out on, and then, you know, they complete in whatever. There's some missions where you can recruit specific units, and they're dispatch only. Well, for whatever reason, Montblanc is flagged as a story character, thus unable to, you know, go on dispatches. So we do need an extra unit to send out in a little bit. This mission has roughly a 50% chance of yielding one, and it doesn't matter too much if you get it or not. You know, if it happens, that's great. There will be a mission after Thesis Hunt where if you do not have that unit yet, you must get it from it. So to get that unit early means you don't have to worry about saving and reloading and hoping for RNG to give you a unit or not. So he's basically bypassed an RNG check in a little bit.
And that's going to be our common strategy for any situation where we need to recruit a unit, and where some of the RNG, like that really can result in time loss comes in, is having to wait for those extra units or waiting for the unit rolls like that. Generally, they're around 50%, or in other cases, 30 or less.
Yeah, I think for the usual recruit pool, it's either like 48.6 or 49 point something. So it's pretty much 50%. There are ways to increase it, but not ways to increase it while also going fast, sadly.
Yep.
I think at one point you tried to route in neighbor pin.
Yes, yeah,
It didn't
yeah.
work.
Yeah, it was just slower, you know, just like resetting. Fortunately, resetting is pretty quick in this game, so it's not too bad. There's different ways to do it. One of them, you have to actually do a soft reset, go back to the menu, hit start, go in. But there's another way where you can just load the game, and that, because of the way that the RNG works, where it's based on how long you've had the game open, that will give you a new RNG seed, and you're totally fine. So there's two different styles of needing to reset, but we'll get to see that with Chyrad potentially coming up, since he did not get the extra unit from Snow and Ludia.
Okay. Yeah, RNG in this game is based on a frame-by-frame basis, and the frames just start counting when you soft reset or turn on the game. So theoretically, you could soft reset and get the same results every time if you managed to hit the same frame. But if you just like reload from the main or from the map or whatever, then you're effectively getting a new frame every time, no matter what. So there's no worry about accidentally hitting the same unit over and over on a lot of these.
Looks like Brain is in the last level of the grind, so Blaze will also be moving. Sorry, yeah, Blaze in the last level of the grind, so they will also be moving on to the main game now.
Yeah, you can see the general strategy here, just comboing units without moving, because again, doing only an action or moving makes your next turn come faster. And since we're an archer and combo is going to hit no matter what, we don't need to worry about height or how arrows work, because Out of everything that we can and cannot explain, arrows elude us to this day. They
Yeah. Don't ask us any questions about how arrows work because we don't know.
sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. And then
And,
great bows complicate things even more.
And there are different projectile types. So there's great bows, there's bows, and there's guns. And each we don't know. We don't know. And I think you can attack your own units. So there is friendly fire. But on the ground, when they're doing the targeting, the blue squares represent movement. Green squares represent just an attack where you're going to target an ability, and then the yellow squares represent doing a combo attack. And there's no preview to say like, hey, here's how much damage it's going to do. For combos, they always hit, they always do the flat amount of damage of what your basic attack preview would show. So a little bit hard to explain, but essentially if you try to auto attack or regular attack an enemy, it'll say you have this much damage with this much percent. Combo will do that exact amount of damage that it shows rather than rolling a number, but it'll be 100% attack. So there's no preview for that, but you can tell which kind of action that the players are taking based on the color of the squares.
Yeah, if you normal attack or use just any regular spell or something, it can hit plus or minus 10% of the estimated value. So sometimes it'll be really close to what the enemy has, and being able to do, guarantee you're not rolling 3 below the value stated where the enemy lives is pretty important sometimes. So Brain is doing Wanted, which the only objective is to shoot this black mage, and then you move on. This would be the mission where if you do not have an extra unit, you need one guaranteed. But he has one, so he doesn't have to worry about any RNG rolling here. And Blaze is now leaving the grind. So all of our runners are now in the official speedrunning part of the game.
Another miss for Chyrad. That's unfortunate. There's been 2 misses, I think, on these units, and now going to combo. Combo, because of the animation takes longer. So as a runner, you're always like, oh, I'm just gonna go for that auto attack that's faster. But in your brain, you always know combo would have hit, and so you kick yourself a little bit every time that happens. So I definitely feel Chyrad's pain on that one.
And again, it's one of those things where you do it because, hey, if I can save 5 seconds here, why wouldn't I? But
so
it's a gamble.
So we're seeing now on Brain side, this is the first RNG check. There's going to be 2 in this early part of the run. We're looking for specific Bonga units. So that's the class that has a lot of warriors. They do a lot of just high attack values. Not the fastest, they're still pretty fast. And so Brain is going to be looking out for one with a pretty high amount of attack to go through this part.
Okay, we got double Monty.
And so it looks like we got 1 warrior. I didn't see the second one. Did we already get 2? I didn't see.
No, I think that's the first one.
Okay.
So Brain is on Frosty Mage. This would be the alternate grinding map. We're just gonna run away from it though. So it was mentioned earlier during the grind. There's this hidden encounter count going on that keeps track of how many battles you've been in. And then based on that count, the shop will upgrade at 10 and then 20. And then the shop has some other upgrades later on requiring other things. These 2 missions, Frosty Mage and Prof in Trouble, are purely just to advance that counter because we want access to some certain gear as soon as possible. And it's actually quicker to just enter and fleet missions, get the upgrade, get the good gear, than it is to just wait it out normally.
Now we're going to draw attention to Chyrad, see if we get an RNG recruit.
Is this his first attempt?
First attempt, yep.
Okay.
None. Okay, so now Chyrad's going to have to save and reload. This is one of the fast versions. There's no soft reset needed, but Chyrad's still going to have to go through, take the action, do the combo, wait for the animation, wait for the RNG to come through. So this is where getting that extra unit on Snow and Ludia can really, really help out. So Blaze got it too. So very unfortunate for Chyrad, and lucky for the other two runners that they got those extra units. So Blaze now can just kind of go through, not have to worry about doing this, re-rolling this wanted mission, and go kind of straight through into the other recruitment. And I think Brain is now going to be picking up their second Bonga unit.
So another thing you might have noticed on Brain's feed, we haven't talked about it yet, but there are clan encounters in this game now. After finishing Thesis Hunt, you're introduced to Clan Wars, which is basically this game's random encounters, except they aren't fully random. You get to see them wandering around on the world map. They'll spawn from, whatever locations you have placed at the time, and then every other day they'll move to an adjacent tile. And they basically will do everything in their power to slow you down.
They don't like us going quickly through this game, so they've been built in to stop speedrunners specifically.
So he was trying to get to Cyril, the town in the center there, on the 16th, and the clan said no. So I think he ended up getting there on the 18th? Yeah. Or in the case of the one on Nubswood right above him, that one does not move. Luckily despawned for him right there. That was really fortunate. There's a couple of those that do not move from their locations. Checking the laws, always good. So he's going for his second Banga right now.
Yep. And often not to go for the White Monk.
Still on his recruit RNG.
Yeah, there's a number of good Bonga jobs. My personal favorite is Dragoon. They fortunately also happen to be probably the best class that you can get. High damage, high speed. But in this particular segment, Gladiators are also a good option, and Warriors are pretty good. The other Bonga units, I think you can run with White Monk. There's some different strategies you have to keep in mind if you pick up a White Monk, but the magic users and the slower classes like the Defender and Templar, they're just a little bit too slow for us to use in the run. So it looks like if Brain keeps this Warrior, he'll be running with 2 Warriors in the first section.
Mondo and Monty. I like Brain's Bonga names. I like the theme here. We got Mondo, Monty, Monty. Yeah, he's going to be changing them to White Monk, which is more or less the main job we're going to use for most of the run. It's not powerful yet, but it will be soon. So,
I think I must have missed it. Did Chyrad pick up a unit? I guess so.
Yeah, he got a fighter. So he's on his first Bonga here.
A Gladiator. First try.
Very nice.
Ooh. So this is a clan encounter that Chyrad's running into. And fortunately, you can just run from these. You don't have to do the fight, but it does eat up a little bit of time waiting for units to move around. The clan encounters come in at your party level average. There are, like the Vera jobs are very, very fast. So if you run into one of them, that can take a long time to get through. But fortunately, since Marsh is such high leveled and leveled as an archer, which is a faster class, we can run from those pretty quickly, but it is still about a minute time lost there.
So I'd also like to point out that he encountered Clan Marble, which he was not going to dodge that clan no matter what. There are a couple ones, I can't remember all of them, but I do know Clan Marble will, no matter what, hunt you down. You will not avoid it. So whichever direction he moved, that clan was going to go.
Unfortunate. But it is fun because casually playing their different clans. So there's one that's all monsters. There's different monster types. There's ones that are like all of one. One of the races like all Mughals or different things. So it's fun to see the different clans and fight them. and it's one of the ways that you can get access to the items that give you the combo ability. So for this run, Marsh is the only one that's going to get that. And so on Brain side, well, on all the runner side, we will see Marsh using that a lot, but especially on this fight, cheetahs that Brain is on, some of these longer encounters with units that have high evasion, we really like having access to that ability just so we don't have to go for rolls on their side.
Or even just like avoiding the front attack accuracy. To talk a little bit more about cheetahs, you may remember Ritz from the intro. Well, we finally encountered her here, and she comes paired with Shara, a Viera. I think she's just an archer right now.
Yep.
But there's a lot of bosses in this game. You know, there's even a final boss that we have to fight later. But the hardest boss of all, out of everything, is guest character AI.
Woo! Ooh, Kaiser's on a blaze. Sorry about that.
Ooh, very nice. Yeah, so we kind of missed pointing that out, but Brain comboed the archer first turn because the archer has block arrows. And in this battle specifically, Shara, the archer with a bow, will shoot the enemy archer with block arrows, which guarantees evading any arrow attack. So if we eliminate that enemy, we can kind of maybe have her do something useful, but generally speaking, both of the guest characters in this battle, like she's boosting over there, we just sat through an hour of this. Now's not the time. They aren't going to do anything super useful here. And, you know, Ritz will do MP break on the Black Mage, which we'd rather you do HP damage, but, you know. Guest characters, not ideal is all I'm saying.
And in general, they do give JP if you KO them. So there's a couple situations where we end up just taking the JP, and that's the most useful use of them. But this fight, it's not worth it to go for them because there's two of them, and we can't get to them in the first turn with our other units, so we just hope that they don't lose us too much time.
Yeah, also Ritz has reflex, so you cannot even hit her with a regular attack. You have to use a skill to do it, which is unfortunate. But yeah, so after we picked up the two Banga, there's now a resource all of the runners are going to be having to pay attention to as they go through these battles for the next 45 minutes or so. They're going to have to juggle the kills on their units and try to feed as many of them as possible to their Banga, because they want both of these Banga to hit 10 JP by a certain point in the run. And we'll see why a little bit later, but you get access to a really, really powerful summoning ability, essentially, that uses 10 JP to activate. So there's a hard point where they do need this specific amount, and there's only so many kills to go around. So that's kind of what makes or breaks this segment of the run, I guess you could call it. How efficiently the runners can kind of divert these resources to their units.
And yeah, as mentioned, JP is judge points. Those are special reward points that are used to activate the most powerful abilities in the game. We have AP ability points, which is used for maximizing abilities and gaining access to new jobs. Another interesting thing is Chyrad picked up a burglar sword, which is one of the strongest swords you can get in the early game. And instead of changing one of his Banga over to a white monk, staying on the warrior instead to take advantage of that extra equipment. So that'll change a little bit later. But looks like Brain is getting set up for the next mission, Desert Peril. This is one of the missions where there's more menuing. There's some shopping that needs to be done. Our shop has been upgraded, so we have access to better weapons and equipment. And we can start to take advantage of mission items. So one of the things that we want to do is pick up a mithril pick, which is going to just give us a flat increase to our attack stat whenever we can bring it on missions.
I think
Meanwhile,
mithril
Blaze
pick
looks like
is it 6%?
I think so. Which
Or
definitely adds
is
up.
it
It could be the
circle?
difference.
Is it circle or triangle?
I think it's
Yeah,
triangle.
the game doesn't tell you the value, but some of these mission items give a % increase to your damaging stats. So yeah, Mithril Pick, huge for attack damage, and then the Armanai is going to give us magic power, which is also very important in this new route, surprisingly, for just one mission.
And as mentioned earlier, there's a weapon called Kaiser Knuckles. This gives a ranged attack to white monks, and it doesn't use the weapon attack. It hits for like flat, like it uses a flat damage value in the calculator. It can still roll high and low, but it's really strong when you have a high attack unit to be able to have access to ranged attack. The Banga don't get access to ranged attacks until TA2, the next game in the series. So in this game, they're stuck with this air render ability is the only one that they can use. Desert Perils, I think the first mission where we see the Flan enemy. Flan are high defense enemies, but also have innate weaknesses to specific elements, and they have low magic resist. So the yellow one is the Thunder Flan. I don't know which weakness it has, but you can use pretty much either Fire or Blizzard and it'll take it out pretty quickly. But our units are so high leveled that we can pretty much just attack it normally and KO it, fortunately for now. But it's still, quite a bit of defense that you're having to get through to get to that point. And it looks like Blaze is working on their second Banga now.
Shara's boosting for Chyrad.
Very similar there.
You guys thought we were done with boosting, but little did we know.
Shara's going to level 50.
So one thing we might see happen a couple times, if you miss an enemy and it gets extra turns, because we're so high level, enemies are getting inflated experience. Because they're getting inflated experience, enemies might actually level up a couple times off of us, which, I mean, it's no big deal because we can still defeat them easily, but just that little extra jumping animation as they get excited about, becoming a little bit stronger.
Blaze got double Dragoon. Yes, my favorite.
So Brain's done with Desert Peril. It's a pretty simple mission overall. The enemies come within range really easily, and as long as you don't miss anything, it's another one of those missions you can do judgeless. You can finish before the judge even gets a turn to move anything around. So it's always satisfying to do that. But he's going to be coming up here on the first official boss fight. That's not a guest character.
And it looks like Chyrad is just leaving Cheetahs while Blaze is entering Cheetahs, so that's about how close those two are, with Brain being about a mission ahead at this point. Let's see, it looks like picked up an extra unit there, maybe?
Yeah,
somewhere along the way.
he doesn't want to hold on to it just in case it messes up the post-yogged.
So there's all those missions that we get where we were picking up the Bongo Wanted units. Those exist because the game doesn't want you to have to get stuck in having no units to go through the rest of the game. And so what they built in was that if you have less than 6 units, you will continue to see those race wanted missions in the pub, and that will pull in a new unit into your party who is at your party average. And so if you have 6 units, you no longer have access to those missions. And so we pretty much maintain 5 units or less for the entirety of the run for that reason. And that will definitely come into play for pretty much what we consider the second half, or if you want to call it the last third, if the grind is the first third of the run, where we need to make sure we can have access to getting those units. And in Famfrit, if you run Famfrit percent, this would be where you would call it time once you finish this fight. And there's an infamous enemy in this mission that has the ability Roulette, which if it uses it, it will just KO a random unit on the field. It can just target anybody, and so that can definitely cause a lot of stress where all of a sudden, just hey, it doesn't matter. Anywhere on the map, just KO a unit.
Yeah, thankfully we're fast enough to usually go before it. We do have kind of a quick kill setup here, which is really handy. You might even recognize Famfrit from either Final Fantasy XII or even 14, and you might be familiar with getting washed away by him. Not the case here. We're gonna wash him away. But probably the biggest enemy you'll have faced by this point in the game. He's got over 150 health.
Yep. And
so,
I think they're around level 10, so your units really aren't supposed to be hitting for 70 damage, so, you know, normally you'd be doing this fight, and it's many, many turns.
But we shoot him on one side with Marsh, so when he counters, he faces the other direction, and then we sneak up behind him, and we just air render, and then that's GG for Famfrit.
The Brain region past that milestone. Looks like Blaze is still in cheetahs, but on the last unit, the squishy Black Mage. And Chyrad's getting ready to go into Desert Peril, so an interesting point where all of our runners are on 3 different missions. We're all looking at different maps and, you know, trying to keep track of what all is going on. Chyrad's a little bit worried about that clan right there, taking the safe option of not engaging.
Yeah, so clans always move on odd number days.
I don't know. I feel like I've seen that change.
No, it's always odd.
All right, I trust you on this one.
Okay.
There's a reason you're the world record holder, and I'm not. And for Brain, this is one of those cutscenes for us where it's just really long. There's not really a good way to mash through text, and there's not really a buffer where you can hold the button. So what's happening is that all of our runners are having to like mash the A button. We turned on fast text to try to allow advancing, but you do have to hit, I believe, the B button first to like get through the text boxes. So anytime you see it where the text actually doesn't pop up, that's really quick. On the first one, like those ones that are just like boom boom, but for the other ones, you just have to keep mashing through all the rows of text, and definitely a lot because the GBA doesn't show too much.
Blaze is getting some, like I said, guest characters are awful. So the Black Mage is one hit from death from anyone pretty much. You sneeze on him, he'll die. Ritz MP broke him, and then Shara disabled him. So instead of either one of them attacking, they both chose to do 2 actions that did no HP damage. So he could have been done with that, 30 seconds ago, but guest characters are going to do their thing. We'll get revenge on them later. But for now, we just kind of have to endure it. Looks like Chyrad also missed the Blue Panther up there.
Yep, so that one's a side attack. I think that one is a 75% chance roll. It's not the worst thing in the world. We can still one-shot that unit, but it does take a couple extra turns to wrangle everybody up. So we'll see how Chyrad decides to approach getting the last 2 hits on that. Again, because we want to try to go for back attacks, sometimes it just doesn't work out where we can get around that unit, and we do have to end up taking side attacks, and there's not much you can do. But on the side of Brain, we're being introduced to Ezel.
We're hearing about him.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, no spoilers. But that hat looks very familiar. It's like a purple version of a hat I've seen before in a different GBA game. I don't know.
But after Brain's next mission, Anti-Laws, we're going to be introduced to a new mechanic, and you'll probably never guess the name of it, but they're called Anti-Laws.
Wow.
And that really annoying mechanic that we've hated all this time, we'll finally get a method for dispelling and getting rid of them. Except we won't actually utilize it in the speedrun at all, sadly, because they're more hassle than they're worth. Theoretically, you could pay attention to the card rewards you get after missions and maybe utilize a good one, but I don't think it's worth the effort.
So, Brain is actually going to the pub and is cycling some missions. We're actually taking a look for, I think, a specific dispatch mission is what's going on here. there's only a limited number of missions that are in the pub at any given time. And so what we're trying to do is get this Diary Dilemma mission started, which will give us access to the loaded dice, which give us an additional, I think that one's maybe like 10% damage. So the Mithril
I think
pick
it's
stacked
9.
on.
I think it's 6
9.
and 9.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we end up with like about 15% extra attack just from those 2 mission items whenever we can bring them. In addition, now we can pick up some more weapons that our units will be able to access to start getting into the more advanced jobs. So at this point, Marsh has been an archer, but we're going to be able to change him over to a hunter. I'm like trying to reorient myself. All of our runners are back on the world map doing some menuing.
Okay, so Chyrad is
entering Vamfrit. Looks like the clans maybe have caught up with Brain a little bit. They're going for a roll.
No, it doesn't move on even days.
Interesting.
I think the mission will trigger when he tries to walk away.
Oh, that's
Blaze
right. Yeah.
also get in. Just yeah. So this is one of the things you have to just learn how to work around when you run this game, is how to dodge clans and not lose too much time. It's not a really big deal. Like, it might look like they're losing time having to, move back and forth, burn some days to get around them. But we're gonna have a point a little bit later on where we have to push the calendar to a certain month, and during that time you have to move around a bunch. Well, any movement you do early on is basically movement you don't have to do later. So even though it looks like they're losing time, it's really neutral overall. The only real time loss is actually running into a clan, which is about 45 seconds to a minute, depending on if any units get a turn.
And in that time, Brain looked like he opted to run from the battle. You could do a soft reset and keep going, but at some point, that's also time loss of just trying to reset and do all of that. So again, it's one of those things that as a runner, you really have to make that decision under pressure of like, what's the best option? Like, how do I get through this? And if I'm forced with time loss, what's the best option? Or do I risk it and, maybe go for that option that if it works out, then I have no time loss?
Yeah, like if you see that the clan is not, or that it's moving and it's gonna hit you. Yeah, I see that.
Cool.
Yeah, if the clan's not moving or moves into your location, you can soft reset fast enough that it'd be faster and then dodging in the next time. But if it does it 2 times in a row, you were better off just taking the encounter. So it's definitely one of those things where, do you just eat the time knowing it's going to happen, or do you hope to lose slightly less time?
Blaze had some better luck on the Blue Panther, so this is probably going to be a quick mission for them on Desert Peril, and entering their Vamfrit encounter.
He's also making sure he gets extra kills on the monks.
Yep.
So he doesn't have to worry about farming them later.
Yep. The mission that Brain is currently on is one of those checkpoints where you kind of take a look to see how many JP judge points do you have on each of your banka. It looks like one of the bankas is at 3 and the other one is a different one. Maybe hopefully has a little bit more, because there's only so many missions before we need them to be at about 7 each.
Okay, so Brain just saw the guest character Ezel's special attack Night, which puts, or attempts to put, all enemy units on the map to sleep. It's nice that it hit. Unfortunately, his hunter moved into a really awkward spot, so the only unit that can hit it is Marsh, but he can hit it next turn. Sometimes he goes a little bit further away and you have to use an extra turn to hit him. But you also saw him take out Ezel because, again, guest characters sometimes just free JP, and we need a lot of JP. So when in doubt, just punch them.
But Ezel was very useful and put the hunter to sleep. So this
No
auto
need to
attack,
combo.
even though it's from the front, units that are asleep end up having 100% or 0 evasion. So Marsh's able just to do a regular attack.
Ooh, Blaze also getting clanned. I think that one's Marble. Yeah, he's not dodging that one. Marble is causing a lot of trouble this
At least
race.
even across the board, it seems like. The Bloodthirsters are the ones that always scare me.
Yeah, a lot of people are noticing how broken air render is. Yeah, even casually, you probably realize that. And the fact that you get it the first shop upgrade, the Kaiser Knuckles do insane amounts of damage on their own anyway.
I think it's like 42, and then the next highest is 37, maybe 35.
Yeah, it's pretty significant.
And what's also nice is in this game, because you can reclass and rejob, you can learn air render and then switch over to a different class if you wanted to have higher attack gains as you level up. So for us, we generally just kind of leave them as white monks since we don't really master a lot of abilities and we don't really gain any levels. But being able to like move around different jobs and have access to all your ranged abilities is really helpful. So Marsh actually does take advantage of that. That Sonic Boom ability that he has on the Hunter applies to melee weapons as well. So that one is different though because it does use the weapon attack as its damage value. So if you get we get access to a very strong dagger later on that hits much harder. It's pretty much him hitting for an auto attack where the bongos are kind of stuck. If you use air render, it's a little bit less damage if you have a high damage weapon, which will come up later.
Yeah. Someone's mentioning an attack that looks similar to air render. The human fighter gets an ability that it's called Farfist, I think, which it's basically Sonic Boom, but for the fighter, which that would be an alright alternative too, but speedrun-wise, Sonic Boom works for us because we're already progressing through Archer instead of Soldier, so we get access to Hunter instead of Fighter.
And I think Farfist may have, I can't remember if it's a range difference, but it also doesn't use weapon attack. It uses the base value, which is much lower than even air render since it's AoE. So yeah, different abilities have different uses, which is kind of cool too. So when you add in something like the randomizer, knowing all those different things, you can use that to your advantage. Looks like Blaze is finishing up Pamphret just here.
Yep, no one missed any of their attacks, which is good. We didn't get to see roulette, which could have been funny, but I don't want anyone to suffer through that. Brain is on Diamond Rain, which he deployed Mont Blanc, which is actually really smart for this. These dragons have a chance, I can't remember what the ability is called, just Dragon Guard or something.
Yeah, I think that's it.
They can buff this Ice Flan's defenses and resistances to the point where even our level 34 Marsh cannot defeat it in time, or in one hit. So if you can't defeat it in one hit, it's going to get a turn and then it's going to cast, Blizzard or Blizzara on itself, and it's going to heal itself because it absorbs that element. Well, the dragon effectively has created this invincible unit and there's nothing you can do. So deploying Mont Blanc here,
There it is.
it's a runner's choice on if you want. Well, he did it on himself though, so that's fine. But it's a runner's choice. Do you deploy Mont Blanc, take the extra time having this, extra unit of yours to wait through turns, or do you gamble that the dragon isn't going to create this indestructible obstacle and, hope it doesn't happen? Also, the Lamia can turn you into a toad, which hopefully doesn't happen to anyone. I don't think anyone buys Maiden's Kiss for safety because it's not worth it.
I think only you do sometimes.
I have it in the notes, but I don't do it.
Even you've given up.
It's extra money. He did buy extra Phoenix Daggers though. Brain.
I haven't been checking the JP values for Brain, so that on this next mission we'll need to check that one out to see where that. It looks like Chyrad's also trying to get as many JP as possible on his bongas.
Yeah, basically by the end of Diamond Rain, the minimum you need is 7 on each. So that one has 7. I think he's going to, yep.
Ooh.
I mean, realistically, you could do it here or you could do it Hot Awakening, so it works either way.
Yep, and so similar to KOing allied characters, KOing your own characters also gives you JP. And so what Brain is doing is using the targeting of Marsh to see how much JP his bongas have. And so now both bongas are going to be at that threshold where they're in the clear. So from here, they're kind of set up for the next, being able to cash out on all that JP without any worry.
Yeah, sometimes ranged attacks are good for, like, yeah, checking JP or even just the turn order. Yeah, so he's on 7 and 8, which is perfect because the next mission, Hot Awakening, is the closest thing to an auto-scroller, I would say, in terms of battles that we actually do, and that is Scouring Time. If you have 7 and 8, or 8 and 8, if you really went insane on JP farming, it works out perfectly where the enemies between all of your units just maths out perfectly for that amount. Marsh gets to defeat 3, one bonga gets 3, and then the other gets the remaining 2, and you don't have to worry about any extra turns.
This is also one of those missions, Hot Awakening, where you go into, and it can cause a lot of pain casually. The crystals can charm your units and cause all sorts of problems. But because we have range attacks on our main units, that won't be a problem here. So we don't even need to worry about banning charm or anything like that. We just go in and we've really routed it out to the point where it's just like go here, go here, go here, and then you're through.
So Blaze is doing his pub cycling to get the loaded dice mission, Diary Dilemma. There it is. We'll have to do that later on in the run for a couple other missions, but that's one of the ways you can kind of game the missions in the pub, is just take whatever you can and then dismiss it. Is everyone... Everyone's getting trolled by clams today. I promise it isn't always like this.
Oh my goodness, Clam Marble, please.
Oh boy. I think Brain is realizing he doesn't need Monty, yeah.
Yep. That's one of those things, this is all the decision making when you're under pressure of like making sure you get the...
He put the one with 8 on the left because you can see those 2 crystals on the left wall there. Those go to that bonga. Marsh is going to take out the center crystal and then the top 2. And then the right bonga is going to get the 3 crystals on the right. And that's generally the best way of dispersing these between all of the units. Sometimes you might enter this with 7-7 JP, or if you've got really offset speed values, maybe like 8-6. That's when you would deploy Mont Blanc and defeat him, and then maybe pass a couple turns and let the unit lacking kind of run across the map to clear a couple more out. But yeah, casually this mission that Brain is on, those crystals can charm units and then basically turn your whole party against itself. And when you're on level, you might not be defeating them fast enough. Thankfully, speedrun-wise, we can defeat them all in one hit, especially with the help of the mission items. And between air render and the bow's range, we can stay just out of their farming range. But this is technically the second boss fight. It doesn't look like much because they aren't fighting back.
Yep. There's a lot of encounters in this game that as runners we stress out about more. Fortunately, since a lot of the boss fights are either KO the boss as quickly as possible, or B, these static enemies that don't move, most of the boss fights end up being much easier to deal with in the speedrun.
Watching Chyrad, that's 6 JP on the one that just defeated Monty, so I don't know what his other one's at, but he's gonna have to slow down a little bit.
That one's 7.
Yeah, there really isn't a lot of time to get the 10 JP, so this speedrun is actually a little strict in that regard. And it is one of the things that will, show the difference in skill between runners, how well and how quickly they can come up with the strategy on how to go through the enemies.
That's the second boss down for Brain.
So again, they're all just one mission from the next person.
Yep, kind of maintaining a one mission split. And what is kind of nice about this, about the run, is that if you notice, there's a lot of RNG in those after the grind to get our party back up, but then you go through and then you just go through all these missions, clear them, you don't have to worry about anything. And that kind of keeps repeating itself a couple different times. Alright, this time Brain is picking up the Arm and Eye, and that is a item that increases your magic attack. And if we think back to when we were doing the grind, we got Monty 10 JP, and when we beat Famfrit, we unlocked the Totema action for Moogles, and Famfrit is a map-wide attack that will use magic damage. It will use the magic damage of the user to hit all its enemies. So Monty leveling up as a black mage, in addition to the mission item, will allow him to be able to hopefully one-shot all of this map. And this is going to be the first Totema that we have for the run.
Yeah, I think he went to level 15, so he should be pretty secure on that. 14 is generally all you need to go to, but the black mage, because enemy stats are not 100% static, they generate within the range of that job's growth. The black mage can actually spawn with enough resistance to live through the summon. But the Totema, specifically for Moogles, okay, so there's 5 Totema, there's one for each race, and the human, the Bonga, and the Moogle all do HP damage, while the Viera and the Numu do MP damage, so that's kind of why we don't really see them much anymore. But the Moogle does it based on magic power, which, I mean, Moogles are not particularly strong in the first place, so that by default just kind of makes their summon already weaker than the others. Whereas the Bonga and the human have access to much heavier hitting weapon attack abilities, and that's what their summons are based on. So they're able to, do so much more damage so much easier than a Moogle would. Which is why we kind of base the route around those two races primarily.
Blaze picking up Diamond Rain.
All Chyrad's crushing crystals.
Yep.
And we're seeing Brain do the first treasure hunt for is it broadsword? A broadsword called Estraledge. And Estraledge, so Kaiser Knuckles have 42 attack power. The Jambaya that he's equipping has like 35 or something. I don't know. It's not significant. Kranaquin is like 32. The Estraledge is 70, 77.
Yeah,
It's
72, I think.
72.
Something like that.
It's a lot of weapon attack power. Like we go from hitting for maybe 120 damage to you can now do over 200 with ease. The main thing about it though is that it does not affect Air Render's power because Air Render is based on your stats, not your weapon attack. But we'll utilize it a little bit later.
Only some of the abilities will factor in your weapons attack into the calculations, and regular attacks are one of those abilities that do that. So if you have a higher power attack or weapon, that will factor in. So the fight that Brain is on right now, this is one of the reasons why we level up to 34. So this is a character Babis, and Babis comes back as a boss a couple different times. But we need Marsh to be able to one-shot Babis in this fight. And so if we were to go to any lower level, none of our other units would be able to one-shot or, get in range of Babis and attack, even if Marsh, hit the attack. And so this is really particularly why stats matter, and it's a specific attack threshold to make sure we just barely one-shot Babis.
So he can generate with, I think, up to 118 or 119 HP, and Brain did 124, which we only have to go to 33 technically, and even then you're doing like 121, 122. It's as close as you can possibly get, and that's with the mission items boosting our attack. Also, remember earlier how I was talking about you could save a little bit of time by going for a normal attack instead of comboing?
That's what it was.
That's the mission. You can save less than 5 seconds just normally attacking Babis, but if you miss, you lose like a minute and a half. And I think that's what my PB has. Don't watch it. Please don't look at it. Also, we didn't really point it out, but we switched to Thief there because Thief has a higher jump value. That map is so vertical that any other job we have access to is not capable of getting around the jumps and the corners with only 4 movement aside from Thief. So we have to switch to Thief or get really lucky with a spiked boots drop from mission items in order to get up next to him in some fashion. So Blaze...
Blaze has 8 on one bonga and 6 on another, so Blaze is just going to probably get the next turn on this bonga and be good to go. No extra Monty KOs or anything like that. So Monty will be safe.
It's a save Monty run. I like that.
Yeah.
Team Choco coming up on a Dromelech. We just destroyed crystals. We're already onto another boss. This is, I alluded to earlier, one of the few points in the game where we can kind of manipulate the AI to actually do something that we want. So he's going to deploy his units in a straight line behind Marsh. And then when he takes his turns, first turn with Marsh, he'll just use Sonic Boom and then not move. This is mostly, get his next turn faster just in case. And then a Dromelech, I can't remember what bonga Brain got, but a Dromelech should go next, yeah. So he's going to run straight up, and he's going to use this line attack. And because our units are arranged in a line, he will always prefer that one over anything else. If you deploy another unit off to the side, he won't do that, guaranteed. So unfortunately, he does have to hit with both of these units because Marsh missed. Okay, there's one. But really the only one that matters is the warrior. Because watch the warrior's damage output here.
Oh, it was showing a damage preview of 250.
Yeah.
About 240 something.
That's just the power jump of the Espral Edge. It's nearly twice as strong as our other units right now.
Ooh. Chyrad got a Kukuri knife from one of the missions.
Unfortunately, that's after we already did shopping, though.
Yep.
It doesn't change too much otherwise.
A Kukuri is one of those weapons that has a little bit higher damage than what we can buy in the shop. If we've all been noticing that after each mission we get access to mission items or like equipment drops from clearing missions. So there's a little bit of RNG that goes into that. There's only a handful of weapons that we actually want to get from the mission items or from clearing missions. Kukuri is one of those, but we can't really route it in because there's not really a good way to manipulate those items.
Yeah, they are generated. So when you clear a mission and it unlocks more missions, the rewards are generated as soon as you move off of the tile that you just finished the mission on. So in Famfrit, in the Famfrit category, we can actually manipulate the rewards by saving and then soft resetting before we move off of the first tile after we finish herb picking. And we can guarantee we get Kaisers from it. It's really not too viable for any percent though. There's, a lot of the times cutscenes on tiles when you get to them, so you'd have to sit through a cutscene to even check the rewards, or there's just too many rewards in the pool to even matter. But there's not too many items that actually can affect the run greatly, so we don't need to worry too much.
Brain is now out of the third boss. It'll be, I think, a little bit before we see the fourth boss. There's some menuing that has to happen and stuff. But yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a gare going into that fight. A couple of different misses, and one of the bombs is going down, but it's good recovery and on our way into the next segment. Chyrad now finishing up, I think it's Emerald Keep is the mission name, comboing Babis. After this, going into his fight with Dremelek. And the next mission that comes up is for Brain is this mission called Yogg Hunt. And so what Brain is going to do is cycle the map for a little bit. In the bottom right-hand corner of Brain's screen, you can see that it says Bard Moon. There are 5 months in the game, and that's what that's representing. 1 for each race. Bard Moon, I believe, is the one for Mughals. And when you are in a given month, we get those race wanted missions. And that ties to what month it is. So we would be getting Mughal wanted, for example, as our extra recruit missions. The next month is going to be, I think it goes King Moon after that. And so that would be for humans. And then Mad Moon is the one for Bongas. And so what's happening now is that there's going to be a little bit of mission or day cycling on the overworld map to get back to Mad Moon, so that we can recruit a new set of Bonga afterwards. So there's a little bit of stuff that happens in between, so stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, we have Chyrad, who is entering into Dremelek, going to reach that milestone, and Blaze is finishing up the last of the crystals, finishing up that for their team.
Yeah, there's really, between a lot of these boss fights, not a ton of downtime, surprisingly.
I hope I got all those months correct. It's one of those things that I just kind of look and I'm like, oh, okay, it's the right month. So yeah, King Moon, and then the next one is Mad Moon. So Brain has about 20 days it ends up being per month to cycle, and then we'll activate the battle in Yogged Hunt. And when you do a fight in a Yogged, if any units go down, you lose them forever if you don't resurrect them by the end of the map. So you can actually get a game over on if you have Marsh get KO'd on that map and you don't res him. And any other unit, you just lose them forever. It's a permadeath mechanic. And the reasoning lore-wise is that judges don't exist in the Yogs, and judge magic is the one that allows units to get resurrected and kind of protects everybody on the field. So even though they enforce the laws, they also create a situation where when they're not there, the unit just die forever. Looks like Chyrad is now out of Pale Company and on to getting ready to do the cycling, prepping for Yogged Hunt.
Yeah, a lot of our runners have less movement than you would normally need to do, just because all of the clans that have been getting in their way throughout the run.
And yeah, this Yogged Hunt mission is pretty scary. There's an assassin. The ninja hits pretty hard. There's an Adamantoise who just has a lot of defense. I think it has Mantra Magic probably at this point, and just switch your HP and MP. So we'll see if Marsh
the assassin's doing silence, which is really nice.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Normally, when they go for a front attack, it can be a one-hit KO move. So fortunately, we can just resurrect Marsh after that with one of the Bonga units, but it just slows things down.
Oh, the crit.
Monty went down.
Oh no. Oh well.
Brain skipped Marsh's turn. Maybe was planning to pick up Monty with one of the Bongas.
So one of the benefits too, because we leveled Monty up, which raised the clan average 7 extra levels. One of the benefits to that is that we get to outspeed more units here. We get to see 2 totemas at once. Look at that.
Let's go.
We're just destroying the world. But the extra speed. So the blue mage has an ability to just put everyone to sleep as well, which is really unfortunate if you get outsped and then the Bonga you were going to totema summon with gets put to sleep and you're like, well, what do I do now? But unfortunately for Brain, Monty has
fallen.
He even warned us not to come here.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll go on probably. And Chyrad is now finishing cycling for into Mad Moon, so we'll be entering Yogged Hunt as well. So still about a 1 mission difference.
So incidentally, removing Monty does actually make 1 cutscene faster, surprisingly. Otherwise, we primarily do it just because you cannot dismiss him, so he will always be holding the clan average down, and we need to be a much higher level to finish the rest of the game. So we're going to say goodbye to our current party in a little bit, and we're going to recruit new units. So we got a little bit more of recruiting RNG, in case earlier wasn't bad enough. Wait, no, Monty's still alive.
Yeah, he's right there on Chyrad's screen. Monty's
or Brains. Oh, no, Brains Monty. the fake Monty.
Oh, yeah. The unit named Monty.
Yeah.
And the fight that Brain is on, this is the one where you can the clan moves around. Did you mention that already?
Yeah. So this is the bounty, which it becomes a clan encounter on the map. So you usually chase it down and wherever you fight it is whatever tile you land on it on. We kind of position it in such a way that it's usually next to the city that we take the mission from, so we can just move directly onto it, no worry. But the unit's placement on the mission when you spawn it is still going to be random. They aren't ever in a set position. So it's actually really fun, you know, in older categories where you did have to do this fight manually instead of just summoning and destroying everything at once, because you had to adapt and improvise based on, you know, what layout you got, what map you encountered them in and stuff. But we were able, since we got to Bonga, to farm enough JP to basically skip the first 2 missions after the after Pale Company, which is where we earned the summon to use with them. So it's really handy in that regard. But then we say goodbye to them.
And in fact, we're going to say goodbye to all of our parties, so that way, though keeping track, we're now going to have a party average of 34 because Marsh is the only person in our party. And that's just a really convenient way to just get access to all those better units. See,
yeah, this
finishing up Yogged Hunt here.
Yeah, this was probably one of the biggest changes from the reroute last year, as previously I think we only summoned like 3 times in the whole run, and now we do it like 6, and we skip just so many more missions because of that. And that's pretty huge, because when you don't actually have to do the fights become pretty quick.
Yeah, and if you notice, those earlier fights, we were doing it normally, right? Even though we were one-shotting enemies, but these last ones, it's like you KO the boss, or you do a totem and wipe the map in one. So we really don't do the fights normally as often, and that's kind of how the game works, or the route works, is that you recruit your party, you get them up to 10 JP, and then once you get to that point, you just one-shot bosses and do totem until the end of the game. And we're going to essentially see a repeat of that, except in the second half, we have units that will start to not be one hit normally. They take 2 attacks, and so that's going to be a little bit slower, or it takes a lot more decision making to figure out how to route your JP to get back up to 10 JP on your 2 sets of Bonga.
So
first try for a brain.
Yeah, if you recall back after the grind was finished and we did Thesis Hunt, we had to do the mission Wanted, where we defeated the Black Mage to get a recruit. That's the same use as we're getting from Foul Thief, where we currently need just any unit to come from it, so we can send it out on dispatches to get the units we actually want. And now we're kind of repeating the same thing as we did before, where we are just gonna re-roll until we get some Bonga that we can run with. Typically Gladiator or Dragoon are what we want. First try Dragoon, always good.
415, and
I don't look at numbers.
It was good. It was a good Dragoon.
Also worth noting, so when we did this earlier, there was only Bonga Wanted. By doing Yogged Hunt in Mad Moon, so the second we roll over into Mad Moon, Bonga Wanted becomes available if we don't have enough clan members. And then, because we removed Monty from the clan peacefully, the game has another mission. It's whatever race help. And that's given to you when Mont Blanc is not in the clan. So by doing Yogged Hunt on the first, we're able to get both of those missions simultaneously, and then not have to run around for 15 days to get the next one to show up. So it's really handy that we're able to kind of exploit that and speed up the process of recruiting.
There's another, I guess, more fun version or route where you can actually save Monty, bring him to the end of the game. That one would have to make use of cycling days to get access to another Bonga Wanted mission, and then recruit in that way. So Brain looking for the second Bonga, see what he gets. Blaze finishing up Drummelek.
Yep, double sword mind break works every time.
Every time.
And then Chyrad is going for any unit whatsoever.
Hoping for some better RNG than what happened on Wanted.
Isaac, now we're Golden Sun. I like it.
And Warrior is going to be definitely high attack class, but slower speed compared to the Dragoon. And there was a second treasure hunt. We'll see it again when Chyrad goes through. The placement of the maps we pick up, we already picked up the Estraledge as one of the powerful weapons, and the Syncadia is the second weapon that we're going to pick up, and that's just such a huge damage increase for Marsh. So he'll pretty much be using that till the end of the game.
Yeah, it actually keeps him viable damage-wise compared to older routes where he just hard fell off by not having, access to any strong weapons. Brain also did some shopping a little bit ago that we didn't point out. He has the final shop upgrade that we need that has the Dash Boots, Headband, Brigandine, and Power Sash. So Dash Boots, as we pointed out earlier, let you move one extra space. So that's going to be pretty huge in getting around the map, or getting around the battles. Headband gives you a little bit of extra power. White monks, however, are too cool to wear hats, so they do not wear
They already have
headbands.
a hat.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Brigandine, for thieves and white monks, teaches the reaction ability counter, which I don't know if we've really seen it all that much, but when an enemy attacks you with, a physical attack or attack within your attack range, you counter attack. As pretty self-explanatory. So it's really useful for potentially getting extra kills outside of your normal turn. And then Power Sash, also a chest piece to replace Brigandine for other units that just gives more power, attack power. So that's always helpful. Chyrad getting a Dragoon, nice.
Love it. Over 140 speed. It's too good.
You and your numbers.
I just
see
appreciate
classes.
fast bonga, I understand getting distracted by their cool purple helmets. They are very.
Hey,
very
we saw in
inspiring.
Crisis Core earlier how powerful jump is.
Unfortunately, it's not as good of a move in this game. It's I think it does. It's only equipped by spears, and so just not as good as Air Render. Air Render is definitely that's the move.
You're also locked to 3 movement for your base movement, so it's really just 4 tiles away, 3 movement, or you can do 4 tiles of movement, 3 away with Air Render. Just do Air Render.
Play's getting ready to enter Yogg Hunt. Port
So we got-
Team Mog.
So Mog's entering Yogg Hunt. Last time we'll see Monty. Brain finally got some revenge for some Cheetah's RNG earlier. The general strategy in Golden Clock that he's on is to Sonic Boom Ritz. This actually skips some dialogue that she would have otherwise if you take her out before she goes, which is really handy. And then one of the Bonga takes out Shara before she can go because guest characters make terrible decisions. And then if we're lucky, the Gadgeteer, the little red Moogle there, we are not lucky. Maybe he'll haste the party. So Gadgeteers are basically the gambling class.
Oh, nice. I always forget which one is which.
Yeah,
Is it
it's
sun or
you just
moon?
wait for the results. Well, I mean, I guess party haste isn't that bad. Ideally, he would do what this alchemist is doing.
Attack Marsh in the back. But a couple of misses on the side of Brain, so that's definitely not what you want to see, but fortunately the haste coming out will help move this a little bit quicker.
Yeah. The main thing about the Gadgeteer and a later Blue Mage is they have a reaction ability called Damage to MP. And it does exactly what it says. It takes any damage and directs it right to your MP instead of HP. The way they programmed it, they fixed it in A2, but as long as you have even 1 MP, no matter how much damage you take, that's all you will take. It does not roll over into your HP at all. In the sequel on the DS, they fixed that a bit and then made it so anything after you ran out of MP would go directly to your HP value. But it makes it a really frustrating move because no matter what, this unit is going to take 2 turns to kill if you attack it. But
Now, sorry, I just want to call out that Brain made, because he did an attack, cleared out the mana and waited on Marsh. So that's a really interesting strategy because of the team's haste and wanting to funnel more JP onto the Bonga, Brain made that decision to say, hey, I'm going to just, I know my team is going to move quickly, so I'll just use these 2 stronger units rather than using Marsh. So shout outs to them for making that route on the fly.
yeah, just ensuring he gets that extra JP to the Bonga, because again, we're going to farm them like the first set of Bonga with these ones where we need 10 JP by a certain point in time.
Blaze is out of Yogg Hunt now. So all of our runners are now officially into, again, what we would kind of consider the third leg of, or the final part of the run, where we reform the party one more time and go straight to the end.
Yeah, we'll see if Chyrad's Gadgeteer cooperates a little bit better. What I was saying, though, is that you can also bypass damage to MP with a counter. So if he back attacks, I think the White Monk should be able to kill too. So if he physically attacks either Marsh or the White Monk, then when they counterattack, if they actually hit him, they can just bypass the reaction ability and then skip having to take 2 turns to kill him.
Alchemist using a potion.
Very important.
Wait. Oh, did one of the?
I think Shara.
I was like, what?
Who didn't do no? Oh.
All right, it's Sun. We want to see Sun. Okay.
At least we know what we're looking for now.
Yep.
Oh, one of his... He got Molotov cocktailed, so... Yep. I guess that skips his needing to do any decision making, because when you're Berserk, your units just attack and move on their own. So
you get an attack boost, which is nice.
Yeah, I guess that was kind of some time save, right?
A little bit. So it looks like Chyrad's going to try to use Marsh to wipe out the MP on the Gadgeteer, and then try to get another quick KO. Brain is going into Scouring Time. And this is a 2-part mission, so this is another one of those ones that's really tricky as in a casual playthrough, because it doesn't really prompt you that it's going to happen. You can't save in between, and so you can go through the entire first mission. Yep.
Yeah, the second part is pretty rough. Ooh, a little cliff push.
So, fortunately for the speed run, though, Scouring Time, we just kind of go through normally, and the second fight is actually pretty straightforward. There are some ways that it can go wrong, but not very likely to happen.
Looks like Blaze is getting ready for his recruit RNG.
Going into Foul Thief, and then the Bonga recruitment. And for Brain is now at that point in the game where units start to take 2 hits rather than 1 hit, and things start being rolls. So the RNG of rolling, so first you have to hit them, and then second you have to get a good damage roll. This is where things start to really come into play, and where that decision making of, well, maybe I take Marsh to a little bit of a higher level so that I don't have as many damage rolls for as many missions. And you have to make that judgment call as a runner to say, hey, do I prefer to take a little bit less risk but spend more time, or am I okay just taking all those damage rolls?
Yeah, and you can also see with Brain, even with the dash boots, like his units are barely getting to the enemies in time, and even then they're not getting ideal setups on their attacks first turn. If we're lucky, they'll just get countered to death, and then he can move on to the next set of enemies.
Chyrad got a target bow from that last mission, so we'll see if that comes into play later. But target bow is it's a bow that gives the ability concentrate, and our unit we get later can make use of that, and it essentially leads to guaranteed attacks.
Blaze got a unit, no problem. Very nice.
First try. Very, very, very good. So Blaze will be on to Golden Clock, so really not too far behind either. And it looks like both the counters missed on the 2 units on Brain side, so just going to be extra attacks, another crit to finish up those units. And Chyrad will be entering into scouring time right here.
Yeah, I think Brain is opting to take it a little bit slower here to get some of those remaining kills to the Bonga, because of those misses he wasn't able to progress as fast through the enemies. Otherwise he could have potentially taken out, 1 or 2 of them with Marsh.
Yep. These 3, I guess 4 missions. It goes Golden Clock, Scouring Time, Big Find, and Quiet Sands. Those
Desert
4
Patrol.
missions. Oh, Desert Patrol. Desert Patrol. Those 4 missions, we have to pretty much get our Bonga back up as close to 10 as possible. You can have 9. You can leave with both Bonga having 9, and that works out. But if you can go quick and get them both to 10, that's what we're really aiming for. Again, setting up for a situation where the last handful of missions, we go slow here, and then the last ones we... Oh, what happened? Did something happen?
Yeah, Blaze got really unlucky. So your success when taking a dispatch is it's already determined when you take the mission, and unfortunately I don't even know what the odds are, probably like less than 5%, but his Bonga Wanted is set to fail no matter what right now, so he has to cycle a full year to get another Bonga, which is really unfortunate. You can increase your odds by equipping more gear, but I think it caps out at a certain value no matter what. So that's gonna send Team Mog back quite a bit, because it takes a while to go through a full 100 calendar days. But that's something you see so rarely that, like, you just don't ever anticipate it to happen on the race wanted missions.
Let's see. Trying to recap where everything's at. So this is still technically Scouring Time that Brain is in, and there's this big cutscene in the middle where there's just some more lore. We get to talk to Judge Master Sid. This is our version of Sid, who is both Mute's dad and the Judge Master. He is a playable character. We will not be playing him in this run, but he has some abilities that are tied to JP management and things like that. And it seems like Chyrad also may have gotten disarmed by the Paladin. That's one of the moves that they have. So because these are fresh Bonga, they don't have access to air render at this time, since they haven't had a chance to master it. So oddly enough, the monks have a slight different unarmed attack, but it's not anything like other Final Fantasies where it's like that is like what the class is designed to do. There's pretty much every single knuckle weapon that you can equip gives you higher attack than you normally would, which is a little bit unfortunate. It would have been cool to have some sort of mechanic where the White Monk class could have access to higher damage going unarmed at some point. but not in this game.
Yeah, and there's no like support abilities or anything that give that bonus in this game. So Brain is doing the first duel of the game, where it's just a one-on-one match, or 1v9 if you count all the fruit. He defeated Babas though, so the rest is now just clean up and destroy the fruit as he can. Basically another auto-scroller. There's not much that can really change there. You know, you just cycle through unit or the enemies in your range and you just take them out as you go.
And in this game, you can actually press L and R to target units, but in general, it's not advised because there's not really a rhyme or reason to which unit it picks. Like, it'll pick your own units and not just enemy units. But this is one of those missions where, because it's just Marsh versus a bunch of enemies, you can use L and R and you just kind of go through and use that kind of targeting, so you don't have to scroll the cursor. So this one really is pretty much scripted. We move to very specific spaces. You press L and R, you just kind of go through, and Marsh is actually going to end this fight with 10 JP, so Marsh will be on deck to use a Totema at some point too.
Yeah, the only thing that could go wrong is Babas lives, and then he's got some things he can do. He can actually stop you, and then you can no longer evade his attacks, and he's got some pretty heavy hitting attacks as well. But pretty slim chance he'll live. Or you'll miss. Okay, so Blaze has recovered from having to cycle all those days. Really unfortunate that happened. That's, again, not something you're gonna see hardly ever. Hopefully he gets a good bonga pretty quick. No, mission success is generated when you take the mission. So when he picked it up, it was already determined that he was going to fail. There was nothing he could do to alter the odds other than going back before he picked up the mission. So Brain exiting as Chyrad's entering the fight.
And that is, yeah. It's going to mean that Team Tonberry is catching up just a little bit. And after this fight, let's see, I believe the next encounter is going to be getting set up for getting our first secret character. For those who knew the older run, there's actually a second secret character that we used to get, Linny, that involves doing a mission where there's a bunch of Lamia, and you get a hero jail item, and then that hero jail item can be used to recruit Linny. But we routed Linny out and are only making use of Cheney, which is the next character that we get. And both of those characters, though, come with an ability called Ultima, where it does, I think, 300% damage of your attack, and that pretty much means that there's a lot of bosses who we just are able to totally one-shot. And both that is going to be the last RNG unit that we really have to deal with, is recruiting Cheney. So once we get Cheney, we have to first find the mission. Then we have to equip that item onto a dispatch mission, and then we're going to save and reload until Cheney shows up as a recruit. And there can be a little bit of time loss there. We really hope that Cheney shows up on the first try, but you know, it's a 30% roll, and if you get really unlucky, we've seen it go up to like 20 tries. But generally, it's like within the first 3 or 4. But there's 2 missions that we have to get in order to unlock getting Cheney. The first is going to be a dispatch mission, which is just clear a number of days. So we walk around looking for that mission, then we walk around to clear the mission. After that, we have to pick up a different mission, and that one requires us killing a certain number of units. and with that, we get access to the item that allows us to then recruit Cheney. There's going to be a little bit of more cycling here, but after that point, it really will just be doing encounters. So this could be a chance too for Team Tonberry to close that gap as well. And even a chance for Team Mog to make up some of that time, getting good RNG, gotta hope for that and get everything on the first try and just move quickly through.
Yeah, Blaze got double Dragoon, so they are the strongest and second fastest Bonga job, so they're ideally the one you'd want to run with, but you can't always choose what you get. But that's a really good set to run with.
Definitely shout outs to Blaze for adapting to it and getting back on track.
Yeah, again, less than 5% chance you would ever see that happen. Like, you realistically wouldn't even know it's possible.
And it's one of those things too where because you have to cycle, there's ways around it, fortunately, but yeah, definitely just a lot of moving around. Okay, so what Brain is doing now is that part where we're cycling missions again. So we did this earlier to get Diary Dilemma, and so we're going to be doing this again where we just pick up a bunch of different things and dismiss it from the pub so that we can make space for other missions. And so we are looking for wine delivery.
Wine
right?
delivery.
Is the first one.
Yeah.
So keep an eye out. If you see wine delivery, call it out. Help out the runners.
Yeah, the more you run this game, so missions kind of come in clusters based on, when you cleared missions. So you get kind of familiar with seeing certain missions around when wine delivery spawns. Wild River, I think, being one of them, so it should be coming up here. Yep, there it is.
So this one is walk 10 days, clear the mission. And then we have to cycle again to find the next mission, which is 100 Eye. So I don't think I saw where Chyrad was. I think Chyrad's just doing the first round to cycle the pub to try to look for wine delivery on the first go.
Yeah. He's still in Sagement, so I'm pretty sure. Okay, so wine delivery done for Brain.
How this works on the back end is each mission stays in the pub for about 40 days. And so we've found that it's kind of a rule of thumb that if you walk about between 30 to 40 days, we say 35, but it can go up to 39 or 38. Walking that amount of days will let all the other missions that are currently in the pub fall out so that hopefully wine delivery is just there. And for Chyrad, right there,
Right there.
Be there, so that actually is a huge time save where we saw Brain had to cycle through the pub quite a bit. Now Chyrad has a chance to maybe be pretty close, given some other RNG, just to take the lead for Tonberry.
How many days did Chyrad walk? Did he do the 35 to 40?
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. Yeah, so that's another, again, runner's choice strat, where you can opt to walk less days but cycle missions, or you can walk more days. Oh, I saw 100 Eye for Brain. Nice.
Oh, there you go. Okay, so there's that RNG going the other direction where Brain got on the first try and now can go right into the next mission. No worries.
Yeah. So it's just one of those things where you have to choose, okay, is walking an extra 15 days faster or slower than just taking and dismissing 6 missions? Or will it only be 3 missions? How late am I in the calendar? Have I had to move around? What's the pub looking like? There's so many different factors in play here.
Okay, let's see. Sabatini is doing it. Okay, so this is going to trigger Marsh's counter, and if Marsh hits, is going to bypass the ability.
Yeah.
Very cool.
We're not seeing any party haste here.
Yep. And this just goes to show how different, we've had this mission 3 times, and this is the first occurrence where we've seen that Marsh gets to actually get that counter off and KO some units. You can see how much quicker this mission is just from that difference of AI deciding like, hey, I'm going to attack this unit.
Yeah, this is looking like a really good golden clock.
Very fast. Yep.
No
And
attacks,
no miss.
missed.
One attack, no miss. We blinked and it was gone.
Ooh,
So Chyrad's
getting the
going in for
counter on
100
thief.
it looks like it was at the
Nope, I
top
saw it.
of the
Yeah.
mission. It was at the top.
Yeah, no, up.
And Brain is going into big find. So this mission we end up getting to KO all the units that we need. The Bonga are picking up more JP. This is another fun mission where since the thieves can auto attack, sometimes you can get extra counter kills, which do give JP every time the counters hit. So you can finish this one pretty quickly. But the thieves also have abilities where they can steal weapons, and you don't want to see that. I've lost an Estral Edge or two to this mission, but now we just have Kaiser Knuckles and we can just pick up that one.
The center bishop as well has a spell called Steal JP, which, for one of the main resources that we're trying to farm, not something you want to get hit by. But yeah, so dispatches have a couple different ways they can go. I don't know if you mentioned this. There's day requirements where you just have to walk around X amount of days and then they'll finish. There's battle requirements, so Watching You that we did earlier for the Armin's Eye had a 2 battle requirement where you have to do 2 encounters, win or lose, just enter and exit in some method. And then there's kill X amount of enemies, so 100 Eye wants you to defeat 5 enemies, which this one has 6, works out perfectly fine. And the Vieira route, a lot of the times when we can't defeat an enemy, we just turn them to a statue instead, which doesn't count as defeat an enemy.
It's using Petrify on them.
Yeah. So this mission was actually a little bit more annoying because, one of the fighters has strike back, and you can't defeat it with a normal attack typically. So you'd have to work around that a little bit more, but Bonga are so much easier to use here.
There's a little bit when we were routing this where we were going back and forth, like, you're better, Bonga are better, and I was always Team Bonga. So
no, sages. Make it happen.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Moogle reroute where we find out Moogle is actually
no Moogle.
Unfortunately, I do feel like each class has really cool powerful classes. I think for Moogles it really ends up being the gunner class because of the range. There's really not many classes that can outrange the gunners, but because their attack stats are so low, they really can't do much with it outside of when we used to use Linny, and Linny had that Ultima ability. So Ultima is really just such a strong attack.
Yeah, we'll see that a little bit later.
Yep. But that's why it's fun to have the randomizer too, because you can get random classes with all different types of equipment, different stat growths, and you get to see some of those things, like what if Moogles had access, or what if Bongas had access to the gun range and different things like that.
Well, Tactics A2 is perfect for that because they added in tons of extra jobs, which
is true.
You can throw cards for attacks, you can shoot a cannon.
You can use items for attacks.
Yep. Shout out to that speedrun and just dumping potions on everyone.
You're just healing everyone, right? So Chyrad is trying to get finish up this mission, get some more points. What Brain is doing right now is setting up to get Cheney. By getting rid of some of those lock cards, it creates a situation where we don't have to go through a couple different menus. So we'll see.
Normally at mission rewards, you could see you got 2 lock cards. If you're full, it asks you to discard or keep whatever ones. So getting rid of some down to 18, so you can just automatically hold them. Just skips that menu in case you have to repeat that multiple times.
Yeah, first try Cheney, very, very good. Again, that's a 30% chance. You can always save and reset, or 25. Yeah, so it's like you can save and reset, but getting it on the first try saves so much time. So that's the last piece of unit recruitment RNG. There are still a couple more big roles where there could be time loss, but Team Choco should be pretty smooth sailing from here. Blaze going into the Scouring Time map. We're hoping that this will go a little bit quicker. It looks like some of the units are in a pretty good layout, and so should be another quick fight here.
Going for the air render, but also working closer to the enemies. That could also work in his benefit too if that Mog Knight goes for a physical attack, and then he counters it. You still get JP on a counter kill, which is really nice. Oh, never mind. Mog Knights can't move.
Yep.
Forgot that little detail.
Okay, and so you'll probably start seeing the runners really checking the laws and figuring out what days to go into missions. As we mentioned, now is the point when the game has progressed where lore-wise, because Marsh is going through and destroying all these crystals, trying to return the world back to regular, they're just applying more laws across the board. And so for us, that means we have to deal with 3 actions that are banned. And so a lot of the ending fights, we have to cycle around the map and make sure that we're going into fights with all of our necessary abilities. Fortunately, there's no more day requirements. There are the strict ones in order to get the 2 bongas back, all the bonga recruitment. But after we get the second pair of bonga, we can move around much more freely, and it's really just more of time loss at that point rather than having to cycle around or something like that.
So it looks like Chyrad's on the Cheney recruitment here. So that's 2 tries. And then Blaze is sitting through some cutscenes before he gets to do his fruit squishing. But yeah, you can see that extra lock card menu he's having to sit through on each attempt here, because he didn't opt to discard them like Brain did. So a tiny amount of time per attempt, but when luck doesn't go your way, it adds up a little bit.
It's one of those things too where you can lose time at the beginning, and like in the case for Brain decided, oh, okay, I'm going to discard these, but then it didn't even matter because they only went through it once. So
yeah,
definitely trade-offs.
So that was like 5 or 6 attempts, not bad. We didn't really point out, so Brain was moving around a little bit extra before doing this mission, and what he was trying to do is enter on a specific set of dates, specifically ones that ban the usage of soul weapons, which we don't have access to, so why would we do that? Well, souls, when they're banned, the bonus law is using knuckles. And what do our 2 bonga use? Well, they use knuckles. So every time they physically attack and hit something, they get 1 JP regardless of if they KO'd it or not. So that's really handy when you just need to farm some extra JP. And he's already pretty high up on JP, 7 on one and I think 7 on the other.
And this mission is really the last big one that we have to gain JP. So Desert Patrol is, this is probably one of the fights where all runners, right? We want to go through this one as quickly as possible. We're actually outnumbered in this fight. If you might even see it, it's like starting to chug a little bit in terms of frame rate.
Yeah, and when enemies move around, the game kind of stutters a little bit.
And so we're just really trying to get as much JP as possible, which is where these enemies, they don't go down in 1 hit. So we have to do 2 hits anyway. If we can get an extra extra JP either from getting extra counter KOs or the bonus laws, really helps to speed this up so we don't have to spend too much time. But the end goal is we want to leave this mission in particular with about 9 JP on both bonga, if not getting 10, if that works. And even though we have Marsh and Cheney here, they're really dead weight. We don't want to use them too much or get any JP on them because that just means there's less for the bonga to have.
So Blaze had to slow down there a little bit too. If we're going back to Scouring Time here, his first attack on Babis did not KO him completely. So he had to deal with a little bit of extra dialogue and also some enemy turns. He was going to go for a Sonic Boom there, but opted for a side attack just to be a little bit safer on the success rate. It's worth noting that he did not have combo as an option here. It's technically in the menu, but this is the last point Marsh is really going to get a decent amount of kills, and he's already squished some of the fruit, so there's not really enough left for him to get to 10 JP off of them. So he had to opt for just a regular attack with reasonable odds and hopes it hits.
The way combo works is that it drains all of your JP, and what's supposed to happen is that if you have other units with combo on your team, they will join in for the attack and start adding multipliers, which in the randomizer, that's actually one of the strategies that we use. We leave combo on, and you just equip all your units with combo, and that can like very quickly lead up to a 999 attack on one unit with 100% guaranteed hit.
If the other units actually hit.
Exactly. But since Marsh is the only one with combo here, after the beginning, when we're really using it more so for that 100% accuracy, the totem has just become so much better because they one-shot the entire maps. Alright, scouring time done for Blaze.
Yeah, Desert Patrol, it could go really fast if all you had to do was defeat the enemies, but because we have to go slower to ensure we get the JP on the units we need, it becomes almost a little mini grind, which you can optimize it. There's ways of doing it a little bit faster.
That was a cool thing on Chyrad's run just now. The Dragoon used Fire Breath on the Soldier. In this game, the AI actually takes into account if it has abilities that can heal. So the Soldier has, I think, a Flame Robe or something, a Fire Shield. So if it gets hit with fire attacks, it heals. And so the AI will say, okay, my teammate has this, let me actually use this to heal rather than do damage. So as much as we give a hard time for the guest AI not knowing what to do, they actually do some pretty interesting strategies taking into account everything on the field.
But then also this defender uses basic potions, so so there's some interesting programming. I guess they just never gave the enemies upgraded potions because end game they'll still be healing for 25. Looks like Brain is ready to leave Desert Patrol. He just needs to... Oh, he must have got speed broke.
Oh. 10 on both is very good. It's a nice spot to be in because then you can just you don't have to worry about slowing down anymore. This is pretty much go mode where you just finish the game. Chyrad's at 8, so just one more attack. And what's nice is because I think Chyrad also had the bonus law in effect, can just do any auto attack and should be able to finish.
Well, yeah, you can only at most get 1 JP per turn though, so defeating multiple units at once doesn't matter. Doing a bonus law and defeating a unit doesn't matter, you still only get 1. So there's not really any way you can speed it up other than just ensuring that each turn, in some fashion, you will get an extra JP.
Alright, and now Blaze is entering into the Cheney setup. So first step is walking around the map, cycling.
Yeah, it'll be interesting for him because he did have to do the full calendar cycle earlier because of that recruitment misfortune. I think he'll probably opt to do the 35-day walk.
Chyrad now out. Yeah, I think for Blaze it's a hard situation to be in, just to like take into account like how does the pub all
yeah, it's probably all mixed up right now. But I'm seeing missions that should come accompanied by it, so it shouldn't take too long, hopefully. Brain's coming up on the final Totema fight. This one is the one for Humes, and then we'll have one for each race, but realistically, we will never see most of them. This fight's actually really interesting, because it's a two-parter, and the first one against Ledner here, he is invincible to all attacks. You cannot defeat him. So the battle ends after either he or Marsh takes a certain amount of turns. I can't remember what the criteria is. But there's an alternative way to finish it as well.
This is the first opportunity where we get to see power of Cheney.
Yeah, because in the last battle we just normal attacked and Sonic boomed.
So that was a preview of
There's wine delivery for Blaze, so he's good to go. Oh no, Marsh is dead. And just gets right back up. So the game just assumes you're probably going to get absolutely wrecked by this guy. Because not only is he invincible, but he's really strong.
Mm-hmm.
But when Marsh goes down, it flags the battle as being over. So
Thankfully for us.
Yeah, I think that strat came from the Japanese speedrun. Because why would we ever try that? We used to like fight the enemies or like, you know, stall for time and wait for it to finish. Turns out you can just skip the whole encounter. But again, sometimes you just need a fresh set of eyes on a game to come up with things no one had ever considered before.
And there's definitely a lot of mechanics in this game to like have to wade through and consider, and different, you know, missions that you can get and timings for everything. So it's definitely fun to have a community who's just interested in talking about it and running through ideas, because we all help each other out. And looks like Chyrad also finished the first part of Fight Sands. There's another one of those ones where there's just a lot of cutscenes in between the middle, so even though Brain finished a little bit ago, I'm still in cutscenes.
Liz still cycling for the 100-eye dispatch. Should be almost there. So yeah, a lot of the boss fights in this speedrun are actually, again, just kind of like the background to the speedrun. They don't feel as important because they're so quick and inconsequential. This one, Mateus, can be finished in one hit if you're lucky. Or 2 hits if you're a little bit unlucky, but we'll see what happens. But Cheney being a secret character, he comes pre-loaded with Ultima Shot, which is pretty strong. 400 damage, can go plus or minus 10%. Mateus has 412. Oh my god. I didn't jinx that, did I?
I think you did.
Oh no. I'm sorry, Brain.
But we got 100-eye on the side of Blaze, so that was pretty quick. And Blaze will be heading there. Yep, heading into the next mission, and very soon also be heading on to the Totema fight.
Clean fight by Brain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Quiet Sands finished for Team Choco. So there's a couple more regular encounters left for the runners after that point, but a lot of it's just going to be a little boss rush at the end.
Yep.
Chyrad's going for the ultimate.
414, oh, that's going to be a high roll.
390, so his Cheney's weaker than Brain's.
Ooh.
And he low rolled. I think
that was like very low roll.
Still within, still within kill range. Again, we can't combo here, but the bosses have lower evasion, which is really handy for us. With these bosses, there's there's some particular ones a little bit later that can be problematic.
Right.
Well, there's that blood sword. I heard that was good from the Final Fantasy II run.
Yeah.
It's actually not very strong in this game.
It's every time you attack, it heals you for the amount you deal, but they gave it like 17. It's like below 20.
Yeah, it's a really weak sword.
So sad.
Kind of cool if you can dual wield them, but otherwise not super useful. Ooh, counter kill on one thief for Blaze.
And a crit. That was like counter with a crit.
That was a
Can't get
warning.
any better than that. Let's see. So after this, there's a bunch of totemas. So first, Marsh is going to totema on this next mission. And then there's one more regular fight. And then pretty much just a bunch more totemas or Ultima shots coming through. Let's see
Might
for
get some
Blaze
more
how.
counter kills.
Yep, that's what we're hoping. There's one.
Yeah, the counter strat when we were routing, that's what made it for KG. When I'm like, well, why don't we just counter? And he was sold. Like, look at them fall. You don't even have to do anything. Unfortunately, it's to the wrong unit, but we can.
It's still very fast. Speed-wise, can't get faster than that.
Can't get faster than enemies taking themselves out on their own turn. So Brain using our first instance of, well, our only instance in this route of the human totema. So it's really cool that we actually get to see all three HP damaging variants. They're cool looking effects. If we're really, I don't know, lucky or unlucky, kind of both, we might get to see one of the MP damaging ones.
We hope we don't see any.
I would say that'd be lucky, unlucky.
Yeah, exactly.
It'd be
if it does
good
happen,
bad
that's
luck.
the one you want to see.
Yeah. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Chyrad double checking the laws because target all is in the law pool right now, and as you can imagine, the totema does target all enemies on the map, which would send you to jail.
And not the hero jail.
No, we don't do the hero jail right now.
And Blaze is now heading into Desert Patrol. We're going to pick up Cheney, so we're really hoping for Team Mog to see Cheney in 1, just like Team Choco. So that's the classic selecting combo there. But Chyrad opted to deploy some of his units on that map. There's only so many instances of AP left toward the end of the game. There's going to be a point where Cheney is going to swap weapons, and it's just kind of a muscle memory thing. I personally do this too, where I'll deploy Cheney on as many missions as I can just so he masters an ability, because I'm used to him having it. But it looked like Brain opted not to go for that, so it's a little bit faster because you don't have to do that menu to like deploy Cheney and then take his turn. Yeah, that's really like small runner's preference there.
Blaze doing the Cheney re-rolling. So far, not too terrible.
This one for sure. Oh, looks like Brain is looking at the laws one more time.
So he can't use Cheney.
Yeah, deploying Cheney, but really won't be able to use Cheney at all. Yeah, just kind of has to wait.
Or he's checking his law cards. Maybe he's lucky.
R2, there you go.
He could have made missile against the law as well. So this is the mechanic I said we never use. Sometimes it can get you out of tight spots. Chyrad checking his laws. Yeah, techniques banned there, which monks use monk tech, so that's not an option. Blade Summon Haste is probably the best set you can do. The two gladiators and Mog Knight all use blades, so you've essentially rendered them unable to do anything.
Chain number 3.
Yeah. Everyone's got their final party now.
Yep. And so the way when we pick up Cheney in all these units, Cheney ends up being the hunter class, and hunters have really good attack and speed growth. I think ninjas have better speed growth, but I think hunters have better attack. So Cheney ends up being much faster than all of our other units. But he ends up getting 38 levels of being a hunter, where compared to Marsh had a handful of levels as soldier, so got soldier growths and then got archer growths from there. So Marsh is just really going to be weaker and slower.
And that's before even taking account Ultima shot, which makes it not even a contest.
And Cheney also has an additional 4 levels, which helps. So Cheney's really the hero is what we're trying to say.
So one thing I don't think we've pointed out either is we've done a couple encounters now, such as like Anti-Law's Scouring Time and now Present Day, where they trigger upon entering an area after viewing a cutscene. And typically when we take missions from the pub, you'll see, the runners attaching mission items for attack bonuses and stuff. These encounters, you are not able to do that. So now our units are just that much weaker because we don't get access to, the extra 15% attack that we've been so accustomed to. So some of these fights feel like you're a little bit weaker because of that.
Enemies are also a lot tankier. They're getting up closer to match our level. I believe the final boss of the game is 33, right? Something around there.
33 or 35.
Yeah,
I think.
So, and we leveled Marsh to 34, so our party is really starting to get, they're catching up, and that's one of the reasons why we don't do multi-leveling. It's just much quicker for us to do all that grind at the very beginning, so then we can speed through the game.
And even with all of that, we did have to remake the party at some time, because the initial ones we got still weren't high enough.
Alright, Brain finished part 1. Chyrad definitely close on the heels.
Yeah, there is a really good opening to this first present day fight where Cheney takes out the first Templar that's kind of just right next to the table. And then Marsh can run all the way forward and Sonic Boom and take out the Alchemist before it goes while also damaging the Mog Knight. But you have to hit a frontal attack for that, and it's not super easy. And then Blaze is entering the last JP farm for himself.
And I think also has a soul as a law, which means that Knuckles are going to be giving bonus JP. Hopefully we'll be able to get through this a little bit quicker. Haven't had a chance to see what their Bonga are at in terms of JP.
Yeah, Blaze is usually pretty good about diverting JP to the Bonga, so he should be fairly well stocked. I think both Chyrad and Brain entered at like 6 or 7 each.
I think Chyrad had like 8 on one of his when he went in. So it was one of those situations where like one Bonga is super high JP and the other one is lower.
Just keeps missing attacks, yeah.
Yep. That's definitely part of this segment of the run of knowing how to position and take your unit's turns to just optimize the amount of JP that they're going to get. That probably is harder than doing the fights normally, because if we could just go fast, then we would. But getting that JP saves so much time, even slowing down to take extra turns.
5 JP on that one. 6 now. 5, so Blaze is a little bit behind on JP. Oh, that's right. Marsh got a lot of counter kills in Big Find, so he stole quite a few.
And this fight for Brain is entering is the one-on-one fight with Ledner. This one we don't want to lose Marsh because that would result in a game over. So what we have to do instead is just survive, and that's what it tells you at the start of the mission.
Yeah, you cannot damage him, and he does a lot of damage as well as status ailments. He's going for the poison here. Fun fact, you can die to poison. I wouldn't know. That's surely never happened to me.
I feel like with the Archer build, it's so much easier to like at least keep turns with Ledner. It feels much less scary.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's the problem Brain's finding is he's backed himself into a corner. No matter where he moves, Ledner will be able to reach him. Sometimes you can get lucky and he'll move a little bit differently. No, he didn't even do anything.
That's scary. I think he's in range for...
He hasn't been hit though, so he's fine.
Yeah, and there's the instance of Ledner being invincible. Waiting just in time.
You just have to last a certain amount of turns. If you really wanted to optimize the survive battle, you would end on a space right next to where Sid spawns because they're going to do a little bit of talking back and forth here. So there would be no camera panning. It would just be like as instant as possible. Either way, got out of the fight alive. That's what matters. Chyrad close on his heels for Team Tonberry.
I think we're still probably waiting for 10 JP on the Bonga or the Blaze. And only 2 enemies left, so not too bad. So the next fights, I think, for Brain are
fire breath heal.
Oh yeah, I missed. But the AI knew. The AI knew that was the only way to win. I think that was 8 JP I think I saw on that Bonga.
Yeah, so you can exit Desert Patrol at, 8 or 9 each. Preferably not 8, but 9 is doable because you do have present day to get a couple more.
Misses unfortunately for the Blaze, but we'll pick up this KO on the Dragoon. Ooh, good crit. And Brain is going to be entering pretty much the last missions where it's all very, very fast. So there's going to be a couple, there's going to be one more normal fight, and then all the next missions are going to be going in and we're doing like a gauntlet of different boss missions essentially. There's no more pub after that. We just go straight to the end.
We're also finalizing the final treasure map setup.
This will be the third one
planned again. I don't know if the clans have been worse today or just watching 3 feeds at once makes it look worse because you get to see 3 instances of clans misbehaving.
I think Clan Marble took a
Clan Marble did work.
Yep. Okay. And on this mission that Brain is in, this is Hidden Vein, the Blue Mage has that damage to MP ability, so we're going to need to get rid of their MP first before we're able to one-shot the whole map. Typically what we want is Cheney to get that attack, and then one of the Bongas go, and we're on our merry way. But if there's a miss, then that can start to move things around, and it will hit. So anytime there's that reaction, that's how we know that the blue mage is getting hit. If there's no reaction, that little green circle, then there could be something else we have to do. Get some damage on that unit.
Brain also opted to move Marsh one space forward because this juggler would otherwise be able to hit him. And it just saves a little bit of time not having to deal with that. I can't remember if Brain got dragoons or not, but
I think it was a gladiator and a warrior, if I remember correctly.
I don't think you'd... maybe... I know you can outspeed that white monk sometimes.
Yep. So Chyrad might, because I think Chyrad has 2. I'm surprised that the blue mage is going that.
Yeah.
That's actually not that great, because, so as mentioned, every time the unit takes a turn, they regen mana, and so that means there needs to be another attack on the blue mage.
Yeah, the blue mage now has 5 MP, which means... See, there's the reaction ability, which means no matter what, he will not take any HP damage this turn.
And it shouldn't be a problem because Cheney can go and do a Ultima shot when his turn comes around, but it is time loss, so I believe now this means that Tonberry has taken the lead. But Chyrad doing a great job, staying on the heels and now able to overtake. And it's really not by much. Hopefully this hits for Brain and he'll be out too.
There's still a couple more RNG checks before the end of the run as well that can equalize any of these teams.
Yep, certainly. So Chyrad really only has a couple seconds of speed right now.
Also, I always think of it during this scene. I'd like to shout out, I don't know if it's still on YouTube, but there was a radio drama story retelling for this game in Japan, and someone went and translated it and put subtitles on it on YouTube. And this is one of the scenes in it, of course, because it's a pretty big one between brothers, but it adds a lot more emotion to the scene on the radio drama. But if you've ever played this game and enjoyed the story, I don't know, check if it's still out there somewhere, because it was actually really cool to see for one of my favorite games ever. There are some creative differences to it, but otherwise it's the same story.
A lot of going through this is Marsh just reconciling with each of his friends or family members. And there's the Gastro Bow for Brain. I think Chyrad picked his up too.
I would hope so.
So Gastro Bow is a great bow. It has a lot of attack, but the thing that makes it very strong is that it has 1 additional attack range over all other great bows. And this will allow us to hit a unit on one of the upcoming fights that we wouldn't be able to reach with any other weapon. Even if we had Linny, who's a gunner, I believe on the first turn is not able to reach the unit with a side attack, just because gunners don't have very good movement. But hunters have the Gastro Bow with that extra range and the extra boots, so Cheney can have just enough room to get that side attack in.
Yeah, Blaze also came really close to the one shot. Mateus, for him, had 9 HP left. Again, it's kind of just a damage roll. And it's one of those things where, okay, if Cheney was 1 or 2 levels higher, would he be able to guaranteed one-shot her? But otherwise, quick 2-tap, nice, easy.
Okay, so this part is definitely where some of the RNG comes in. So both players are now frantically looking for a set of laws that allows them to go into this mission and complete it.
And also their plans not to be in the way.
Yep. It happens to be one where, since we are doing a totema, we're really just looking for no target all or no damage to animal. But that is,
and no missile. Missile's a pretty big one.
Oh, and no
too.
missile. That's right. Yep.
Or hunt you need for Ultima. I mean, I guess you
Sonic Boom.
Yeah, Sonic Boom.
Too.
Yeah, so the final law set after you defeat the human totema boss, it just becomes really nasty to get around.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's so few days available that are free to just go in on.
Yeah, without really having to adjust your strategy. So this is this is 2 Ambervale is the fight that Chyrad's now entering. This is a fight we actually used to do normally, and also shoutouts to this attack.
Okay, yeah, watch this arrow and explain it. You can see it fighting against the physics.
But yeah, we used to do this mission normally, and as you can see, you start from the bottom of this hill. You have to go through this choke point, and each of these enemies also, like all 3 of them, I think, have ignore or block missile or block arrow. 2 of them have like petrify moves that can instantly KO your team. So instead, we just have the Bonga with an Estral Edge Totema, and this should wipe out the whole map. Looks like Brain is now entering the setup as well. And Blaze is entering Matter right now, which is just before that fight with Ledner that we saw earlier.
So we're just going to get 3 Totemos back to back to back here. Yeah, so the Blue Panther is also a damage roll on the summon. Chyrad did go for a front attack just in case he could whittle down the HP enough to guarantee it. Unfortunately missed, and it's going for Petrify.
There's a statue.
Yep, it's fine. Cheney couldn't do anything to it anyway. That's one of the ones with block arrows.
Alright, and then we'll see if Brain might be able to close that lead a little bit that Chyrad has. If all the enemies get 1 shot. I didn't see if the Balbro got hit or not.
Nice.
Ooh.
Oh no,
So
I
must
guess
have
he
missed that
missed
first
it.
attack. But Blaze finishing everything.
I still wonder what that fight would be like normally, but there's too many fast enemies in it. I don't want to deal with it.
I think there's a summoner as well.
Oh, yeah, summon animations are incredibly slow. Magic Wood, the one that we used Mont Blanc's Totema on, has a summoner in it, and just being able to skip that is really nice. So Tonberry and Choco, pretty close, and there's only 4 fights left, and things can happen.
Yep.
Looks like Chyrad's laws are pretty well set up, that he doesn't have to worry about anything if he can get there. I'm not sure on Brain's map right now if he can get there easily enough.
And I think what's supposed to happen is that there is like different map placements you can do. I think there's one that's called like quote unquote perfect Ivalice. And I think the idea is you're supposed to go from the fields directly into this map. And so it's still kind of on that mountain, but much higher up, right? We're ascending the peak to go to Ambervale. So all these maps are going to be a little bit higher in elevation, more choke points, and going through. Looks like there was a clan encounter for Blaze, but Cheney being so fast hopefully should be able to go through pretty quickly.
Yeah, there's been a lot of clan encounters this relay.
All right,
so Chyrad's going for it.
All right, hit. That's one out of the way.
So that's a large part of why we get the Gastrobow. As you can see, it just barely reaches from our furthest movement spot from spawn. So we're able to finish her before the battle really even begins.
And Blaze is now entering present day, so really just on the edge of this is the last fight that's going to be normal before it's going into that gauntlet of just totemas and combos that we're seeing. So even though it's like a couple missions behind, time-wise it's not that much because each of these missions are very, very quick toward the end.
Also, interesting note about the cutscene Blaze is on. Nice that Brain got the kill. The cutscene music that plays for that is Mont Blanc's theme, even though we don't know where he went. Still haven't figured that out. Even though Ezel's there, it doesn't replace the music, and also the scene by the sofas and the table. If Mont Blanc's still alive, there's a little bit of extra dialogue since he's present for this battle, or he's at least present for standing around talking. So it does save a little bit of time removing him there. It's kind of nice.
So Chyrad is equipping the target bow and also the concentrate ability, which, as mentioned, this gives pretty much guaranteed attacks on the fight that's coming up. Oh, they both got Orichalcum. That is very rare. I'm surprised that happened. So Orichalcum is another dagger that is stronger than the Cincadea that we picked up earlier. Yeah, I think we'll see if Brain equips that, but I know Chyrad equipped his. Did he get on? Okay. So Team Choco is now back in the lead thanks to the laws. So Chyrad, unfortunately, having to cycle a little bit. Target all blade summon.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Brain went in with broadsword band. Okay.
That shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, like that bonga usually, like, ideally optimal scenario doesn't do anything. Worst case scenario, they go to jail, we get a laugh. But final three fights for Team Choco and Tonberry. This last fight against Ledner is probably the worst RNG check because you're at the end of the run, you just want to finish it. He's got a lot of evasion and you can't really get to him cleanly from the start. Yep. So you kind of just have to gamble on either a 30% chance to hit, or like Chyrad did and you got lucky with the target bow, you can switch to Archer, equip Concentrate, and now you have an 80% chance to hit first turn.
But the main trade-off is that with target bow you lose the damage of Gastrobow, and because Cheney hasn't mastered any Archer abilities, Cheney's also locked out from going back to Hunter. So the trade-off is really around damage over that accuracy. So again, kind of one of those runner's choices things, whether or not you risk it for the RNG or go for that guaranteed damage.
Yeah, and there's not really a good setup to consistently get a cleanup kill if you do miss that shot, because Ledner can choose to do any number of actions that probably aren't going to be beneficial to you.
Let's see, Blaze on present day is looking to also maximize the JP, so looking for 10 on both Bonga pretty much by the time they leave this mission.
Brain's going for the 30.
It's a miss.
Okay, so Brain is potentially going to fall behind Tonberry here. We'll see. %80 is not guaranteed, though, so it could still be anyone's game.
Okay, so Chyrad is through. And target bow is one of those weapons that if you can randomly get it during the run, it's not something you can route. So it is an on-the-fly decision you have to make in the moment to say which option am I going to go with. But we'll definitely see that damage come into play in the next two fights, where Chyrad's not going to have as much damage on Cheney compared to Brain, who's going to have a full Gastrobow and hitting the final boss for a lot of damage.
Yeah, so instead of being a 2-shot on the final bosses, or the 2 forms of the final boss, Chyrad's probably going to have to hit 3, if not 4 times, and also more likely than not chase the final boss around a little bit. Unless she plays nice, but we'll see.
Looks like Brain is just finishing up present day. So now on to their final gauntlet of missions.
You mean Blaze?
Or Blaze, sorry.
Brain is kind of just waiting for his turn to come around. There's a lot of enemies to sit through, and Illusionist is not one you typically want to deal with.
They have the coolest animations, but it takes a long time.
Yeah, they've got cool attacks.
Let's see how much damage. You think it's 30? Hey.
Wow.
The illusion magic hits about as hard as like our regular like fire, thunder, blizzard, but it hits the whole map, and I don't know what its accuracy is, but it's not very good.
So Blaze gets to play Survive. Gets to play Tag, but he's not it. Chyrad is going up against Queen Remedy. Or Battle Queen Remedy, I guess. So this Ultima shot's more or less guaranteed to hit for him. 95%. I actually don't think it can miss. I think if it says 95, it's guaranteed.
This game that will not show 100%, 95 is the max, that it will show, even if it's 100% accuracy or more. So I think Concentrate allows it to go above the 100% threshold.
Interestingly enough, A2 always shows you 95%, which actually means 20%.
Oh, really?
But it almost always says you have, like, perfect accuracy. Such a lie. Yeah, so normally that Ultima should have done like 400 plus damage, but, you know, because of the target bow, the lower attack value, it's going to take a little bit longer to defeat Remedy here. And you can see the Bonga, despite being powerhouses earlier, not so powerhousey anymore.
Ooh. Unfortunate miss. So that will lose time, but not really a danger for missing. Oh, this
Maybe.
Nice. Bonga saved it. Counter coming in clutch, saving an extra turn from Fanfret and maybe even some extra unit turns. Blaze is actually Ledner's attacking Blaze, which is surprising because I don't think Ledner did anything against the other two.
He tried to poison on Brain, I believe, and that was it.
Okay.
Chyrad's coming up on the final fight, and I know during the pre-stream for the relay last week, during Brain's interview, he did mention something could happen during this fight, and we will pray we do not see it.
Yep.
But things could go bad for anyone. I think Chyrad's probably in the most danger just because of his loadout right now and less damage.
So now we'll get to see the power of Cheney with Gastrobow in this fight. So 462, and then if that rolls high, it can be, you know, very good damage and can finish that fight quickly. 480. Should be
still not
very
kneeling though,
quick
still
attack.
not in critical.
Mhm.
So Chyrad's up against Legrim, the embodiment of the Grimoire from the start of the game. Let's see what he does. 309. The 309's not bad. I think she just has less defense.
And that might have been checking the health values. Ooh, good crit, good crit. Just quick, the last like cutscene text that happens, and then now we just have to finish the boss.
Blaze is kind of going through the last town visit before his back-to-back clearing of missions.
Okay, miss from Chyrad's Bonga, which means that there's probably going to be at least one round of turns from all the enemies. So we'll see how this goes. Ooh, this could roll high though. Wow. Wow. And it rolled high.
Didn't even get to see her turn. So that's it for Chyrad. He just has a couple more text boxes and then he's done. So Tonberry taking the lead at the end of FFTA. And that's time for Tonberry. So let's see how Brain does on his Legrim. He's got the Gaster Bow, she has lower evasion, so he'll be pretty set. 429, that's some good damage. I think she might be... I didn't see her HP, but she might be in kill range for Marsh with the combo. Super close, though.
This could be the last turn for
Oh, she's
Brain.
got quite a bit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So one air render will finish it for Team Choco. Unfortunately, that Bonga out of range. It looks like Blaze is getting clanned some more.
Really just
Yes.
waiting for Brain to get some of the their team to take a turn. Just finish off that last bit.
So I think Blaze opted to go in with Copycat against the law. It's kind of a gamble to do it because the way Copycat works is you cannot repeat the action of the previous unit. So it's really easy to forget if the unit that went before you like just did a normal attack or something. But
I can't believe that Bonga lived. Sorry.
I mean, hey, a single target heavy damage attack is absolutely preferred in this fight.
We'll take that.
So that's
Brain
final
is wrapping
hit.
up.
Couple more text boxes. And that's time for Choco.
Brain finish.
GG's Brain and Chyrad.
And
Super close.
Yeah, we are going to be watching Blaze all the way through to finish up their fights. They're going to have this fight before they go into that climbing the mountain set of fights. So at this point, we probably can maybe let the next commentary block introduce themselves and their runners.
Yep. Hi, I'm zefferss, joined by...
I'm Coolleader93.
And we'll have Diane Nuitari joining us a bit later. And our teams are, Team Mog will be KingSPi, Team Choco is Akiyoshi, and Team Tonberry is D-Wentz.
I think Dine just popped in. Dine, if you want to introduce yourself, we said your name, but let them hear your voice.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dine Nuitari. I'm a former runner of the game.
Yeah, Lightning Returns is one of the action Final Fantasy games, but we're going to let Tactics kind of keep the wheel while these two guys run Lightning Returns, because we'll have plenty of time to talk about it once King joins the crew.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So Blaze he's got one more regular encounter left. Just the, like KG said, little hill fight against the monsters. Goes pretty quick with a summon, so hopefully shouldn't give him any problems. And then just after that, the 4 boss rush. I feel like what we've seen so far, though, is most of the problems getting to these missions have just been clans getting in the way. So with any luck, they'll behave a little bit better for him, because so far no one's had good clan encounters.
Yep. And really what we're hoping to see is, or what could help out is clearing that first mission, hitting all the enemies, doing the damage, wiping that one out on the first try, and then also hitting Ritz on the first try as well. So we just pretty much just don't want to see any misses if possible. And I think where the other two runners had a little bit of struggle was also with the law cards. So we're hoping that some of the law card or the laws that come up will just be a better set more quickly.
Yeah, I want to say the way it works out is for this party setup, the safe laws are like the 14th through 20th, so like the end of the months. And then you have like one day in the middle, maybe like 7 or 8. That's also safe. But because to Ambervale, it has to be down near Giza Plains at the bottom of the map. It basically means that by the time we get up to where Ambervale spawns in the top right, even if you started at the earliest point of those safe dates, you will most likely not still be in them when you get to that point. So you're almost having to guaranteed run around a little bit more to move the days forward. So he's switching one of his Bonga over to the Esterledge user just for extra attack power.
And also giving Cheney the Gastrobow as well. And some of these weapons on the Bonga, the Power Sash gives additional attack. Dash Boots is giving additional speed, or movement range, I should say. And then the gauntlets as well give a little bit of attack. So we're really maximizing every single item slot that we can just to get as much attack and or movement as possible.
Anti-laws could be faster, but you aren't guaranteed to get any specific ones throughout the run. So you'd have to pay attention to them, and then usually by the time you fill up on them, you're only going to have like some of the earliest ones, like R1 or R2, which we did see Brain actually utilize the R2, so like it could be useful holding on to some of them and keeping in mind. But it's a lot to keep track of when you're doing the run, because every single mission you complete after Anti-Laws is going to give you some.
Yeah, I think most runners tend to just cycle. It's not too much extra time. If you're not dealing with clans, it does start to get a little bit dicey once you're trying to like dodge clans at the same time as doing laws, because sometimes they'll just, you have to make that choice of do I cycle more? Do I take the minute loss from the engagement and just run?
They also would not be beneficial in any multi-part battles, so in the whole Royal Valley chain at the very end, you wouldn't really be able to utilize them for all 3 fights. So if you had Missile Band, you would need 3 instances of a way to negate that instead of just 1. So far, Blaze having good luck with his hits. Never mind. The dragon's not too much of an issue because he has to go so far around. And the panther can technically be shot by the totema. So with any luck, this will leave just the dragon alive, which is a pretty easy cleanup.
I think it's like officially the last totema we see, right?
Yeah. I almost thought about routing in JP for Cheney. But the question is, like, where would you even use it?
You already used it so many times.
Like, guaranteed Ledner kill, but absolutely not worth the time it would take to farm on him. It's just a quick little shot here. Dragons have low evasion, so there's relatively little risk. Unfortunately, all the attacks on it before this point have been front attacks. Just because of the deployment at the start, you can't really get any closer than that. So he's officially only got 4 boss units to defeat now. And all of them pretty simple. Just has to not get a little bit unlucky with the accuracy. I haven't paid attention to any target bows on his stream, but I think Chyrad's the only one that got one.
Yeah, I think that was the case. So the best we would hope for is that Blaze gets that front attack on Ludner, and then that could be pretty much the same as the target bow that Chyrad had, with the advantage of that in the next fights, Blaze would also have the Gastro Bow damage, be able to use that.
So
Now
I
we-
think he should be fine on days if I'm right about the. Oh no, because is the first. No, yeah, perfect setup.
It wasn't gonna get damage to animal.
Damaged animal, what?
Doesn't that don't the totemic count as animals?
When are you hitting them?
At the Grim, right?
Oh, she's not an animal, no.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure because I saw Chyrad skip it earlier, so I was like,
No, I think he had something else banned.
got it.
I think after that it was broadsword. He avoided the broadsword law, and Brain just said YOLO.
Yeah. That
And
makes
it
sense.
didn't matter for him in the end. I don't think he needed the broadsword anyway.
Yeah. I don't think that Bonga did anything auto attack wise as their enders. And these units are always quick, so I don't think there's a way to outspeed this assassin. Assassins
Absolutely not.
Yeah, they have such good speed growths, and you're just not catching them. But we are lucky that Cheney will outspeed some of these other units.
Yeah, we used to also have... Nice, everyone hit Ritz.
Everyone hit.
We used to have the secret character Linny as well a long time ago, and we'd turn him into a gunner. He comes with Ultima Charge, so he's basically another version of Cheney that can't move quite as far. And this battle was always kind of handy to have him as a backup shot just in case Cheney missed. But 70% isn't too bad. The only unfortunate part is Ultima takes 60 MP, and you can generally only use it 2 times before you have to wait a long time for your MP to recharge. So if you miss twice in this fight, I don't really know what the recovery strat would be. Like, you save beforehand and reload.
Probably.
Hey,
Wow,
for
I
each
killed
outcome.
all 3 of them. How is that possible? There was actually a comment, I think, recently in the FFTA speedrunning Discord where someone was like, "Oh yeah, we don't ever see Orc Helcom, and it's it's kind of rare." But lo and behold, all 3 runners got it today, which is really cool.
Yeah, so interesting point here. The game asks you to save, and it is mandatory. If you do not save here, when you go back to the map or you try to leave, it'll let you. In order to trigger the battle, you have to save upon being prompted. So they were actually nice enough to be like, hey, players might die here, and if they die, we don't want them to lose, progress or be stuck. So if you reload after dying, it'll let you walk off the tile and go back to grinding until you're strong enough. So really nice on the devs for allowing that.
Another fun thing in this fight is Babis is on the ground KO'd, and Babis has KO stars over him, but you can't use a Phoenix down or anything, but that count does count toward your unit count, so you only can deploy 3 additional units aside from Marsh on this fight. Yeah, these last 3 missions are very challenging to go through, very high risk. And if you lose one of them, you got to go back to the start.
I think Sid also counts for... No, it's out of 5 here, so Sid doesn't count. Does he count in the last fights?
No, I think you just have lower deploy numbers.
Okay. That's so weird.
They made it very challenging.
Now we're seeing old any percent strats.
Wow.
It's okay. He doesn't really do much in this fight.
And there's no penalty for having him get KO'd, unlike some of the other missions, so that's totally okay. So last opportunity for a quick kill on Cheney. I'm really hoping for this.
Oh.
Unfortunate, but sometimes Vallnoir can also like run pretty far forward. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
like this works out really well. If he stays facing that direction, then the warrior can just casually walk up and smack him.
Mirror render here. Yeah, as you can see, even with a side attack, it's only 65. Even like the Blue Panthers earlier, that's still like around a 75% chance. So Vallnoir just has insane evasion.
I like
Nice,
that he
very, very
used his cued miss on the air render so he could hit with the regular attack. We're going to call that RNG manipulation. Now, the outcome of every attack you do in this game is determined on the frame you input the confirmation of the action. So you really can't guarantee anything. It's essentially random for a human. Task-wise, yeah, you can dodge every attack, crit everything. Humans, nah, you got nothing. So 2 more fights left. They are very straightforward. Again, lower evasion by the boss. We have Gastrobow here, so Blaze should be in good standing. Just a little bit of cutscene in between.
Yep. And of the 2 Remedy fights, this one is probably the easier of the 2. One of the cool things about this game is that we did all these boss fights leading up to these fights, and we saw the Totema coming in, and we fought them like they were the boss. But in these fights, they are recolored, but they're the same enemies. So you're actually doing a fight where you're fighting 3 bosses at the same time twice. And it just kind of goes to show like how powerful, 1, Legrim and Remedy are, but 2, hopefully how powerful your team is as well at this point, where essentially the bosses are just normal enemies that you fight and have to work through. Even though we don't get to see it, the Totema have some pretty cool KO animation where they just turn into a crystal. Yeah, definitely won't be seeing that here.
So Remedy's nice and easy. She actually starts really close. If you remember from Tonberry and Choco, Legrim comes at the very back of the battlefield, so only Marsh can reach with physical attacks first turn, which is really annoying. Remedy, on the other hand, easily within range of everyone, not an issue. Nice. I think there was an opportunity for a low roll there, but didn't get it.
And I think we saw Brain ended up doing a combo on that route, but that's a difference of deciding whether to combo to a regular attack. Regular attack is so much quicker. You are susceptible to that damage roll and missing, but you also don't have to wait through the whole animation. So situationally can be better. Here we're really hoping for Cheney to hit, and then all the other units to follow up. I think all so far everybody had Cheney hit, right?
I think so. Chyrad definitely.
Yep, okay. So yeah. That should be pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's just she has a chance to run into the back corner and use some map-wide attacks, which can make things a little dicey at times.
Yeah, she has an ability that like randomly picks a totema and uses it, and it's the same totema that we have access to for our 10 JP. But thankfully, you know, Ultima and all of our high damage units just make quick work of her.
450 estimate.
And that should be okay so far. Cheney will have another opportunity, and usually that ends up being pretty like a side attack or a back attack.
Yeah. So it looks like Blaze is opting to move kind of to the left here in preparation for if she tries to wander that direction. Basically just ensuring that no matter where she goes, our units can reach her. There's a good chance she'll just see all of these targets and be like, well, I want to go smack that one, kind of like she did for Team Tonberry.
Yeah, and her auto attacks are really, really weak, so that really helps. And then if you attack a unit with counter, you get some extra damage. Nice miss.
I think we saw this one for one of the other teams as well.
Yeah. It's funny because that's the corner that the Grim will normally go to, so her teammate is taking charge of that, I guess. I think this is the Angel, yeah.
Well, okay. I know you were holding your breath too.
Yeah.
So congratulations, we got to see 4 out of the 5 totemas this run. 89
That's the Numu one.
Probably fine. I'm just wondering if, yeah, she drained Cheney's MP. Yep. That's fine. We have the Astrolege, we have the Orichalcum, like... We've got her cornered.
Should just be a couple hits from here.
Yeah, so that's the scary part of this fight, is that we can just choose to more or less almost wipe you. I think there's sometimes your units can live through it, but they have to be at full health. Front attack here is unfortunate.
Ooh, big damage.
All right,
Very
so
nice.
that's going to be it for Team Mog. Shout outs to the relay
very-
for accepting FFTA and having us on. Shout outs to all of our team runners for running the game. They did an amazing job.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And that is time. All right,
We'll hand off
take it
here.
over.
All right. Well, GG's and well done to the Tactics Advanced runners and commentator team. And now we're on LR, so welcome in. And essentially, we'll just get you all caught up here. So basically, a couple runners, we're noticing just in some of the interesting differences in routing, catching D-Wins is going for Imperial fairly early. And so that's certainly going to be exciting to see. I didn't see, did anybody catch if he got the drop yet, or I didn't see that?
I don't think he
believe
did,
so.
but they have safety saves for
Yeah.
when you're like, I guess, quote unquote, supposed to get it in most usual routes.
Yeah.
That
so we're-
might be what he's loading now. I do see he did just load a save. Oh, see.
It might be because he failed the double jump,
Ah,
Okay, yeah.
so he's just trying to save a little bit of time.
yeah, so if anyone saw LR in relays past, things have changed a little bit. Namely, what we're seeing right now from T-Wins. A little bit of out-of-bounds action. One of you guys want to explain double jumping? I know it was talked about a little bit in the pre-show, but that's... I'm an older runner. This is tech beyond me.
Yeah, so essentially, you know, in the past, I'd say about half a year, the double jumping has really exploded on the run. And, you know, for a little while, I think they were doing it like in going to Caius with the Goddess Temple, and it was being like experimented with, but it wasn't really getting implemented into the routing too aggressively. And then like myself and King ended up discovering different places to DJ. Like for example, going to Knoll, I found that DJ. And then one night I was hanging out in King's stream, and he was just messing around looking at some of the. He has like I forget the program name, where it shows like where all the ledges you can actually jump on and access like out of bounds and what's accessible. So he was just running around Dead Dunes, and where we just saw D-Wins trying to DJ through on that ledge. You can essentially get out of that ledge and go through where the wind is that blocks you at God's Wrath there, where typically you have to go all the way around the GOTC shrine and come in through Yusnon, sorry, not Yusnon, through Ruffian in the back end there. And so now with the DJ, we can just bypass all of that. So that's one example of it, that early in the run. And then going through Ruffian, you can jump through the DJ, going through into the out of bounds down into the GOTC, so you don't have to actually like go and get the Cactuar statue and teleport over there later in the run, so it saves a lot of time. And from what the general consensus is, anybody can correct me on commentary here, that what I've understood in conversations with runners and folks is that the way the DJs are working is essentially what we'll do is we'll go into a menu and we'll go in the menu, swap a garb out, come out of the garb, and do a jump immediately. And what essentially, I guess, is the working theory is that the frames are dropping and fluctuating, so that you actually create like a bit of a glitch, if you will, with the frame rate dropping, and you're able to get that double jump and basically essentially go into places you're not supposed to. That's kind of my understanding of it, is that basically it's the frame rate being manipulated to some degree. I don't know if anyone else has any take on that.
I just assumed it was kind of like the Mega Man 2 double jumps, where when you're leaving the menu, the game thinks for one frame or so that you're on like a level ground.
Yeah.
I remember there being talk about, because this game is very CPU dependent, especially single core performance, even dropping from 60 to 59 or 58, it does make that window a little bit tighter. We have implemented Steam Turbo to kind of help offset that. It does make it a little more consistent, but as you can see, D-Wins had quite the difficult time trying to get the GOTC skip into Ruffian going.
Yeah, and with Turbo, I think it just takes off kind of the annoyance too for the runner having to press the jump button, and saves a little bit of fatigue there, but also it does help slightly with the consistency, but unfortunately we don't really have like a solid, consistent way of getting the DJs every single time. Hopefully we will find a way to make it more consistent, but from what I can tell, it's still a bit of RNG, and unfortunately, so it's just kind of one of those things where you hope you get it, and if you have to retry it like 2 or 3 times, it is what it is. Hopefully you don't have to retry 10 times and then the run's over. But yeah, it's pretty exciting, because for a long time, like LR has gone through numerous routing changes. I ran the game like 7 years ago, and back then it was like we're still using like spells and magic routing. And then I know Roosta came in and did some routing restructuring. I think Logic Dolphin also did some routing changes. I remember a few years ago him coming in, and so I mean the routing in the game has just gone through tremendous changes through the years. And I think honestly LR is probably one of the more exciting games through like execution. The skill ceiling is very high on the game, and it requires a lot of practice, especially the last boss. And when you get into the run, you're gonna find that it's easy to learn, hard to master, I would say. And a lot of things, you'll get into the fight, as we just see, with D-Wins, he just fought, and it's like 30-second fight, 25-second fight. Even if your execution isn't like at the top, you're still going to go in and out of fights pretty quickly, and you're going to be like, hey, I can run this game, this is easy. Then you're going to hit the last boss, and you're going to realize that you've made a grave mistake, and that it's probably going to take you triple a time or a quadruple a time to actually learn Boon of Elza.
Yes,
and it's very hard.
I learned this game for the 12-hour challenge back in 2015, 2014, and that's exactly what happened to me. I kind of took my time, cruised along, and then I think I spent probably 5 hours on Boony. And I don't even know if I won once. I think I had to do a run on easy, because on easy there's a lot of changes that we can talk about later that make things a little bit easier, but Boony he's a skill ceiling all on his own, and we'll see that when we get there.
Even the Knoll fight is quite difficult for newer runners, because Null does have a very significant chunk of HP, and in that fight you're really relying on perfect times. And it's not a boss you're really supposed to. We don't have a lot of resources, where when we get into later bosses, we have a lot more EP for overclock, we have a lot better weapons. This game does have a couple of battle mechanics now that D wins in a fight. There is something called a perfect attack. So this game isn't just mash buttons to win. It kind of is, but perfect attacks makes things easier. So in normal attacks, you have 1/12 of a second. If you queue up the next attack, you'll see an orb revolve around lightning. And that attack will get a 20% damage increase. Physicals are different times than magicals. Even depending on which weapon or which ability you're using, the timing will change. Thankfully for the speedrun, pretty much Blitz rules all. You can perfect time magic, but our stat is so low. Magic is primarily just for staggering the enemy, so the damage there is kind of nice, but I wouldn't worry about perfect timing those. For the Null fight, specifically the Null and the Bunavelza fight, you'll see this implemented in. If you attack an enemy from the backside, so from 180 degrees of the frontal plane, you also get a 20% damage boost, and that will stack with the perfect times. So a lot of advice we give to new runners is with Null is once you stagger them and you activate the overclock, if you walk to the backside, even if you can't nail the perfect attacks, the positional damage modifier will still give you the same damage as a perfect attack. And then if you can get a couple of them on top of it, you're just going to get an extra 4,000 or 5,000 damage out of it. A lot of this run relies on just stacking a lot of damage multipliers through D-Protect, which is a 33% physical increase, Imperil for if you have an element on your body, which is a 50%. When you have both of them together, status multiplier or debuffs multiply with each other. So you get Imperial and D-Protect, all of a sudden you're dealing 1.995 times damage. And then Bravery is another 50% on top of that. So it's how we're able to just beef out a lot of damage very quickly. And the game did really well revolving around the stagger as well, is a lot of enemies will just end up taking double damage when they're staggered as well. Like Null, after he's staggered, will take double damage. Anytime you see yellow numbers on an enemy, it means you're dealing base double damage. So that's kind of why the damage numbers change sometimes during a fight.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you mentioned also in Booney, especially phase 3, where you get a positional damage by walking behind Booney. It's important to get that so that you can get phase 3. But we'll cover that when we get there. The other thing I think, not sure if you mentioned it, was also, there's if you're familiar with the 13 series, 13, 13-2, you know things about roll buffering. So like you have com buffering or RAV. So like if you do an attack with the garb system in LR and you're in a specific garb and then you swap to another garb, when the attack lands, you're going to get that buffered damage or modification so that you're going to hit harder. So you're going to see a lot of that going on. Also like guard canceling or animation canceling so that we can do more attacks and manage ATB. So in a lot of fights you're going to see the runners will maybe do blitz in Velvet Bouncer, and then what they'll do is they may switch to another garb roll and do a block there to animation cancel to save time and not to burn the ATB by guarding in the garb they're already in, like with Velvet Bouncer, and then they'll swap back quickly to Velvet Bouncer or whatever garb they're attacking with, and then that'll manage the ATB better, let them get more blitzes in, especially like you mentioned on the Null fight, where it's very time specific and very difficult. Then you have fights like Chocobo Eater, where it's a bit of RNG if it bites you or not, and you have to figure out, do you blitz or, do you want to just stagger first? But yeah, there's a lot of rinse and repeat in the fights. Once you get comfortable, a lot of fights do follow kind of, I would say, a basic mantra of like you're debuffing through an end frost potion or warrior's potion or what have you, and then you're staggering, and then you're blitzing and overclocking and finishing the fight out. That's generally the rule of thumb. I mean, there's a lot more to it than that, but when you get down to nitty gritty, but that's essentially what you're looking for.
So, welcome to LR, everyone. We kind of had to dive right in with the two teams being so close together. We've been throwing around a lot of terms that, if you haven't played this game, might be a little confusing. So I kind of wanted to just cover a little bit of how the game works now that we're kind of in a space where there's some people running around, some fights happening here and there. So everyone's talking about the ATB system. You'll see during the running bar there, the blue bar that's depleting while they're sprinting. Well, that's just like the overworld ATB, but Lightning has 3 different garbs that you equip. You could change them out for ones that you find, but every garb has its own stat properties. Some have weapons and abilities, not weapons, abilities that are already equipped onto them. Like the Velvet Bouncer will always have Blitz on it. You cannot remove Blitz, that's just always going to be there. And so when you're in combat, you'll see that each garb has its own ATB bar on its own, and every ability has a set ATB cost. So when they're talking about ATB management and everything, if you run out of ATB, you basically just have to stand there. You can't do anything. So these runners are going to constantly be switching between garbs, managing their ATB so that they're able to get their damage out on the good garbs, and maybe use ones that have lighter ATB abilities to kind of buffer in more space here and there. Another big one is they've purchased some items throughout the game. You'll see that on Chocobo Eater there, on Team Tonberry, he just popped a Warrior's Potion. We talk about the buffs that are used all throughout the fights. Those various items we bought to either buff or debuff enemies as we go. And also, overclocking, as you'll see again on D-Win's side right now, is one of our major uses of our EP or errata points that you gain. Every day you have a set amount, and certain abilities cost certain numbers of them. So overclocking is, it just kind of gives you a free bar to spam your strongest abilities and take things down pretty quickly, especially after we stagger. We'll frequently do a setup to stagger an enemy, and then just overclock and blitz them down. Or if they have a hard staggers threshold, it gives us a freeze point in time to get as many things on them as we can to try and stagger them so we can then do our damage.
Overclock is also really nice. As Koinu mentioned, it gives us an ATB bar. The way it works out mathematically is it's 190 ATB, which is about 60 more or 50 more than what we have to play with right now. So especially on the earlier fights, every boss fight you beat, you end up getting 10 ATB added to all 3 garbs. So not only does Overclock also refresh all 3 garbs at the end of it, it also just gives you a very large pool to play from. And it really is the one quite broken thing of the game.
One of my favorite
getting unlimited.
So one of my favorite things about easy, because all these 3 runners are playing on normal. So an overclock on normal costs 2 EP. So they only have 6 right now. You could technically do 3 overclocks in a fight. On easy, they only cost 1. So back when I was learning easy a long time ago, we talk about how hard Bunavelza was. The reason that I switched to easy to learn that run was you basically just overclock to win. Every phase, you're like, here's 2 overclocks there. I'll just blitz him a bunch of times. Oh, look, he died. So that's one of the major differences. And another one that we kind of had to gloss over that came in early play is normal also. If an enemy hits you and you have to escape from the fight, because that's one of the abilities they have is you can escape. On normal, you lose an hour of in-game time because this game is running on an in-game clock system that we haven't been really able to cover yet. But that's where the routing difference again between normal and easy are pretty big, where easy you get all these free escapes. Normal, if you get hit by an enemy on certain days, it can ruin your whole run because your day might end prematurely when you're not ready. And you get an ability called Chronostasis later, where it freezes the clock to help mitigate that, but it also costs EP. So if you don't have the EP to slot in a Chronostasis, that's it. Your day is over and you might have to reload.
Koinu, actually,
Yes.
I'd love to ask you a question here because I know for a lot of runners approaching this game, Bunavelza can be incredibly intimidating and incredibly a huge turnoff. And a lot of people will come in, they get passionate, they want to learn to run. LR's fun, they played it casually, they hit Booney, and they get discouraged and they quit or they never come back or they don't stay long term. Do you think that what would your recommendation be or suggestions would you suggest maybe easy from your experience would be a good gateway into the game to help runners get accommodated to it and ease into challenging fights like Booney, Knoll, and other sore spots, say, in the run?
100%. I will admit, I kind of was one of those people. I tried on normal, and I had a very hard time with my perfect timings, because unfortunately this game, we've talked about how frame rate can be a little wonky. My old laptop didn't run this game very well, so I had trouble with my perfect timings, and some certain strats just wouldn't work very well, and so I couldn't win. And so I switched over to easy, where it's just a lot more leeway. It does change the routing a little bit, so it's not exactly the same thing, because you don't have the, sometimes, talking about escaping, switching an hour, in normal, if you need to end a day faster, you can encounter an enemy and then skip a time. That's it, you can end a day faster, whereas on easy, you'll have to find more ways to use your time. But 100%, if you're interested in running LR and you try normal and it seems to kind of be kicking your butt, do not get discouraged. That is completely normal. And I would 100% recommend easy because it just has much more leniency. It's not free. You still have to practice with the order you do your abilities, and with Bunavelza, you still only have so many overclocks. Overclock's a magic button, but you can only do so many in a fight. Yeah, so 100% just... It's a really good place to start because it changes a little bit. Fights are easier, but they're not free. And it can teach you to learn your perfect timings. And I eventually did get a better computer, so now I'm actually able to beat normal, but I still enjoy easy a lot, honestly. I think it's a fun own experience if you want to just have a good time and not have to stress out about, oh god, my day is going to end and I ran into a Nectin in the desert at night when I have no stats.
Easy is also quite nice because the enemies also have 20% less HP than they do on normal. So there is also another layer of leniency with that as well, especially for Bunavelza, because he can potentially miss some very scary attacks.
Yeah, awesome. I think we were just touching on it also briefly that there's an in-game time mechanic, and this will probably tie in to the story.
Yes.
And essentially, Lightning is dubbed the savior by God, aka Bunavelza, and she is basically tasked with a limited amount of time. This is basically at the end of the world in the story, and she only has so many days to save people. And the way the leveling system, or if you will, or the way you gain stats in LR is a bit unique in RPG terms. It's a bit more horizontal, where you can essentially go anywhere you want in the game. There's certain limitations, maybe blocked by certain quest lines and quest triggers, but you basically can go into any of the zones and travel around, do side quests, take on a main quest. LR really is kind of a pioneer in the idea or the concept of like roguelike in a way, because back when LR came out, it wasn't really like as widely known or widely sort of executed in gaming, but LR really is probably one of the grandfathers in a way to that kind of gameplay structure, because you could basically say, hey, I want to go to Dead Dunes, hey, I want to go to Yusnon, hey, I want to go to the Wildlands, I want to go see what's going on, hey, I want to go beat this boss. And so essentially you will get stat boosts when you clear main bosses or do side quests. Will help you throughout the run, casually or in a speed run. And essentially you have the clock, in-game clock, which is always counting down, so you have a limited amount of time. And if you don't do enough main quests and you hit a certain day, you will get a game over. So you have to make sure to, I know casually for some people that was a turnoff. I know some people kind of didn't like that idea. They didn't like the fact that they had a certain amount of time and they had to like reset the game, start all over. So, I know that can also be kind of intimidating from a casual point of view, but, give it a shot. It's fun. And even if you feel like you get a game over, you don't have a safety save or backup save to go back to, you can always start over. And I know it's kind of annoying, but it is a game that does require maybe a little bit of kind of like, think of something like Slay the Spire, where you may not beat it the first time as a roguelike game, but you go through and you say, oh, I learned something that run, and now I know what to do. I know that, hey, this staggers this boss, or hey, I learned that Imperil is really great to help me do more damage, or, Deprotect, and then, next time around, I will be able to take that boss on and crush it. So, don't let the game intimidate you. There's a lot of folks I know that have probably played this game already. It's been out for a number of years, but, don't let that scare you from the speedrun or just playing casually, because it is a fantastic game and it kind of doesn't really get the attention it deserves, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I do want to say, I don't know if either of you guys caught that. I think that out of bounds from King was not intentional. I don't know if you saw, he just like fell towards the ruins, and he's saying in the Discord he has no idea what just happened. So unfortunately, we talk about out of bounds strats happening. Or I don't know, was he trying to do the DJ there and something happened? Because I just saw he had to reload. Something happened with an out of bounds there that he was unfortunately not expecting. So he had to do a reload there.
I didn't catch that, but looks like he's going for the DJ now, though.
Yeah, he might. I'm wondering if something happened during the DJ here. I just suddenly, unfortunately, looked over and saw he was out of bounds, but assumed it was normal. But apparently, it was unfortunately not. Whatever was happening there.
Oh, there we go. King landed the DJ heading into Ruffian, so it wasn't too bad, despite maybe any hiccups he had previously.
I think he fell into the ruins. It was like he descended wherever he ended up. It was it super clipped him.
Oh,
yeah,
all right,
talking about the story a little bit too. You'll see there kind of all these different zones that we're going to. We have Team Mog in the desert, Team Tonberry in kind of this forested area. There are four main zones. Am I losing my mind? Yeah, 4 main zones, and kind of each of them correspond to one of Lightning's teammates from throughout the game. Where, because Lightning's tasked to save the world, these teammates of hers have souls that are inhibiting the saving of the world. The plot gets a little crazy, but she has to basically help out her friends, and that actually will extend the number of days you have until the end. You'll see it says only 4 days left for all of these guys here, but we need to have 13 days total. So in order to extend the timer to get to that 13 days, we have to go through each of these kind of different zones to rescue familiar characters from the other 2 Lightning Returns games through these major quests, which are, for the most part, the only quests you really do. Because we're talking about getting stats from the quests you do and the garbs you wear. We really kind of only save our friends. Lightning's a little selfish, but so that's the part there.
The main quests give infinitely better stats than side quests. Like, Null, for an instance, gives you 70 strength. The best side quest in the game, which is extincting all the Omegas, gives you 12. A lot of the side quests in the game are like, here's 1 strength, here's 2 strength. So side quests, unfortunately, when you're under the gun, are just not worth doing outside of, like, obviously the ones the game makes you do, like Adonis's Edition or the Midnight Mob one. We'll be seeing in about 15 minutes or so.
I did get confirmation in the chat there. Kyron says, apparently that clip was not a DJ. He unfortunately just fell through the floor while running forward after the shop.
Oh, man.
13 ports are notorious for being a little questionable. We promise that's not normal. That was just a very unfortunate happenstance.
So here we see Aki fighting Chocobo Eater. So looks like in overclock here, blitzing. And be interesting to see what drops, if any.
Yes, there are a couple of optional drops that we are looking for through this run that help.
Yeah, Magnet that Chocobo Eater drops is a 22.5% chance. And it does save about 35-40 seconds on a mandatory, I guess you could call him a boss, that we need to fight, that just has stupid properties that we'll touch on once we get there.
Here's our last Knoll if you want to quickly. It's going to be over before we say it, but I know we kind of already touched on it before, but it's all... The perfect timings and the position are all very important for that boss. It looks like he's doing it easily. It's not easy.
No, you're nailing a lot, and also the perfect timing will change depending if Lightning blitzes spinning left and the spinning right. So most of the time you'll spin in one direction, but there is some odd cadences where she'll just decide to go the opposite direction. You really have to adjust for that on the fly.
Yeah. And then I think King had a tutorial video where he mentioned on Null he holds left on his control stick when he does his blitzes there. That kind of helps manage that a bit for the consistency. And also I do want to mention, because Aki is getting into the infamous Gashal Greens quest part of the run in. So unfortunately, with the port of LR, the game runs at 60 FPS, but we do have to actually drop it to 30 FPS for the Gashal Greens. Otherwise, you can actually potentially soft lock, and you won't be able to pick up the greens. So, unfortunately, Square Enix never did any updates or quality of life updates to improve that or correct that. So a lot of times, unless you want to YOLO, you can YOLO, and it's not 100% chance that it'll glitch, but it's very likely it will, and it'll cause a soft reset, and you'll either have to start over or use a backup save. So that's one of the issues that we run.
Yeah, it just it disables the patch. You plant it, and then it grows, and then you go to click on it, and it says, no, you can't click on this anymore, and the patch is just disabled forever.
I think if they patch it, that has higher ramifications down the road, because then the decoy glitch would also not work.
True,
because
that's something we'll see.
That's also a 60 FPS glitch. So, as a runner, I'd much rather lose 4 seconds to drop my frame rate down to 30 than have to fight the final boss as God intended.
Very true, yeah.
That is a very fun glitch. You'll see it when we get there. Unfortunately, has it ever found to have any other uses, or is it just exclusive to the boonies? Right.
It's just the final boss. In the 100% run, New Game Plus Dash, we thought it might be useful for Air Knight, but Mog only falls through the first 2 layers and then gets stuck at the 3rd layer. So he'll fall through the sand and you'll just see the top of his bobble, and then Air Knight will cast a Roga and he just dies. And you're like, oh man.
Tragic.
Yeah, and also I just want to kind of mention a couple things about the run, because besides the routing and DJs and the FPS changes that we have to implement for like shell greens, there is different ways you can run the game. So if you want to run with some mods, we do actually have a mod category. So you could run with, first of all, we have a Imperil mod and a Magnet mod, so you'll get Imperil and Magnet guaranteed. And also we have something called VK or Vulkan mod, which changes the API from DirectX. So essentially gives you Vulkan from Linux, and the game runs a lot better. The frame rate is way more stable.
Yes.
And the runners currently are using Vulkan mod. They're not using Imperil or Magnet mod, and they are using Turbo for the DJs, just to keep that breakdown. For, I guess it was, kind of a gentleman's agreement between all 3 of them.
Yeah, the reason for the drop mod is I believe it currently, unfortunately, doesn't work with the Japanese text, right? It's based on the language of your game.
It's the base game itself. So Niji, the creator of the mod, made one for the Japanese and English because they both share the same database. But Aki's running on a native Japanese game, which has different memory addresses. So unless he actually gets hold of the Japanese version from the Japanese Steam store, he doesn't know where those addresses are to make the mod for it.
Okay.
Actually,
Yes, Imperil used to be notorious. That mod is saved a lot, but we do have a safety save and gentleman's agreement, as we said, where if they don't get it right away, a save will be loaded right when they should have it.
It'll guarantee Imperil. Sadly, it won't guarantee the fish that gives you Imperil.
True.
That still can cause. I know from running, it still causes resets. And
What, you don't love niblets and goblets?
No.
Love goblets.
So actually, just want to call attention over to D once he's actually DJing right now in Yusnan over the train station. So
this is still fascinating to me that you can do this. I'm an old school runner. I was derusting for this thing, and I was learning the 2019 route, and King's looking at me like, why are you derusting the 2019 route? Because this is like, I didn't even think out of bounds was a thing until this relay. This is crazy to me.
Yeah, I'm hoping that we see more, a lot of contemplation and theory crafting, see if we can even get into the skip the entire maze in Dead Dunes possibly, because you can actually go out of bounds on the steps, kind of going up to God's Wrath, and there's some areas there we can actually see down into the maze, but we haven't found a way to actually like get in there yet. So hopefully somebody will. We'd love to have, even if you're somebody who likes to just route, and you have an interest, come join the Discord, and it'd be cool to see, some fresh eyes on it. Sometimes that's all you need, and someone finds something that nobody was looking for.
I wonder,
crush the game, break the game in half for the routing.
I still wonder if there's a way to mess with the triggers. Like, I'm sure anytime that the relay it has this game in it, we mentioned there was this one infamous time where an old runner, Midget, suddenly seemed to wrong warp into Snow's Palace. Like, he was going into Snow's Palace, and it wrong warped him into the intro. Couldn't explain why. He kind of ran around for a bit, and then eventually, unfortunately, the game crashed. But everyone wondered if there would be some way to break out some wrong warps in this game, or different ways to mess with the triggers. And if you like you said, like zefferss said, if you like messing with routing and all that, I'm wondering if there's a way that you could DJ and mess with the triggers in this game to skip more chunks of it. Because that was always the most fascinating thing. Could never be replicated. One day he just wrong warped into the intro again, and then the game crashed, and that was it.
Ewan semi-replicated it, but it involved deleting a bunch of the game files itself. He went down this giant rabbit hole where he would just delete one file, boot up the game, didn't work, would delete another file, would boot up the game again.
Wow. Yeah, I know D-Wins has messed around with some cheat engine stuff where he's made lightning basically jump into the sky and found ways to jump around and skip things, and so he's dabbled with some things, and now King has as well, and he's utilized that. And so yeah, seeing the DJs has made the run more exciting, I think, and it's definitely it's a tremendous leap forward for the routing. It's making the game in ideally more possible that you could sub 150. You know, maybe sub 150 is still a little bit of a stretch, but it's getting to that place where it's like, hey, maybe 149 is on the table with perfect RNG and or something else that can give it that little push, and that would be amazing. Because every time I think in a run, every time you break like an hour barrier or like a 10-minute barrier, that's pretty tremendous. And where LR is fairly short, you know, breaking that 10-minute barrier of 150 is just going to be absolutely awesome to see someone do that.
That Cyclops fight on D-Wins' end, he bought a garb in Yogg Village called Vengeance. And Vengeance has an ability called Beatdown. Beatdown is by far the best ATB for stagger generation ability in the game. So most the finishers for normal spells or raw spells is 80. Beatdown's finisher is 150. Or 120, sorry. It's a very significant increase. But more importantly, Beatdown is a transformable ability. So the finisher, if you have a lance weapon equipped, will turn into Jump, which is a 1.2 times damage bonus on top of the 4 times finisher bonus. So what D-Wins did there right at the end of the fight is he garb buffered Vengeance into Velvet Bouncer, so it used the Velvet Bouncer's stats, but it used the Beatdown's finisher's massive finish damage. So you end up it's one of the few places it's used because Jump is a very slow animation, but you end up dealing 3 times more damage than you would normally would with a Blitz, and Cyclops takes double damage after stagger. So as soon as you can end up just staggering them, it's a one-shot kill.
Yeah. I just got baited by King's screen there. He was the last one going for Imperil, and I thought he got it, but no, it was Dispel. Those fish can drop other abilities, and he had to load his agreement save.
Yeah. Just want to say, you know, we're not trying to really gloss over fights. The issue is fights they start a fight and it's over. I mean, like, you know, 30 seconds, 40 seconds, maybe a minute at worst, and they're in and out of a fight. And so, you know, I appreciate Dyna, you know, just kind of taking it back, covering and giving that in-depth analysis, because it's a little tough to catch all the fights, and with the 3 runners going and trying to give a breakdown. But, you know, with like Booney, where a fight that maybe lasts a little bit longer, we're definitely going to be able to give it a little bit more in depth there. But
ask any questions in chat though if you have them, and I mean,
yeah.
I have it open, and we will also, if we can't open it out loud, we'll absolutely try and answer as best we can. This game is just high action, and then running, and then high action.
But yeah, it's an hour and a half or hour 50-minute speed run, and it maybe has 15 minutes of fights, which sucks because fights can lose you more time than running around. But it is really rewarding, especially with how tight some of the days are routed, that when you're starting to run it more and more, you can find that tighter areas are no longer as tight as they used to be. So this run is very movement heavy, and it does feel very rewarding once you start taking those corners a little bit sharper, or especially with the dash meter. So Lightning's run speed is effectively 75% increased when you dash. The dash meter is done by whatever garb is your primary. So if you, in New Game Plus scenario, if you have something that will increase maximum ATB, or special garbs like Midnight Mob will increase max ATB by 30, which will give you just a little bit more running as well. So also just, you're going to be at that point of close to depletion, but you don't want to fully deplete it, because then it takes 2 times as longer to regenerate. So it's not so much mindlessly just holding L2 or R2 for dash and then running around. You do have a couple of things to pay attention to on top of like random enemy encounters and how to deal with them.
On the point of accessibility, because we always keep covering that too, is because now we make this all sound really daunting. There are several points in the run where the days are incredibly tight, but technically, at least, I don't know in the route that these guys are doing, but the route that I was de-resting, there were points where it was like, oh, we sleep until 5 o'clock and the day ends at 6. You can technically sleep until like 4 o'clock or 3 o'clock, because there was one day where I was missing getting to Saz by, I think it was 3 in-game minutes. I was like at his ladder and the day would end, so I would just give myself some extra time and I would have to end the day. But then that's another thing where as you get a little bit tighter, and then someday I won't have to take that extra hour, and that'll just be really satisfying. So the routing is tight, but a lot of it also is that, especially like, I know King has some really tight routing, because he, with like his world record route and everything, there's some wiggle room. that while you're learning it, you can kind of mess with it. Sometimes it is non-negotiable, unfortunately. That's just how it kind of plays out. But there are some days where you got a full day to play with, technically. Like in the Chaos Temple that we'll be coming to, the route I was running, you had the whole day to do it. You just hopefully didn't take the whole day.
Yeah, and you're able to, if you attack an enemy and start a fight or they attack you and you back out of the fight, the clock will move forward 1 hour. So you always have that option if, like Quinn was saying, if you want to, take that kind of comfortability where you just want that extra hour because you're not, you're starting to learn the run, you're new to the run, and you're having trouble. Don't be afraid to do that because you can always find an enemy to fight usually in a lot of areas, like especially in Dead Dunes when you run into, get these tablets, so you're running through the maze here. Well, the maze you gotta be, because there's certain doors they open and close depending on the odd and even hour. So there is certain, it's fairly tight here on the timing and the routing. But in other places, you may, like Quinn is saying, you may have, you may start the day and not have to set the clock to like 1 a.m. or any, or anything. You have the whole day. Just take advantage of that. And then if you need to hit an enemy, you're like, okay, I'm going to set it to 3 a.m. I'm not going to set it to 4. I'm going to give myself that extra hour. And then I'll find an enemy, to end the day, and that's okay. You might lose a few seconds, but hey, at least you're getting through the run rather than resetting and losing a day. And you're like, uh-oh, run over, I got to reset. So that's something you can definitely take advantage of, for sure. And seeing D-Wins and King both going through the maze currently, seems fairly close actually. One thing you will note with the maze is that you'll see that there's these little crosses. King's picking one up now, Pilgrim's Crux, and we actually use those to get access to the 3 different temples to get the tablets, which we will need for later, and we need 3 of them, and then we get this basically trade them in. We get 3 pieces of a crux that we use to fight a boss later. And so essentially with GOTC, or Grave of the Colossi skip, we no longer need the Pilgrim's Crux from running through Dead Dunes to get that, so we skip that now, which is nice. But typically, you're looking for that, and then just going through the maze, you do spend quite a bit of time here in the run, but it's not too bad. And a lot of timings will also, where you can get into trouble, is that when enemies attack you and spawn randomly, that's where it can be very problematic. So you want to be cognizant of like your movement, and as you do more runs and get more seasoned with the game, you will find how to maybe manipulate spawns a little bit. For example, like King usually does this when he's coming out of that tablet part of the previous part in the maze here. He'll jump up at a certain point by between like 2 pillars in a hallway, and then that'll cause the mob to spawn in the direction that lightning's looking, so that prevents him from running into that mob and potentially getting attacked and losing an hour, and possibly either losing the run or having to do some kind of backup strat that is less than ideal. So there are things like that where you can definitely manipulate spawns, and that helps to prevent issues.
I will say I did see him too. He did do a quick manual save because there were 2 enemies in a doorway that sometimes they might have just hit you. So I think I saw he did a quick manual save just because he was on that 5 o'clock threshold. If he got hit, the day would have ended. So luckily this game has very easy save accessibility as well. It auto saves, but also you can always just pause and slap a save down if you're not sure how your timing's going to work out for the day.
Yep, and Akiyoshi actually just did a manip by jumping and looking backwards in the warehouse. So if you caught that, that's basically what I was talking about. And she hitting Cyclops now too.
That's another tight area where, at least when I ran, it was you were allowed to get hit twice, but beyond that, it was going to mess with you, and you probably have to chronostasis or reroute, or it might just be over.
Yeah, there's a backup. You can always get like the Funiculus fireworks at the cost of a Scatney fight, or you can go get a couple of sets of
my route
fireworks
just did those.
Aki, if anyone was watching his screen, ooh, the double stagger, spicy. And the first fight with the 2 Niblets on the staircase, he was trying to avoid them for what Koinyu was talking about. This is one of the time-sensitive areas where sometimes the enemies aren't necessarily going to spawn where you want to, unlike the Caius Temple manipulation, where there's fixed spawn points, so you can easily manipulate them even further. Here, you're going to generally getting through a 0 encounter is kind of rough, just because a lot of enemies spawn super aggressive. You're in very tight quarters. So sometimes losing that 4 or 5 seconds to try to avoid the counter is better than getting into the encounter and losing 10 seconds through an escape.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to say that we essentially running around in Yusnan, hitting basically probably the midpoint of the run, but we do spend a tremendous amount of time running back and forth in Yusnan. So the run kind of, as Dine was eloquently putting it earlier, that there's a lot of running in this game. There's only I think I tallied the amount of fights in the entire run. It's like 27 or 28 total, somewhere in that. So there's not really too many fights, and there's a lot of running around. There's a lot of movement. So you're managing the ATB on movement, not letting that bar go to 0, and then have to refresh in red is very important. But you can kind of, if you get too complacent, you can basically start getting, I guess, lazy in a way and kind of ignoring that, especially like in Yusnan where you have to go around and get all the fireworks and go back and forth several times. It can get a little maybe boring sometimes, repetitive, and you can get distracted pretty easily. I know I have been doing runs and you kind of forget it, you kind of let go of that a little bit because it is a little tough sometimes. We do spend, I think, 20-25 minutes-ish, if I'm correct, in Yusnan for the run. So, go ahead.
I always find it funny that Yusnan's like almost 1/4 of the run.
Yeah, exactly.
To cover the plot a little bit, Yusnan, because, we love obviously talking about the plot of this game because it's a little all over the place. Lightning is currently trying to collect fireworks to basically bring down the set to break into Snow's Palace, but at the same time she's also trying to get a part in the play playing the Savior. She is the Savior. So she walks up and says, hey, I'm the Savior, give me a part in the play. And they're like, no, you're not. They don't believe her. So she has to now prove that she can play the Savior in this play to sneak into Snow's Palace. So that's why we're running around, mostly collecting fireworks, and trying to prove that we're going to save the world.
I want to blow up this wall. How do I do that? Get me 10 fireworks. You got it, Chief.
Yep.
Is anyone going to get hurt? Oh, we'll worry about that later. Just give me them fireworks.
Exactly.
That is in the dialogue a little bit. They're like, look, we saw that you were going to blow things up, so we changed a little bit. Like, we're still going to let you blow it up. It's fun.
So it's and grabbing these fireworks, too, plays into the time system of a lot of these fireworks shops shut down once you've hit a certain time. So that also plays into escaping too many encounters in the warehouse area, where you have to start doing backups because now some shops aren't open. And you really want to get into Snow's Palace by the end of the day, just for more of EP management than anything else. Aki getting some bad luck with a distant encounter, stop them from talking to the fireworks guy.
Yeah, if you get aggro, then people run away from you, and you'll see there's a little cross saying you can't talk to them because they're afraid of the active combat potential.
It's also, Yusnan's also weird. It's a very big map. Oh, D-Win's doing Funiculus. Good for you, Papa. But it's every town or every city has multiple teleport spots. Yusnan's the only one with only one. And it's the train station, which is kind of like in the middle of both points you want to get to. Where if they added a second one at like Augur's Quarters or Slaughterhouse, it would speed things up quite a bit.
I see in the chat someone is asking what Funiculus is. That fight there with the enemy, it's something that's been routed in before, or it's a backup, as was mentioned, where this guy says, hey, my fireworks were stolen. Can you get them back for me? And you go and you fight the enemy and you get the fireworks, and then you don't give them back to him. You just steal them and leave. So that's what that was there.
Yeah, from my understanding, that was primarily that routing is done on console, right? Because of the load differences.
There was some also. It was on PC for a while.
It was on PC when Fireworm Bracelet was still a thing, because Scatnay takes dummy damage from fire. Scatnay just doesn't have any usable stagger triggers unless it's doing heal kick. So fire and Scatnay only takes 30% or 40% of physical, so it's very, very low, even with Deprotect and Imperil. Or with the extra fire element, you just ended up being a very quick fight.
Yeah, I actually, when I came into the game, I was trying all kinds of routing. I actually was routing that in just to see if there was time save there that's being overlooked, but it seemed like more trouble than it was worth, and I actually, instead of like running back and forth to get the fireworks, I was actually using EP to teleport to the train station to try to shave off time. And I was kind of like breaking even or falling a little bit behind the normal routing, so I kind of dropped that after a while. But it's interesting. It's definitely an alternative that's certainly applicable.
I think it also might have been put into the easy runs just because with overclock being so much freer, kind of similar to the phone boss that obviously in normal you don't have time to fight it, but why would you bother getting the code in easy when you can just smash through an enemy?
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't really have a chance to really touch on kind of the early parts of the routing, but like phone booth is infamous for resets and RNG. Typically, you have 4 different columns for numbers. The third column is always a 0, and then the runners will check. The numbers are all over Luxarian, but they usually only check one number, which is the closest, or the YOLO, and they just go in blind and try to guess it. Because if you YOLO, you save time on movement, of course, if you get it fast enough. But yeah, that's definitely a pain point once you get into tighter times and your PVs improve. You start noticing.
We were commiserating with the Crisis Core runners in the first one. They had that safe code, and we've got the phone booth. There's some code in a couple of Final Fantasies, just how it is.
Yeah.
Aki did a shop there. He bought the Dragoon's Gauntlet and the Kiku Ichimonji. The Kiku is by far the best offensive weapon in the game, especially New Game Plus when you can get into upgrading it. But it's got 530 strength, which is pretty much the second best sword we're going to get during the speedrun. The Dragoon's Gauntlet also increases our strength by about 100. Earlier routes, especially when magic was still a thing for the final boss, no one would really do this because we'd fight snow a day earlier. So much like enemies upgrade on day 6, bosses upgrade on certain days as well, but also shops upgrade as well. So if we were to do snow earlier, if we wanted to get these weapons, we would have to specifically come back here at a later point, which is quite a time loss. So we end up fighting snow just on that point right before, or normally you would fight them on snow, but because we're fighting them on day 7, he turns into snow plus. Snow is the only boss that upgrades twice, depending on the day. So he ends up getting about 300,000 HP from this, but with the weapons and the debuffs, the fight isn't much longer, and the Kiku saves about a good 45-50 seconds in the run.
And for my understanding, also the loot tables change on drops, right? Once they enter day 7 and beyond, right?
Yeah, some stuff gets added, some stuff gets upgraded. Day 7 and day 10 are the two big enemy modifiers.
Yeah, and just kind of want to mention too, just for the gil routing, the money routing, the shop with the Kiku Munji and the Dragoon Gauntlet, you need 14,400 gil. And so you'll see a lot in the early parts of the run, if you see a shiny on the ground, a lot of the runners will typically pick one up as long as it's on the way, not, they don't have to detour too much. Around the phone booth, there's 3 of them, which we always pick up. And so that is probably the most critical juncture for your money routing would be that shop in Yuskan to get those 2 items. So you have to, it's basically mandatory and very important that you reach that gil amount. And we do sell some items and other abilities that we're not going to use in the run to meet that threshold. But that is probably the most critical juncture. After that, the money and gil routing really doesn't matter anymore. You're just buying a few potions in the shop over in Polte, and you have a surplus of gil at that point. So you don't have to worry about it anymore. But that can possibly end a run or cause you to lose time if you have to find a way to make up for that deficit. So that's just something to be aware of. But
You'll
those
see that
items.
sorry, continue.
No, I was just gonna say those items carry us through to the end of the game, especially when we pick up Chaos's Revenge later, and that gives us, the most physical damage output, especially on booty. But yeah, go ahead.
So you'll see Aki has put on a lovely yellow dress. This is the garb, the Midnight Mauve, which is carried through to the end of the game, or almost the end of the game, very, very close to the end. And it's tradition for relay runners to change their garb color to match their team. You'll see D-Win's made a couple of his some fun green shades, but yeah, the Midnight Mauve will be changed, and he put on the Chocobo hat. Unfortunately, there are certain hat garbs that mess with your perfect timing. Don't know
It's
why
the
that
birds
happened.
that sit on your shoulder. They decrease your attack speed by 18%. D-Wins found that out in Relay 5, and it made his Booney fight infinitely harder because his timing was off for perfects. I don't
Fascinating.
understand why, but I don't know if it's got something to do with like hindering the arm movement, or it was really dumb once we did some testing on it after.
And so it looks like Akiyoshi is currently in Snow's palace. Yep, she got caught, unfortunately, by a Cyclops.
So we see with the D-Wins fight, when he's fighting the Zoltis, this is another place where jump comes into play. The body takes 30% damage from physicals, the head takes 200, and if you hit the head with an attack, it's an insta-stagger. So right now Zoltis had Deep Protect, Imperil, and he had, I think it's Brittle for Ice. So if you were to throw an Infrost there, you're also getting 70% extra elemental damage on top of it. So that was a pretty big fight, because before we would just stagger Zoltis with spells, and then stagger the head and then try to go for the kill, where Jump ended up increasing that, or decreasing that fight time by quite a bit.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you to touch on the Ampfrost and the Narrow Potions that we use in run. I feel like we kind of glossed over that for a bit, but yeah, it gives you that percent damage increase, especially paired with, of course, Imperil. And so, you're gonna see that utilized pretty much in all of the major fights from here to the end of the run. We're gonna use some kind of elemental modifier and, through Imperil, and get that bonus damage. Something I don't know if anybody actually successfully got a Shirasu skip done, but just to mention, there is another skip in the game dubbed Shirasu skip. It's a trigger skip. They may go for it on the shop before Snow, so I want to bring it up. And essentially, what you can do is you typically, especially in the prologue, you also get a trigger for the shop tutorial will come up, and if you jump and then you do an attack quickly enough on, I think it's frame specific, correct me if I'm wrong there, and essentially it allows you to bypass certain triggers, like when you enter into Usnod for the first time, you can also do a skip there, and that will save you a few seconds somewhere. I think, depending on each animation for the tutorials, I think it's somewhere in the ballpark of like 5 to 8 seconds, depending on each one.
So you might notice this area from the tutorial part. We now have the key code to access deeper into the Patron's Palace. If you're ever going for like the 100 Soul Seed Elixir for the achievement or whatever, this is a pretty good place to grind them out, just because a lot of Chaos Infusions happen here. If you end up taking an encounter in a Chaos Fusion, the drop rates are doubled. The enemies also get much higher stats, have more HP, and they have a permanent regen. But if you beat them, you get triple the money, I believe it is, and you get an extra EP at the end of the battle. So Azultis is worth 2 EP if you fight it. If you fight it in Chaos, it's worth 3. So if you're especially also trying to farm for some abilities to infuse later on in a casual playthrough, Chaos spots are the best place to do it. Unfortunately, once you take a battle in them, they disappear. So you have to kind of refresh them. There are some of them around the world that will always pop up at a certain time. Some are percentage based, which also makes this quite a lot more difficult, because the Chaos Infusions also increase the encounter spawn chance. Especially in some of these narrow corridors, getting an aggro Anubis or an aggro Niblet that wants to nibble on your ankles is quite frustrating.
We used to work that into the routing back in the day. We used to fight a Sahagin in Chaos much later in the route, but it was like a frequent spawn chance, and we just hoped it would help us get Imperil better, but
Yeah.
moving it earlier was better.
Just want to point out Aki successfully getting that skip there on the boxes on Snow's Temple. So that's also, it's not a DJ, but it's something we routed in. I think it's been in the route for quite a while, but we essentially, normally in that room you have to go kind of all the way around to get up to the switch, but we found that you can just jump on the single box and the double box and jump across. Fortunately, it does, it does take a bit of practice. Jumping in the game is a bit finicky, but you are able, once you get it down, it's not too bad.
Aki choosing to take the Schrodinger fight. This day isn't super lenient on time, or super strict on time, sorry, neither is the next day. So I guess he just wanted to get more of the plot progression done.
Yeah, and looks like King is hitting on Saz here. So essentially, Saz has a main quest as well, but it's a little bit different than fighting like a main boss area like Snow or Knoll, where you have to collect fragments. Because the Sun Dodge is like, basically like a permanent coma, and you essentially are trying to help him with that. And so you have to run around and you see, like, we'll do specific side quests. I guess you can call them, yeah, a bunch of series of small side quests to collect these fragments, which we eventually have to turn in later in the run. So like, we'll go, for example, like the Beloved's Gift, which we got, and we turned that in before they do the DJ Musanon as an example. And then later when we fight, Cactair. And so
the second Zaltis fight in the slaughterhouse gave you one too. So
yep.
We're picking them up all over the place.
Aki entering the double Anubis fight here. Typically you want to deprotect and paralyze. Just going in for I think it depends on, it's contingent on having an end pot there too.
Also, if because your day can end before or after them, so his day is about to end, so there's no harm spending the overclock because he's going to get his EP back.
Yep, yeah, because then you want full overclock for Snow the next day. And the EP, like was mentioned earlier by folks, is that we utilize it. It is a limited resource, but you can get it refreshed by a new day, or depending on a boss fight you kill and you get depending on the boss or an enemy, you get EP refreshed. But we do utilize it fairly early in the run to buy like 3 Phoenix Downs, Warriors Potions, and then we use that to we sell those items, and then we're able to use the Warriors Potion on Knoll and Choco Eater early in the fight. And so, it's a limited resource that we do have to manage in the run. It's just something to be cognizant of, is that, it's something that you can utilize, especially for like chronostasis as a backup. But it is something that if you don't pay attention to it, you can definitely be caught in a bind. If you need it, like, maybe a boss fight where you needed it and you didn't have it because of something happening.
Does anyone know if they're doing the manipulation?
I know at least 2 runners did. I think D1's said that they were going to wing it. I don't know if they were kidding or not, but I saw at least 2 of them booted up before going.
This is a strat we found from the 100% run, where if you load up the Snow fight and then exit out, but you can't close your game client because this kind of destroys the manipulation. If you just exit to the title screen, you can manipulate Snow to do a fast recast. So Snow, we're just going to do the good old deprotect, D-shell, and peril. This is to trigger recast. Recast happens when he gets hit by 3 spells, and we overclock during his Falcon Punch. Now during that, Snow takes 3 times stagger. So instead of a Hera doing 40, it's now doing 120, and the finisher is doing 240. So it's a really fast way to stagger him, and if we stagger him with magic, we get unprotected, which is another 50% physical damage increase. And then, as you can see, with the good old deprotect, imperil, unprotected, bravery, and end fire, or end arrow in this, even though we're not hitting a major elemental weakness, we're still dishing out a lot of damage very, very quickly. The runners also grabbed a garb after they blew up the wall called the Thorn of Courage. So it will take 5% of their current HP at the start of the fight to give them bravery for 30 seconds. This was something that was routed in a couple of years ago because we used to buy bravery potions. So running off to the corner did actually save quite a bit of time because it allowed us to have bravery for fights we normally wouldn't, which also led into skipping the elemental bracelets. In the run, we would normally grab the Fireworm bracelet in the Wildland, which would give us end fire at the start of any fight for 60 seconds. But it took a long time to get, and bravery kind of offset that damage we were missing.
It also helps with the opening of booty as well, where we don't have to pop a hero's potion right off the bat. We have the bravery, and so it's definitely a tremendous game changer. Having bravery at the start of a lot of these fights.
Oh yeah.
So unfortunately I was watching King there. It looks like he did get Magnet off Cyclops. I don't know if he got it off you earlier. I didn't catch that. So
I don't believe so.
It's like
I'm here for the aerobics.
Yep.
Oh, Cactuar.
Aki just picking up the last Inero and Frost potions of Pote. That's basically the last, except for back in the Arc. We do some EP shopping for Heroes potions. That's really the last shop in the run outside of that.
Yeah, the potion management for elementals is also a big thing that we probably spent way too much time routing than we needed to. Just trying to maximize skipping shops or seeing, hey, like, does this do better damage in X fight instead of Y fight? Also, as the Bunavelza boss strat has evolved, it has freed up a potion just because the fight has been shrunk down. End potions also last a dummy amount of time. So bravery potions will last for 30 seconds. The heroes potions zefferss mentioned will last for 60 seconds. You can increase the duration by 25% grabbing the collector's catalog, but end spells last for 5 minutes. I don't know why they're set so high. It's stupid, but it works for us.
Absolutely. So Aki hitting Temple of the Goddess here. And okay, Demon's on Snow. Looks like it's going decently well. He's in overclock here. Should close the fight out here, I believe. Yes, yeah, absolutely fantastic right there.
Yeah, the Temple of the Goddess is an interesting section of the game. I remember casually it was stressful. Here we just kind of luckily run through it, but it plays high in encounters. The notorious, are they called flanted? No, ecto puddings. Ecto puddings live here. Big old red flan enemies that their hitboxes are 6 times the size of what they actually are. And that's where, this is the area where the manip came in, where sometimes you'll see people turn around and just jump in place, because jumping either advances the step count, or we know that something's going to spawn in a certain area, and if we turn around, it'll spawn behind us, and we just try and avoid as many ecto puddings as we can, because you used to just hope for the best, and it'd be like, well, my run had 8 ecto puddings, so that's a free, 5 minutes of time saved next time I come back here. Because that's why we would take a whole day, because you'd have to escape the fights, you'd lose hours, and you just had a whole day to do the temple.
D-Wins for the longest time refused to do the manip, because you technically do lose 10 to 12 seconds doing it. So you can pray for a 0 encounter goddess of the temple. So there's a bunch of times D-Wins would be on PB pace, and he's like, I refuse to do the manip because it's slow. He's like, we're going to get a 0 encounter and it's going to be okay. And then you get 9 encounters, lose a minute and a half, and he's like, maybe I should look into this manip a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, I when I was doing runs, I was a little bit stubborn to myself, and you get that lucky run where they spawn in a really favorable section, or they spawn before you enter like certain trigger room thresholds, they'll just disappear. So even though they're in front of you, they won't catch you, and so it feels good. You don't have to do the manip, but yeah, it's definitely more consistent to do it. And I also want to mention that I know in the Temple of the Goddess, a lot of DJs are done there, because there's a lot of platforming. You have to go around certain rooms and talk to Yule and get these platforms to spawn. But if you DJ, you can bypass a lot of that, save a few seconds. So I know on console, I remember watching King a year or so ago, he'd be doing a lot of DJs on console because it just saves a tremendous amount of time. So early on, before DJs were getting us out of bounds, the inbound DJs were being implemented, especially in the temple. More or less, I think, in every spot you can do it there.
I just see the question come up in chat. Just a reminder, DJs are double jumps, where we pause and we get two jump inputs to let us get places we should.
Yeah, and just to mention on how we actually set up double jumps again. from our understanding, you know, when we're going to the menu, we swapped garbs. You can do an attack. I don't think, from what we've discovered, like attacking doesn't actually do anything, but it's just sometimes we just do this kind of like a, I don't know, it just feels like it makes sense, or a consistency or feel for the DJ. But we've noticed, like in testing, that you don't need to do an attack or any kind of animation to get a DJ to proc. So, you know, if anybody discovers differently, by all means let us know, because we would love to find a way to make DJs very consistent. Yeah, Akiyoshi going for DJ right here. So you see these ledges here, and you know, they can't get up with a single jump, but if you get a double jump, you will definitely be able to get up there, and that helps you bypass talking to Yule and go around the room, playing Ring Around the Rosie, basically.
Thankfully, these, even if you don't want to do the manip, these temple days aren't tight at all. You could technically sleep till 6 a.m. in the Polte Inn and then go through here. We just sleep to 4 because it gives us a little bit of time to get closer to the boss in this area. But if you end up getting encounters, you don't really have to worry about chronostasising at all. Because I think we pretty much sleep till 5 a.m. after this.
Lightning needs a beauty sleep. Just gotta roll the save.
These ecto puddings also suck because they can hit you through walls.
Barricade boxes are, yep.
Yeah, they're massive.
There's the stretch Armstrongs. There's a couple of times in like you'll run through a wall into an open area, and you're like, I'm safe, everything's good, and they're like, got your tushy.
Hello.
Yep, they will catch you. Yeah, so here you saw they got kind of passive there on Akiyoshi's stream. You saw the puddings spawn in, but then crossing the threshold into that larger room tends to make them more passive. And we've got King hitting Slaughterhouse now, getting through the fights.
It's a beautiful dress. Hopefully he'll change the color up. We'll see what he do. Sometimes people will go with white for Team Mog or blue for the mascots. We'll see what he chooses to do. Because I think, is there a Moogle palm? Or like a Moogle hat? Something with a Moogle? I don't remember.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a Moogle hat.
Just do the good old Hawk Snow and buy the Retro Sarah mask in the Moogle Village. It's got a bobble, it'll be okay. The mask is frightening, but it works.
Again, this dress is so that she can play the part of the savior, which she already is, to blow the wall, go get snow. Meanwhile, the Temple of the Goddesses to go and get Caius from the 13-2 series. I know someone was pointing out how badly Snow got wrecked. If you think Snow got wrecked, just wait for Caius.
Yeah, Caius is probably arguably the hardest boss in the entire game, right?
Oh, absolutely.
100%.
You'll spend your entire life trying to perfect it, really.
Casually, this fight is not fun whatsoever. And the speed run.
Yeah.
Caius
you had difficulties with it casually, this will hopefully give you some catharsis.
Caius doesn't have any elemental weaknesses to exploit, but with Imperil, we create an elemental weakness. So even though we're just dealing just under that 2x base damage. But you can just see Overclock slowing down movement speed to 1/10. He doesn't even have a chance to summon Bahamut, which is a scripted first opener. And one of the nice things about overclocking on these bosses is all bosses will give 5 EP on normal or 10 on easy. So even though we have 7 now, but we still basically end up with enough for 2 teleports, which is one of the reasons Noel is done so early, because he gives you an EP. And routing around 2 teleports a day is a lot better than routing around 1 teleport a day.
Absolutely. I also want to mention, to Dine's point earlier about the ATB management and running around in movement, Midnight Mob gives us quite a large extension of that. So that garb is definitely solid for movement because we get a lot more ATB, so we're able to run for a lot longer and manage that bar a lot easier. So that definitely is a nice quality of life upgrade in the middle of the run.
Its Fira is also... Garb abilities don't follow the natural progression of just abilities you find in the wild. So Fira is supposed to cost 25 ATB, Midnight Mob costs 21. So you do save 4 ATB, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's 12 ATB for the combo, which is quite a bit. It also has a much higher base spell power, which doesn't do much for damage, except for a very certain fight where enemies are weak to fire. Like snow, that magic damage actually does equate to something just because it's actually doing meaningful damage.
Yep. And King now hitting. Hopefully King has good encounter luck here. Going through Snow's Temple. Palace rather. King now hitting on the Thorn of Courage. Gonna equip that for the Tid Bravery for every fight. And definitely representing in Wiser with the Moogle hat.
Oh, that is just a whole Moogle. Okay, I couldn't tell from the back what it was. It's just a whole Moogle.
Yeah, and there's also a really cool jump. I don't know if anybody caught it earlier. Aki did it in the Temple of the Goddess. You actually have a setup here where you can jump across a gap to hit a ledge. And looks like Demon's here also picking up Aroga, so he did not get Magnet either. And it'd be interesting if Demons goes for the jump. No, Demons opting for the safer route. If you fall there, it is pretty rough. You do have to recover it. You don't fall all the way down though. Fortunately, you do just fall in the room you're in, but you will have to climb all the way up and try it again. So it is a bit risky.
Yeah, the platforming in the... I don't know why they took a game like Lightning Returns RPG and were like, all right, for this moment, platformer. It's like, the jumping is not great.
That's what happens when you let the intern do the level design halfway through it. Aki heading off to the Moogle village. This place only opens up after, I think it's midnight or 1 a.m. This is another one of those timed doors, kind of in a sense, like what zefferss was talking about in the God Hand's Maze. So this is kind of something where we're going to end up ending the day in the village, and this does reward us with a SAS fragment. It's 3 fights we have to take with the Dryads. The Dryads are just awful enemies. If they fall below 50% HP, they have the chance to summon more of their kind. And then they'll do a nice huddle and they'll heal each other with Aurora, which is an AoE ability. So just when you think you're about to kill someone, if you're not locking them with animations fast enough, you end up turning what could be a 2 Dryad fight into a 6 Dryad fight. And you're only allowed 2 overclocks for the 3 fights. So if you end up having to use 2 in one fight, it does make the remaining fights quite a bit more difficult.
Here, once again, we have the hardest fight in the game up on Tonberry. Don't blink.
You might miss it. But
it's a shame because this music, fantastic. Love Caius' theme. Heart of Darkness.
Yeah.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, absolutely.
The one thing it's kind of underrated for Lightning Returns is there's different variations of the same track. So there's also kind of a danger track for the music will change if you're entering chaos or if an enemy is aggroed on you or you're in specific fights, which is kind of a nice change. The danger mixes are a little more hardcore, or I guess a little more metally.
I do love that we get a version of Caius' sword that we basically use the rest of the game.
So
Yeah,
Caius's the Chaos Revenge is just an absolutely broken sword. It's 600 strength and magic, which is nice, but the real chef's kiss about it is quick stagger 75%. So if we're at, normally it's high yellow to low red stagger waves, we don't need to continue it fully. As soon as that enemy's reached 75% of his stagger capacity, the next attack will instantly stagger him, which does help for Bunavel's the final boss quite a bit, and a couple of the little minor bosses we'll be fighting along the way as well.
All of the major bosses of the game actually drop an item like that. The spear that we're seeing on Tonberry and Mog now is, I believe that's still the Shadow Hunter, right, from Knoll?
Yeah.
We don't pick up all of them, but Shadow Hunter and Chaos Revenge are the two that, and you always have to make sure that you do grab them, because if you leave the area and go back, it won't be there.
It'll
I
be there
swear
until
I've
the
never
day
done that.
ends.
Okay, I think maybe a day ended or something, because I know
Yeah.
my day ended and I went back and I was like, well, that's just tragic.
I led King down the wrong hole when he was learning dash. I was like, oh, you can pick the Chaos Revenge up the next day, because I was in the middle of a reroute and I didn't update my notes to accompany it. So he ended up losing about 4 days of progress. He's like, well, I guess I'm going to fight him again. I'm like, sorry.
My bad.
You wanted to practice though, right?
Yeah, there you go. That's the excuse. Yeah, Chaos's Revenge is an absolute just monster powerhouse in the run, and just want to say on the Dryad fights there as well with that multiplying. Typically, you know, I found in practice the single Dryad fight, so you have a single fight, then a double, then a triple, and usually the triple goes off without a hitch. It's a double fight that actually surprisingly can catch you, because you have to basically do a blitz on the first one and then change targets to the one on the right. And if you mess that up, you can actually get in a lot of trouble and have them multiply on you. So, because usually in the triple, you just go straight into overclock, target it on the center one, and you just blitzes to close that fight out. Usually, you really avoid any issues of them multiplying. But definitely in the double fight, I've had trouble in runs on the double fight. I think more than anything else. And you know, you would think, oh, it's only 2. The 3 would be harder. No, actually, because of the position.
Got 2, and then that 2 becomes 2+. Oh,
yeah.
Well.
I didn't want this run to finish anyways.
Exactly.
So we see Akiyoshi now heading up to the win, right? We're going to turn the crux here, and essentially, I didn't catch your they got Magnet.
I don't believe so, but I didn't. I think everyone had to also reload their saves, so my remembering also might not be reliable for the Imperil.
This is Cactair or
Oh no, they did. They got Magnet.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice. So this is Cactair, or the community likes to call it Afrotoire. This is the first instance you run into a hidden game mechanic. The game doesn't mention it's a damage threshold. So you'll notice Magnet doing 1. Magnet is a weak attack. But Cactair has a damage threshold of 65,535, which means to one-shot it, you need to deal over 655,000 damage, because it reduces all damage to 10%, except ice, which heals it for 200%. So if you're doing the Aroga strat, which we'll see from D-Wins, there's been a couple of times where we've accidentally thrown a blizzard and you'll heal it for 160 of its 200 HP. And you're like, well, I'm sad.
Because the Aroga strat, ATB is tight. So if you heal it, there it goes.
Yeah, Aroga and Thundaga are the 2 best spells for that fight, because it's 40 ATB for 10 hits. The kind of crappy thing about it is Magnet will draw the enemy towards the middle of it, so you're guaranteed to get those 4 hits for 15 ATB. Where Thundaga and Aroga, the enemy can just leave the circle. So if you're throwing spells at a very unfortunate time, you can just throw it to where he was instead of him running towards you, so you've used up 80 ATB for 0 damage.
Also with Magnet, you can just hold the button down.
Yep.
You don't have to do presses. Magnet, you just sit there and you hold to win and toggle your overclock as you run out of ATB, whereas Aroga, you have to put a little more nuance into it, especially because you can sometimes chain it with Auroras or a tier 2 spell that hopefully isn't Blizzard.
Magnet's nice, you just hold circle, and then when you're out of ATB, you push R2, keep holding circle.
And Magnet's like the high life, so if you want to take it easy, be on cruise control in that fight, you can run drop mod and just get Magnet every time. Never have to worry about actually maybe learning Aroga strats, you know.
We used to use it on the Gremlins fight too in the Coliseum, but at this point it's just fast for blitzing down, I'm assuming.
Yeah. So we see Brandis going down here over at D-Wins.
Brandis is actually one of the trickier ones because he will sometimes just slap you or poison breath you in the middle, and you can block them, but you have to kind of keep an eye on what he's doing, because sometimes you'll be in the middle of your combo and he'll just smack you in the face, and you got to start it again.
Even in the overclock, and that's the one tricky part about Perendis, is that you can get caught in overclock, where usually overclock gives you that significant time advantage where, you know, everything slows down for the enemy and you think, oh, I can just go to town, but you actually have to be very careful on Perendis.
Even though Lightning does get a minor speed boost in overclock, if she gets hit in the air, she gets the speed decrease, so she ends up hanging for 5 to 8 seconds before she hits the ground. You're just like, I should have hit the guard button faster.
Hitting that final shot from Pote now, so all the runners have basically gotten through that final shot, and King entering Temple of the Goddess here.
This is where the routing is really interesting to see, especially between Choco and Tonberry. Choco's just getting to Perendis now. They've both done slightly different things through the day, so it's really hard to tell who's ahead where, because I think Tonberry's heading to Mog Village now, it looks like. So all those fights that we already saw, he technically hasn't done them yet. So you might think, oh, Tonberry's ahead, but nope, they just changed their days around slightly with the routing, where you're able to do things not necessarily always in the same order, but getting the same results.
Yeah, I would say once you hit Goddess in the Temple, like Caius, you kind of get to what I call the back end of the run, where you just need to clean up, you know, getting Perendis and getting Cactair, the village, all that little bit, and then just sleep for a number of days and enter the final day. So, you know, there is some ordering here that can be changed around, and I actually toyed with some different routing ideas, and I think there's something, you know, still on the table that maybe has been overlooked to save some time and some efficiency here on the back end, because you're not doing a whole lot, and you have, the days are pretty free. You know, you usually have like the whole day, you just go fight Cactair and end the day, or, you know, go fight Perendis and end the day, and you do, you know, there's a few other small requirements you do, like you go visit Zaz and finish up the fragment quest, and then basically you're done, which is where Aki's probably going to go. Yep, so she's jumping on Choco, or excuse me, well, we actually didn't talk about this. Does anybody want to get the spoilers?
Oh, about the Chocobo? I've been thinking about that.
Yeah.
Yes. So we find this wounded Chocobo in the wildlands, and we nurse it back to health. And the whole way through, Lightning's like, man, for some reason that Chocobo just feels really familiar, and Hope says that she needs to go and get some friends because she feels familiar with the Chocobo, and that's weird. Turns out, in the end, we learned that it's our good buddy Odin from the
No way.
game. I know! Plot twist!
I did not see that coming.
Mind blown. But yeah, it turns out that Odin wanted to help Lightning despite the world ending, so he basically willed himself to be a Chocobo to help her out at the end of the world. And so he carries you into battle, and before you go into Caius' temple, it's kind of revealed that way, and you see the actual Odin, and it's adorable, and one of my favorite cutscenes in this game.
Yeah, I think they did a really great job with a lot of the story threads in this game, and really connecting back to the previous two games. You know, if you're a fan of the 13 series, you know, there's so many like sort of like little like nods, and, I guess, you know, kind of shout outs in a way, or, you know, like, hey, pointing, hey, remember this person, or, you know, hey, remember Fang, or, you know, and all the whole gang's here. And you know, I love the ending. I think the ending cutscene to this game, and like having, you know, everybody there, and really just closes the entire series out fantastically. I remember I was just blown away casually beating this game for the first time. It was just it was really just made the story insane, because I think a lot of folks coming from 13 to 13-2, you know, there's a lot of kind of that middle child story where people were kind of like, I don't know about this, the time travel, you know, people weren't really feeling that jive. But when you get into LR and then you look back in retrospect, it really does culminate together really well as a cohesive story. Yeah, it's not perfect. Sure, you can poke holes in any kind of storyline, and, you know, in any kind of intellectual, you know, creation out there, but, you know, it does really close it out really well, I believe.
And just so some of those characters that we haven't seen necessarily in these cutscenes because they're kind of more hidden away, Vanille is in Luxarian, the main church town, and she's kind of a big part of the end of the game, where she can hear the souls of the dead, and the church wants her to save everyone. Turns out their method of saving isn't quite what it seems, and so Lightning's supposed to be a part of this too, but she's slowly learning that her role as a savior is kind of bogus, because Sarah, who we haven't really seen unless maybe in bits of cutscene here and there, God's basically holding her hostage, because 13-2 spoilers at the end there, everyone remembers she dies at the end. Very surprising to everyone.
Oh, wait!
I know, it lines up.
So sad!
it was an ending that you saw coming through the game, but you're like, is that really how it ends? Like we did that whole adventure and she's dead. So the whole point is that Sarah's soul is kind of talking to you like, oh, if you help out God, he'll bring you back. God can't actually do that, and Lightning is kind of slowly learning that God's kind of lying to her. So she's going to stop him because she will get Sarah back. But if God can't help her do it, she's going to do it herself.
Yeah, so there is definitely some really interesting plot twisting that we find through LR, and you realize that maybe Booney isn't really all that great. And there's I guess we can leave the spoiler kind of for the end because it's pretty interesting. We won't see the cutscene unfortunately, but we will. There's a character that is, well, yeah, we'll leave that for the end, I guess.
Yes.
Ewan's
So here's the
doing-
cactuar with Aroga.
Yes.
Ewan's doing his best gymnastics impression. Throwing in the imperils, it's a little bit of extra chip damage. Debuffs hit twice for 15 ATB, so it's kind of like Magnet Light. It just helps round out the ATB, especially if Cactuar gets a little squirrely.
Yeah, and he's just using Arogas, but like I said, sometimes you can put, like if you pick up an Aurora through the run, I'll tend to chain 2 Auroras into an Aroga just to try and get that extra bit, because you need a certain amount of EP leaving this fight, so you can't just blast through all of your overclocks. Now you see he kind of has to recover that last bit of the bar, because Cactuar's just not cooperating.
You can also get lucky from the Dryads fight. It works out to be between all 6 Dryads, you have a 18% chance for 1 Aurora drop. So if you can kind of get lucky. There has been the very, very odd time where we've gotten 2 or 3 Auroras and you're like, I am loving life. And it also does help out. Any raw spells you can get during the run also help out minorly for the final boss fight. It does save about 10-15 seconds.
Yeah, Dino was going to ask if you could kind of cover some of the, the stat buffing we get on certain abilities, like, real strength and all that. Play on final fight.
For, like, Gale Strike, for instance, that we pick up on day 3, I can get a strength plus 80 or wind attribute damage plus 10. Wind attribute sadly doesn't stack with, like, an arrow. But the strength plus 80 also really helps out on the whole fight as well. And then later on through the fight, especially during the final day, there's a couple of Nubis type enemies that can drop a heavy slash. The guard sentries can drop evades, all have strength plus 130. King actually had a run where he got like all the stat buffs. So normally where his attacking guard would also have something for stagger, it was just nothing but attack abilities. And I think it was just a ridiculously fast fight when you got an extra 600 strength.
There were a couple of, is it the guards fight, I think, though, where there's a strat where, like, if you have too much strength, you actually need to find an ability that won't just blast them, because otherwise you won't get guard skip, which we can cover when the next runner gets there, because we unfortunately just kind of missed it on Aki's side, but there's a strat you can do in a fight here to hopefully skip some reinforcements spawning in.
Yeah,
yes, Aki is on the final day here, and we'll kind of cover the gets there.
Yeah, it's important to note, we're hitting the final day, so Aki's probably going to be the first runner to finish here. Yeah, guard skip is interesting, but we'll cover that a little bit more in depth, probably when King gets there, especially where he's the one in last place here, so we have a little bit more time to cover some of the specifics on some of these endgame fights. But the final day is pretty action-packed. Yep.
Luckily, there's no time anymore. We're on the last day, and Lightning says, all right, the world's ending. We're going to do it here or else. So if you get caught by enemies, you can escape for free. There's no more, oops, I've ruined my day planning. You just have to run through these final. There are some trials in here that, because slow, we just don't do them. But, yeah, this is just, we're blitzing through. We're kind of in a final boss gauntlet here with some mini-bosses. And then we'll be leading up to the big fight.
There's a Lightning Turn speedrunner, XIII, very good PS3 console speedrunner. He ran this for Relay 5, and the monkeys that were following Aki can actually follow you to that cutscene where you see the dead bodies. and he ended up getting attacked by the monkeys right after the cutscene, and then was cursed for the next like 12 runs. It just consistently happened over and over again.
Oh no.
So anytime it's nice because like when the enemies follow you, more enemies can't spawn in. But if you just get the wrong circumstances to line up, you can just get an unnecessary encounter that's totally out of your control.
That kept happening for several runs moving
Yep.
forward. Wow.
Like every time he got to the final day, he'd end up getting smacked by the monkeys.
Sounds like maybe some kind of like RNG, like locked into on consoles. I don't know. It's wild to me. So we got the double set fight here down at Akiyoshi. And here, typically with the double sets, you're gonna basically deprotect, imperil, burn an Emperor's Potion. And what you'll see here, going into the Vallnoir fight especially, is where the perfect timing is gonna really come into play. What you want to do, you're gonna attack, and then you're gonna shift, and you're gonna hit with heavy slash. So that's gonna be really the most important technique and skill to have coming in for Booney to get your highest damage output and to close the fight out successfully. There are some other elements at play with debuffing and timings. Phase 1, Phase 2, you want to be skipping Wings of Destruction, and that's pretty hard to master. That's pretty important there. Phase 3 is about position and making sure to heavy slash when you stagger to get that bonus damage and being behind Booney. Phase 4 is essentially going to be just basically throwing a bunch of spells to stagger Booney and then imperil, deprotect, and close the fight out. Just to give kind of a TLDR in all 4 phases. Vallnoir is a 4-phase fight, so it is pretty beefy, pretty lengthy, and like we mentioned earlier, it's arguably it's harder than the entire run, and it'll take you the most practice out of the entire run. Learning the base run is obviously important, and obviously there's some tough fights and mechanics in there, but Vallnoir is just going to take the cake. It's probably one of the hardest fights in an FF game, hands down. I mean, if you think Dark Souls is hard, just look at Booney. I mean, it's just absolutely takes the cake, in my opinion.
So we're definitely gonna want to have the Team Choco running for the next game up on plate, because here it is. Here's Booney. These 4 phases, but we're coming up on time.
Aki, on the final day, your garbs get upgraded. So Dark Muse ends up becoming Dark Muse Plus, and attack changes into Heavy Slash. Heavy Slash is an ability that is only a finisher, but it's 8 times damage. So you can't really conventionally perfect time into it. So what you'll see Aki doing is throwing an attack and then perfect timing that attack into Heavy Slash, just to get that 20% extra damage boost. And you can see right there a perfect stagger did 118,000 damage. Booney over the 4 phases is about 2.3 million HP, which all the bosses before it, one of the reasons it makes it quite difficult is we could just burst down 700, 800,000 HP with 3 overclocks and call it a day.
So here it is, the decoy. One of Lightning's EP abilities is it'll pop out a Moogle that'll kind of distract the enemy, and for some reason on this fight at 60 FPS, when you run up to Booney, we drop it, and it falls through the floor if you're lucky and all the FPS aligns.
The floor is tissue paper. The floor is 1 tile thick, so and at 60 FPS, the Moogle or the decoy doesn't have collision. But if you're at 59 FPS, he's staying above ground, which the fight is still doable, it's just slightly slower.
I'm so jealous of that phase 2. There's this big move he can do, and he just didn't get it.
Yeah. It's kind of nice because while he's in the floor, going down to the 12th layer of hell, not a lot of abilities can really hit him. So even though Vallnoir is throwing out abilities, they're not dealing any damage whatsoever. So phase 3, as zefferss mentioned, you really want to be careful with your attacks. Once you stagger, Booney will get daze, and any attack that breaks daze is double damage. So you're effectively getting 2 stagger hits consecutively, one after another. It's very easy to just go into attack Heavy Slash, and then you lose out on 50,000-60,000 damage.
Yeah, so it's absolutely imperative to get that Heavy slash in there, and Aki hitting phase 4 here. Final phase, and our first Hell Runner about to close out their run for the marathon. And so, yep, you're just going to see Aki throwing a bunch of spells, and whenever you see Lightning doing a backflip here, you usually typically want to shift to another garb and hit the guard there to cancel out that animation to save some time. And essentially, you will refresh a Hero's Potion here when needed, but essentially the fight is pretty much.
Yeah, this is kind of more of, assuming you have all of your ATB and your timings, this phase is a little less. You have a spell on every garb, and as long as you have your buffs up, it should be pretty clear. This move brings you down to 1 HP, which seems a little scary, but as long as you have your spells, it's pretty in the clear.
Aki not hitting in parallel with Defect. Okay, going for it now.
You can't debuff until after stagger.
Yep.
I think you just forgot.
Alright, time is going to be on the after the results screen at the end there. So that coming up probably really fast for Choco.
And GG's Team Choco here.
GG's Aki, good run.
Yeah, very, very good.
157 is a very good marathon time.
Solid, yep. Time there.
Yep, time. I always forget that there's 2 A button presses at the end there, so I do it a little bit too early every run.
Yep. And then the one scary attack there is Cataclysm, which can definitely, if you're not ready for it, that could definitely cause you. It can kill Lightning and cause a reset to the fight.
There is a nifty way to mitigate damage. Cataclysm is really the only move where it works extremely well. If you take damage, either A, starting an EP ability, like the backflip during Decoy or using Kiraga or Esuna or something like that, or if you get hit during the potion animation, all the damage gets reduced by 95%. So an ability that will deal 20,000 damage is now going to deal 1,000. I don't know why that mechanic's in the game per se, but it is a very big damage cut and is a very nice way to live through either Cataclysm or Mental Mori, depending on where your HP is at.
He wins here on the Chimera fight, rapidly approaching his own boony.
One thing to worry about the Chimera fight is if you end up, because it's got 2 additional heads, and in this game, the Lightning kind of auto-targets.
Him in the butt strats.
But if you're attacking them from the face, because it does save a couple of seconds, if you break one of the heads, you lose all the stagger damage bonuses. And then he starts getting into very lengthy abilities like Howl or Wind Breath.
Yeah, so D-Win's very specifically positioned there to go behind the Chimera. You don't have to do that anymore with some of the later runs, I know, but or like strats. But yeah, we used to very meticulously. We'd hit overclock and then just take a few moments to just position so we weren't in the front there with a chance of breaking the heads.
Certainly helps with consistency in a marathon setting, so no shame there in doing that, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
And taking down the sets here, and our next runner is going to be hitting Booney very shortly.
KingSPi, they're putting their last tablet in.
Oh, D-Win's got a buffed Heavy Slash.
Ooh, very nice.
What will it be? The good old stagger duration plus 3% or strength plus 130? Stagger duration is absolutely worthless, but the strength is very nice.
Yep. Oh, and he is going for the DJ here. We actually do have a DJ here. Before we hit Booney.
Nope, I didn't see what it was. I think he put it on, so I'm assuming it's the damage.
Yeah, strength plus 130. And the evade is ATB plus 5. Boo. Alright, well he's looking pretty good for Booney.
Yep.
And King's getting to Perandus.
Upping narrow potion on Perandus here. You don't wait till that bubble drops, then start your fires. You're gonna block here. That attack comes out, fire again.
Oh, so okay, no, Mox still shows up. I couldn't remember. It's after you click the door. No, he doesn't. Okay, you don't get the cutscene of him going, "Hey, Lightning, all your friends are gone." That's part of the plot here, is that God sees the Lightning misbehaving and he steals all your friends. Lightning's like, "What? You think that was gonna stop me?" So we're gonna go fight God again.
King looking to get a pretty clean horrendous fight there. I didn't see him get knocked around an overclock or anything, so very solid fight there for King.
Yes.
And I guess we can mention it now. You can see there's somebody floating in front of Boonvelza. That is Hope. So Booney is basically cosplaying as Hope the entire game.
Yes, everyone questions, oh, why is Hope young again? Because if you remember 13-2, he was a full-grown adult, and it's just kind of this mystery. They're like, huh, so weird. But it turns out the Hope that you've been dealing with this whole time has kind of been this puppet that Booney's just been kind of directing you as Hope.
So, serious question. If adult Hope was bossing you around, would it be more annoying or less annoying?
Less annoying.
probably less.
I really like adult Hope BA.
Yeah. Hope in general is people learn to tune him out as an LR speedrunner. He talks to you a lot. So here's phase 1. Attacks, heavy slashes, keeping the debuffs up.
Yeah, this fight, Boonvelza is a very specific fight, and these runners make it look easy, but it is not easy. And as long as you're hitting the perfect times, you will get through the fight. Really.
Even though sometimes I found when I was de-rusting, I was like, I'll get through the first phase, but then I'll have no ATB for phase 2. It's like, well, so it's all about, because your ATB goes between each phase, you gotta be careful.
Yeah, the ATB management is huge.
I think D-Wins forgot to throw an end potion.
Yeah, he didn't.
D-Wins changes his route so much, I don't know if this is just part of it or not.
He had bravery, but now he's not buffing up at all. I'm surprised he didn't get any.
Badly. Oh, so this is interesting. In lightning turns, you can only have 5 active buffs and debuffs, and the skull is a hexagon, which means it's a permanent buff. Which is one of the damning things, because you can't just throw a hero's potion and then throw an end potion and call it a day. So Doom will always persist, which eats up a slot. So if you throw a hero's potion and then an end potion, you lose bravery. But if you throw an end potion and then a hero's potion, you lose your end spell. Which makes phase 1 really tight, because you really want to kill him within that 30-second limit from that Tillith bravery from the Thorn of Courage.
Yep. Yeah, the
if he's
specific
doing
ordering.
vigilance, it looks like he's just not putting up an end spell.
Yeah. Yeah, the specific ordering on the debuffing here, you don't want to linger too long trying to throw out imperils. You typically on PC, which we didn't mention, you have to throw 2 imperils to get them to stick, and you extend the duration of the debuffs every time you hit a enemy with a debuff. So on Booney, we typically throw 2 imperils, 2 D protects at the start. We'll do a bit of Blazzaras or Ferraras and to do a little bit of like increase the stagger gauge, and then hit the double imperil again. And then go into our attack, heavy slash, and overclocking to close the first phase out. Because you want to keep that imperil up the entire time.
And this is where you see, it looks like, it seems like he's going very smoothly through the hit bar. He gets over halfway full, but then it's just this last bit here that, as your ATB lowers, you lose your buffs. It's all about that timing, because now he's got this tiny bit, but it's much slower to chip away.
Getting D-Brave is also very unfortunate, because that means the bravery from the hero's potion will balance it out. D-Brave, you lose 30% attack strength. So instead of getting that 50% boost, you're now just sitting at even.
Alright, I think we need some energy and some motivation from chat for Team Tonberry here. Having a little bit of struggle on Booney.
There's all different sorts of setups for Booney, too, based off the route you're doing. I see D1's got a ton of heroes potions. Some get less of them, depending on how many you need. I personally always leave myself a couple of slots, because there's a shop just before Booney that you can pick up Phoenix Downs and X potions. And they're kind of band-aids for, like, bleeding open wounds, but sometimes if I get hit by something and I just need to pop an X potion and keep myself alive, that's kind of what I have to do. So there's all sorts of, depending on the route you do, because sometimes people really stack themselves tight where you don't have any of that extra wiggle room. But, there is room to kind of fit in some safety items, and Phoenix Downs aren't the best option, because they kind of leave you without your buffs and everything, but there's all sorts of things you can try and do, especially as you're learning. When I was de-rusting, I was like, yep, nope, Phoenix Down, X potion. I picked up like a bunch of extra heroes potions, because I knew I was going to not time my debuffs right. And
yeah, I remember back when I ran the game, 7 years ago, so I would remember taking a Phoenix Down or a couple into the Booney fight, because I wasn't, solid on it, and that definitely helped. If I died, hey, just, pop another hero's potion, keep going. You know,
Yeah.
phase 1 is a bit more forgiving because you don't. I mean, yes, you can definitely have a reset, fortunately, but as compared to like say phase 2, where you have like Wings of Destruction, you know, you can definitely save it phase 1 and just persevere a bit and still power through it. You know, when you get into phases like phase 2, or like if you mess up and Cataclysm kills you in phase 4, you know, it could completely wipe you. And if you don't have that Phoenix down backup, you are going back to phase 1. So King now entering the final day as well, and I just want to touch briefly, he's going to get to the guard here, the double guards, and probably hopefully hit the guard skip. And it's essentially you're going to overclock immediately and hit Fire and Blizzard, I believe 3 times. Then you're going to blitz, and then you're going to target. See what King's execution here is. The Auroras. Yep. So you're going to heavy slash, shift targets, deprotect, attack, heavy slash here, kill the Sentry B, attack, heavy slash again, and then go back and clean up Sentry A. Very well done by King here.
Yeah, very nice. Because yeah, they'll start calling in soldiers and they'll start shooting you. It's not a run killer if you don't get it. It's just time loss. Sit there and do more blitzes, and sometimes don't have quite the ATB for it. All right, there's D wins. Moving on to phase 2.
Phase 2.
He's got his groove back.
Then goes decoy popping off, and the D protects.
And this is one where Aki had a brilliant fight, blitzing through very fast. But there's one thing that you can do here. It's spamming guard and which ability is it to back up the character? Is it guard and deprotect?
Or D-shell.
Yeah. So if you think that you're not going to skip that Wings of Destruction, you have the decoy down. You can spam guard and deprotect it. And lightning does this like backward shuffle that will get you away from these orbs that are going to explode, and you just kind of hope that you live through it and recover from there. So.
Oh, D-Win's kind of in a pickle. When he's in these Wings of Destruction mode, he can't generate stagger at all. So unfortunately, he didn't get the skip Thunder element, which isn't bad because he's got Enfrost on. So this is why Wings of Destruction skipper is so important, because after it, he'll pick one of 4 elements. Normally we only come in here with Enfrost and Arrow. So since he's and Thunder, Arrow will deal more damage if we would have thrown that, but if he would have thrown an Ice element or Arrow element, we would have lost our end buff. Which means we would have had to throw another potion, and we might not, depending on the route, had an extra one to spare.
Yes, I remember many a Frost Spirit in the routes where there wasn't room for it.
And you're just like, well, I guess, I'll try tomorrow.
And then phase 3's whole gimmick, if you don't kind of manage to get through it when you do, is see how he has 1 buff on. He just keeps using an ability that keeps stacking on buffs, and eventually I think in this phase he can kill the decoy with something. So it's kind of a... You just don't want to let him stack buffs over and over again.
Yeah,
funny. Oh, go ahead, Zefferss.
No, I was just going to say the one key, especially in phase 3 and 4 with the decoy, is you do at times have to kind of spot and see if it died or not. So, like, you check in the menu, if you can cast decoy again, that means that your decoy died. So it's something, especially with, certain abilities like Cataclysm, which will target lightning. If you don't have the decoy up, it can be troublesome. So
I never thought about checking for the recast. That's actually really smart.
You can also look at where Booney is looking. If Lunavelza is issuing attack looking down, the decoy is alive. If he's looking at lightning, the decoy is dead.
When I was de-resting, I would throw focus on my abilities that King popped in and said, no, your decoy died. I was like, oh.
The second one is definitely for something when you're feeling comfortable, because a lot of the times, like, you're just like, I want to kill him, I want to die, I want this to be over. So you're not really looking at the small, subtle things.
Yeah.
Get ready
you notice that Booney has like a bit of a tilted head in phase 4 and looking down. That's how you know that Booney's looking at the decoy.
Elementaga.
Yep.
So D-Win's trying to potion toss a little early, but he got the guard off.
Oh yeah, so there's his decoy is gone, so he's throwing out another one. Whether it goes through the floor or not, it'll hopefully give him the time he needs to stagger it here.
Getting Heartless Angel, which again is more scary than it seems. It just drops you to 1 HP, it doesn't kill you, so you always kind of want to see that. And there's a stagger. And I'm just gonna attack in heavy slash, essentially here to close the fight out.
Yeah, you can see the plus 130 doing a lot of work. On this phase, it's about 23,000 extra damage.
And there's the kill. So just in a moment here. Time.
All right. And I think before King jumps in, does the next team kind of want to jump on comms and do some brief introductions?
Yes, yeah. The Booney fight's about to start. You have some time before we have to get into that. If you want to. FF9 team feeling shy.
Hi, I'm Measley. I'm on Team Choco. How you guys doing?
Doing good, doing good.
Fantastic.
Fantastic relay so far. Best time of the year.
Yeah, it's been well so far.
It's been pretty great. So we have easily already going. Already started off. Already went through nobles. Keeper is just starting here on Tonberry, and then we have Pete for Team Mon. And then along with me for commentary, I have the Brutals and Mel. And hopefully later, Sayo will join.
All right,
Very
awesome.
good. Looking forward to that run.
Yep.
Here is Booney for the last time. Don't blink,
All right.
because
So King hitting attack heavy slash here in overclock in phase 1. And looking to hit that stagger there. Very cleanly done. She blows up phase 1 easily here. Yep.
it looks like he got another heavy slash too. Yeah, he's got 2 of them equipped, so I'm assuming that's the extra strength as well for King.
Sadly, didn't get any of the stagger modifiers from him attacking. You can usually tell if you've hit a good point in Booney because he'll stagger either before overclock or during it. Sometimes it's just bad RNG. There's no point in waiting around to trying to attack when he attacks.
And King looking to attack heavy slash here. Overclock. Hitting that stagger break. Nicely done here. There's plenty of ATB. Should be a clean phase 2.
Oh yeah, huge stagger hit there.
Absolutely fantastic phase 2. Closed out.
Going on into phase 3. King has put a lot of time into Budavelza. He's very good at this game. So again, he's
Yeah,
making it
he's-
look easy. It's
yeah.
not.
He's a world record holder in many categories, so he's definitely one of the top runners of the game.
Yeah, once you've
Interesting
you've
strat
hammered,
here with the spells.
King does a slightly different setup with the spells. He tries to get Booney really close with stagger.
Okay.
It's also depending on Booney's moves, because where he throws the spells will... If Bunavelza does like Almagest, he'll stay in one place, but if he does the Scythe throw, he'll move back. So King will throw additional spells to get that jump back from the first spell cast. It saves like chasing after him and then moving around to the backside.
Did he
King's
lose the
worth-
damage from the daze there?
Yeah,
Looks like
yeah.
it- yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Still, he's putting work through it.
Yeah,
No
kind of
problem.
refresh the girl there and close out phase
Yeah, so
3.
there's the Holy Blade. You saw very briefly. He got another buff, but no problem here.
With phase 3, the amount of buffs he has dictates how many attacks he does, up to. And then once he gets 3 buffs, after that he'll do a very devastating spell, Hypernova or Dancing Mad, and then it'll go back to 1 buff and it'll kind of repeat that AI script over and over again.
King a little low on ATB here, so you see him cycling through these spells kind of before the chains finish out. But as long
Yeah, I
as
was
he
gonna-
keeps his potions up.
I was going to say the ATB management from phase 3 to phase 4 can be a bit tricky at times. I've seen several runs myself and other runners in King, even King has trouble on the ATB sometimes in phase 4, where he just doesn't have enough and you have to swap earlier than you really want to. You just don't have any ATB in all your guards. But,
Phase 4 is also a tricky fight because you want to cast spells to increase stagger, but you're also losing stagger gain by not using finishers, so it's a very, very tricky situation of you just do whatever you can to keep the waves going instead of
Alright.
sitting there for 5 seconds and losing it.
Absolutely. All right. Well, that's
That's
LR,
time.
folks. So thank you for having us, and good luck to the FF9 commentator teams.
Good luck, 9. Thanks for having it. Hope everyone enjoyed Lightning Returns. And remember, it looks scary, but it's completely accessible. You too can run LR.
Yep. Take care, everybody. Good luck.
Take care.
Good luck, runners.